Hi guys, this is Shadow. Many novels cannot be published on YouTube due to copyrights, so I made a Telegram group for each novel. Here are the lists of novels that we provide. As you can see, all novels are written in an alphabetical order. In front of each novel you will find the price to join the Telegram channel. Also you will find the status of each novel, either it's completed or it's updated, meaning I uploaded it to the latest chapters, or it's ongoing, meaning that I am uploading chapters daily. You can read the doc sheet slowly from the link in the description. Once you made up your mind, contact me via WhatsApp or Telegram. After I confirm your transaction through PayPal or Ko-fi, I will give you a link to access the Telegram channel for good. Join more than 150 members. Also always check the novels lists because it's updated daily. Thank you and enjoy. Shadow.
Chapter 251 Demon King Selection 5. We soon arrived at the Yu Jonghyuk Industrial Complex, formerly Siswitz. Along the way, Yu Jonghyuk spoke no words and acted similarly once arriving at the industrial complex. The moment this great Ferrigini turned off, Yu Jonghyuk got off the car and told me, "From now on, I will act separately. Will you come for the selection?" Yu Jonghyuk briefly nodded before moving his feet and disappearing from view. He seemed to know where he was going and what he was going to do. The one certain thing was that everything in his vision would be broken. "You aren't going to stop him?" I nodded at Jang Haeung's question. After all, I made a plan on the premise that Yu Jonghyuk didn't listen to me. Yu Jonghyuk just needed to live safely until the Demon King selection. The important thing was what I needed to do now. I ignored the minor procedures and headed straight to Aileen's council room. It has been a while. I hadn't met Aileen for some time and she looked haggard from the busy industrial complex. Aileen pushed up her glasses and submitted a report. "Since the Duke left, I have been struggling with the other industrial complexes. The party members handle it well." "Party members?" "Yu Jonghyuk's party. You don't know it?" "Every morning, there are people walking around saying I am Yu Jonghyuk. It was founded just before you left. You must not have seen it." "Was it them? Damn. I sometimes thought I could still hear the shouts from that day." Aileen shook her head and continued. "In recent days, a group of followers of the Punisher was created. Was her identity revealed?" "Not yet. She was suddenly gone soon after the Duke left." "Gone?" A strange feeling entered my heart. Perhaps. I had a thought, but it wasn't possible. It was impossible for such a thing to come true, no matter how I thought about it. Aileen let out a small sigh. "I don't know why I keep reporting to you. The owner of this industrial complex is Yu Jonghyuk. It doesn't matter. In any case, the Duke should now go to his industrial complex. This wasn't my industrial complex. Since I had returned to the demon world, I had to go check the current status of the Kim Dokja industrial complex, formerly Jilabat. I left it to Mark, but I didn't know what would have happened. I stared at the landscape of the industrial complex through the window. Many things had happened since coming here. I got up from my seat and Irene rose with me. "Dedukanim." I looked back and Aileen's expression was strange. It seemed cold, sad and disappointed. Even so, her voice was calm when she opened her mouth. I had studied Aileen in ways of survival and knew whenever she made this voice. Aileen rummaged for a moment and then held out a small box. "This is what you asked for before." The box contained a small watch. It was a small pocket watch designed with very fine circuits. I held it and felt a slight vibration from the watch. As I sensed the slow but surely moving time, many things passed through my mind. The story horizon, the revolutionary game, all the memories that had gone retreated to an out-of-reach place were ticking away. I stared at the watch for a while. I glanced at Aileen again and she was looking at me with both wrists overlapping each other. I seemed to know what would happen from now on. "Duke Yu Jonghyuk." It was a motion that crossed both wrists. This was a greeting from the home planet where Aileen lived, Lindbergh, crossing two veins and conveying the vibrations to the other side. As if the second hand of the clock was moving, Aileen's pulse was conveyed to me. "This industrial complex won't forget you." After leaving the Yu Jonghyuk Industrial Complex, I headed straight to the Kim Dokja Industrial Complex. Originally it should have taken a week, but the engine of this grade Ferrigini meant it only took 2 hours. I sat in the passenger seat and looked at the scenery passing by while thinking about Aileen's words. There was on Dakibi, one from the sinister family with a lump and several constellations. It was a list of those who came to visit while I was away. The Dakibi was probably from the bureau and the sinister family with a lump was probably a Weni person. I couldn't guess the constellations because they didn't leave their modifiers. Be careful, there are many strong people in the demon world watching you. There was no need to tell me. I just needed to look at the channel. Many constellations are paying attention to your actions. Your modifier is spreading among the constellations of the absolute evil system. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is watching you with anxious eyes. There were no 3 days until the Demon King selection. I looked to the back seat where Jang Haeyoung and the Breaking the Sky Master were hugging each other while sleeping. The Breaking the Sky Master and Jang Haeyoung must be tired. In particular, Jang Haeyoung was forced to operate the unidentified wall because of me. Still, their presence meant I could think of something to try. I glanced at the driver's seat and asked, "Department Head Han Myung-go." Han Myung-go glanced at me with a puzzled expression from where he was experimenting with the function of this grade pharyngeny. I didn't know if he was conscious of my gaze, but Han Myung-go cleared his throat. Hum. Life isn't easy? Honestly, the timing was strange. Han Myung-go saw my confusion and quickly added, "I felt it while living. Life is supposed to be like this. There are times when nothing can be done and times when things don't work out." It was an obvious statement, but Han Myung-go's expression contained a certain amount of affection. Come to think of it, Han Myung-go had really experienced many things. In a sense, he might have had a harder time than me. I thought about it and suddenly wanted to ask Han Myung-go something. "Can I ask you something?" "Ask me anything." Perhaps the man who gave birth to a child in this world could make a reliable expression. I repeatedly turned the smartphone on and off as I thought about what to say. Han Myung-go seemed to accept my actions and opened his mouth. "Kung, it was painful." "What are you saying?" "I thought that's what you wanted to ask. It is a pain that's hard for any man or woman to endure." I was shocked once I understood what Han Myung-go was talking about. No, I didn't want to ask him about that. Still, I was curious. Where did it come from? "I gave birth in my heart." "Was it painful?" Han Myung-go pulled out a cigarette and suddenly made a serious expression. "At first, I was going to kill you." The bitter cigarette smoke flew out the window. It was shameful and humiliating. I was dumbfounded and wondered why I was in a situation like this. I tried the methods that appeared in dramas. For example, things like eating a lot of soy sauce. It wasn't easy to find because of the situation. There was no sense of reality as I heard this story from Han Myung-go. It would have been an unimaginable hardship for me. I was scared. What if I gave birth to a monster? What if my child ate me? One day, suddenly tearing out of my belly and killing me. I was alone for countless nights, ran away and avoided monsters while feeling worried. What should I do about this child? Should I kill it, let it live, kill birth to it, or... I didn't use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, but the numerous scenarios where Han Myung-go ran away passed through my head. Han Myung-go spoke with an expression I had never seen before. "Even so, do you know? Funnily, months passed as I thought about it. Then while struggling, I survived." Han Myung-go was able to survive the grandiose scenarios for one reason. I realized it at that time. Perhaps this child saved me. Thus, I decided. Whether I live or die, let's give birth to the child. He suddenly threw the cigarette out the window. Han Myung-go pulled out a new cigarette. In that short time, Han Myung-go looked distant before coming back. I knew Han Myung-go well. He was one of the people who would surely enter the list of 10 worst people I knew. Nevertheless, at this moment, Han Myung-go felt like a decent person. She was an infinitely beautiful baby. She wasn't human, but she was incredibly pretty. I've seen her. She was pretty, which was why Asmodeus used her as his incarnation body. I was just thinking this when the smile on Han Myung-go's face disappeared. The story didn't end well, but I could see what Han Myung-go wanted to say. After a while, Han Myung-go kept speaking. "Thus, Doc Jassy should try it." "I should try giving birth?" "No, I'm worried about Doc Jassy." I felt a momentary prick. My confused face reflected on the smartphone screen. I don't know what Doc Jassy is thinking. To be honest, I didn't like the original Doc Jassy. That's good to know. Yet I can feel that Doc Jassy is strange recently. I closed my mouth. I know that things don't work out well. Not everything will flow as you wish. Even so, don't dwell on it too much and let your heart lead you. It is Doc Jassy who survived whatever happened. If you don't do it right, you'll regret it later. Really, I had lived for a long time and see the world. I never expected there would come a day when I empathized with this guy. The LCD screen of the smartphone turned on and the file of ways of survival was shown. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world, second revision, .txt. I didn't have Han Myung-go's experiences. I never had a child, nor did I plan to have one. Nevertheless, I strangely knew a bit of Han Myung-go's feelings. To read or not read the second revision. This was the only thing occupying my thoughts for the last few hours. I was scared that I would be affected by reading the novel. It was painful to confirm the results of my work. I was afraid that my future might be fixed. However, it was laughable from the beginning. Han Myung-go's words. Yes, this story wasn't properly born yet. I opened the file of ways of survival without hesitation. Then I started reading as I always did. The second revision of Ways of Survival started from the 4th round. It was just like what happened at that time. In the 3rd round, teacher would have died there if it wasn't for him. Some statements relieved me. Nevertheless, I couldn't change it. Some of the descriptions still hadn't changed. That guy isn't in this round. I still wasn't present in Yu Jonghyuk's fourth regression. I failed the third round. I didn't panic because I had already expected it. I didn't know why the author sent me something like this. It might be to frighten me or to use me for the ending that he wanted. I didn't even know if it was the writer who originally sent this. I slowly closed my eyes, took a deep breath and opened it. Then I thought at the fourth wall. Kim Daksha thought. It was as if I was writing a sentence in a novel. I don't know what he wants in the end. However, no matter the result, I will only make the ending that I want. I wrote the sentence and stared at the air for a while. Understandably, there was no return answer. Instead, it was the fourth wall that reacted. The fourth wall is wriggling happily. I suddenly looked out and saw the industrial complex in the distance. It was the first time I was visiting the Kim Daksha industrial complex. By the way, Han Myung-go suddenly reduced the speed. What happened? The scenario is progressing. Scenario? No way. The Demon King selection hadn't started yet? Do you want to enter the hidden scenario area? Han Myung-go cautiously approached the industrial complex. The entrance of the industrial complex was bare without a single guard. I opened the window and could hear words being shouted from inside the industrial complex. In Kim Daksha. No, I am. In Kim Daksha. Me. Han Myung-go and I glanced at each other at the same time. What is this? A system message followed. Hidden scenario the Kim Daksha game is in progress. Something strange had happened in my industrial complex while I was away. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 252 Demon King Selection. 6. You have entered the hidden scenario area. Would you like to participate in the hidden scenario at the Kim Daksha game? Han Myung-go stared at me and muttered in a dumbfounded manner. What is going on? I stared at Bayu. Bot. Bayu repeatedly shook her head. It wasn't Bayu who did this. Most hidden scenarios were activated according to the will of the star stream, just like the main scenario. Then why at this time? A subsequent system message gave a hint. The owner of the industrial complex is currently absent. An emergency promotion scenario is activated. It seemed that I had been away for too long. I think the star stream has determined that I have no intending of inheriting the Duke's position. Isn't it okay now that you're here? That would be good. The scenario remained unchanged after I entered the industrial complex. Maybe the star stream scenario was twisted by the impersonation act that Yu Jonghyuk and I committed. At the time, there was a message that an error occurred. What is the Kim Daksha game? It is a free participation scenario. Jang Haeyoung opened his eyes in the back seat and stretched. We are currently electing the real Kim Daksha of the industrial complex. At this rate, my name was going to be stolen. I turned towards Han Myung-go and asked, will you participate? Why would I do that? What about you, Jang Haeyoung? I don't want to be Kim Daksha. Hi's expression quickly changed and he seemed to be sulking. I don't know the Demon King of Salvation. In order to avoid reality, he had decided to separate me from the Demon King of Salvation. The last one I looked at was the Breaking the Sky Master. Woof woof. I nodded. Then only I will join. Is it okay? You don't know what is going on. No matter what happens, I have to go. This is my industrial complex. Immediately after joining the scenario, a message window emerged. Plus. Hidden scenario Kim Daksha proof of identity. Category, main. Difficulty? Clear conditions. Prove to the constellations of the Kim Daksha Industrial Complex channel that you are Kim Daksha. Time limit, 3 hours. Reward, become the Duke of the Kim Daksha Industrial Complex and 200,000 coins. Failure? All aspiring Kim Daksha in the scenario will have the same appearance until the scenario ends. During the time limit, the aspiring Kim Daksha who receives the most points from the constellations will inherit the Kim Daksha Industrial Complex. Plus, it was the first time I had seen such a scenario. This scenario naturally wasn't in the original. A new aspiring Kim Daksha has entered. There are 3 hours left in the scenario. You must be acknowledged as Kim Daksha by most of the constellations. You are the 1131st aspiring Kim Daksha. The scenario started and I was summoned to the outskirts of the plaza in the Kim Daksha Industrial Complex. There was already a struggle to prove they were Kim Daksha. Haha. Everyone, do you want to be recognized by the constellations? Show us that you are the real Kim Daksha. I heard the voice of a Dakibi. While I was away, the Bureau had successfully advanced into the demon world. It would be a hindrance to the Weni people. In any case, they gathered like ghosts whenever there was a story. But Bayu became determined and started to expand the channel. Multiple constellations have entered the channel. I looked around slowly at the other aspiring Kim Daksha. I am Kim Daksha. Look, in Kim Daksha. The aspiring Kim Dakshas had mosaics on their faces as they shouted. Perhaps I looked like this to the other constellations. Damn, something felt strange. Most of the aspiring Kim Dokjas were just repeating my name and not showing any unusual gestures. They were those who were blinded by the Duke's position and participated. However, not all of them were the same. I am the prophet Kim Dokja. I am the demon king of salvation. Some constellations are interested. Candidate 986 has gained 10 points. I stopped for a moment as I saw some candidates screaming Kim Dokja in a plausible costume. I am the king of a kingless world. A few constellations are interested in this candidate. Candidate 986 has gained 20 points. Wasn't he quite good? I entered the center of the industrial complex and more people started saying plausible things. Some Kim Dokjas could be seen dueling. I wanted to know why this area was so bloody when I heard a message from a familiar constellation. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is arguing that Kim Dokja is a brave person. I was wondering why the great sage, the equal of heaven, was so quiet. He was already in the middle of this situation. There was the sound of a blade cutting through the air and the aspiring Kim Dokja collapsed. Quack. A sharp magic power cut at the waist of another aspiring Kim Dokja. Some candidates fled and the winning Kim Dokja shouted, "This is proof that I am Kim Dokja." A blade made of blue magic power was in his hand. I was honestly a bit surprised. A great number of constellations are interested in this candidate. Candidate 312 has gained 100 points. Candidate 312 wasn't using the white pure star energy, but it was similar in appearance. Candidate 312 glanced at me before starting to wipe out other candidates again. It was only a fleeting moment, but the moment I met his eyes, Aileen's words went through my head. Since the Duke left, I have been struggling with the other industrial complexes. The party members handle it well. I had a rough idea of how things turned out like this. Some of the aspiring Kim Dokjas here were from other industrial complexes. In other words, there were those who received sponsored information about me and posed as Kim Dokja. My mind was a bit complicated. If I was defeated in this game, the wrong Kim Dokja would enter the Demon King selection. A few constellations are interested in you. A few constellations are demanding that you prove you are Kim Dokja. How could I prove my identity? I had no resident registration or identification card to prove myself. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says the true Kim Dokja loves comradeship. Ariel? I was about to shout at her when a candidate in the center of the square knelt down and started crying. "Yu Jonghyuk, Yu Jonghyuk, wake up. Please wake up." Kim Dokja screamed as he held the imaginary Yu Jonghyuk in his arms. I couldn't help laughing. I didn't do such a thing. Uriel couldn't be fooled by such acting. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is shedding tears. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is begging you to show her again next time. Candidate 32 has gained 300 points. I couldn't believe it. I shook my head and passed Candidate 32, only to hear an unexpected statement. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon claims that the real Kim Dokja is a Chuyuni. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon? When did he come? The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon claims that the real Kim Dokja surely knows the true middle school second-year syndrome. A true Chuyuni? I think I knew what happened. Surprisingly, at the same time, there was a candidate who started shouting, Yusangasi. Do you know? Kukuk. I am a reader. I have the life of a reader. My thoughts became incredibly complicated. It was a story before the scenario appeared. How did he know? No, wait, I never said it that way. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is satisfied. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon has given candidate 97 300 points. I felt desolated and my lips were trembling. At this rate, I would lose my name to these ridiculous people. I should think calmly. In order to show that I was Kim Dokja, I needed to remind them of the events shared by only me and the constellations. Get your hand off me and get lost, you damn jerk. Candidate 32 has gained 200 points. Something only the constellations and I knew. I like to smile like this. Candidate 97 has gained 250 points. The constellations and I. My favorite thing is a Chinese dress and garter belt. Candidate 312 has gained 400 points. Damn. What the hell was happening? I organized my complicated thoughts and decided to use an easy method. I would directly inform them that I was Kim Dokja, thought the Demon King of Salvation's indirect message. During the course of the scenario, the constellation Demon King of Salvation can't speak. Son of a bitch. There is 1 hour left in the scenario. There wasn't much time left now. I quietly held unbroken faith in my hand. There was a limit to the number of aspiring Kim Dokjas. If I killed all the aspiring Kim Dokjas, the last candidate would become the true Kim Dokja. However, I didn't want to use this method. They were currently blinded by power, but most of them were citizens of my industrial complex. I sighed and shook my head as I gripped and released the hilt of my weapon repeatedly. These actions aren't like you. To my chagrin, Yu Jonghyuk was right. Kim Dokja would never solve things this way. I thought about it. How do I prove my identity? No, what did it mean to prove I was me in the first place? At this time, there was a sudden change. This is electrification, the ultimate technique taught by the Paradox Baekjeong. Candidate 312 was shouted while holding a lightning sword. I was about to point out it was Paradox Baekjeong, not Baekjeong when lightning struck from the sky. Uak. The blue-white lightning hit the candidate's blade and tore his body apart. Some candidates screamed and retreated while some constellations liked it and randomly gave points. At the crucible of the confusion, I looked up at the sky. Something small was falling from the sky. I thought it was time for him to come, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. The small dot that gave off huge pressure landed in the square of the industrial complex with a deafening roar. A blue-white light flooded the square. A small man stood in the center of the lightning and emitted a huge presence. Sparks flew as a voice was heard from the dust. "Where is my disciple?" After a while, the appearance of the voice's owner was revealed. Many constellations are astonished. The small man didn't care if the constellations were astonished or not. There were some constellations who realized the identity of the man. This small body. Wait, don't tell me? They glanced at each other and then fell down in front of the man. "Madame, I am Kim Dokja. Teacher." Numerous Kim Dokjas fell down in front of the small man. I looked at them and clicked my tongue. It was good that they were quick-witted. However, it would be better if their bodies could move faster. Kwayak. The Kim Dokjas were attacked by the blue-white lightning and turned to ashes. I looked at the teacher kind enough to personally come to pick up his disciple and realized something. I see. In the first place, I wasn't something that could be proven. Your unique story will be played. The story Returnee's disciple has begun. It was because I was made up of things that didn't only belong to me. Amidst the fleeing Kim Dokja, there was one person who knew the real Kim Dokja. Where is my real disciple? If I came forward, I would be ripped apart like the other fakes. Then I heard a familiar voice. Damn, what is this? Are they all Kim Dokjas? I looked back and saw Jang Haeyoung grumbling. I spoke to Jang Haeyoung. Jang Haeyoung. He looked over with surprise after hearing his name and flinched back with surprise. Kim Dokja? I nodded and asked, did you learn the breaking the sky swordsmanship? Of course I learnt it. Why? I smiled and spread open my arms. Use it on me now. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 253 Demon King Selection 7. Kyrios had accepted 3 disciples so far. One was after his first transcendence and another was 50 years later. Then he didn't accept any disciples for a while. It was because all his previous disciples had died. One was to the successor of the Heavenly Demon School. The other was to the Blood Demon School. It was the events triggered by these 2 deaths that made the Paradox Baekjeong Kyrios Rodgraim become famous. Enraged by his disciples' deaths, Kyrios struck the homes of the Heavenly Demon School and the Blood Demon School. It wasn't known exactly what happened in Murim at that time. One thing was for certain. Half of the 100,000 great mountain ranges became a bare mountain. The Blood Demon School withdrew its forces from the first Murim. 100 years later, Kyrios once again accepted a disciple. Kyrios asked the disciple whom he met after much trouble. What is this about? This poor disciple is greeting you. Kyrios looked at his disciple with a bitter expression. This was the last disciple he received with his heart. I asked you, why is it like this? This disciple wasn't talented and didn't have any spots to like. The moment they met, he acted familiar and like they knew each other for a long time. He was friendly to the Paradox Baekjeong. The paradox was so bizarre that Kyrios wanted to learn a bit about him. I've been to the first Murim. Kyrios glared at his disciple who was covered in blood. He was a person full of mischief on Peace Land. The reason Kyrios didn't punish him for the sin of stealing the technique and fleeing was because he saved Kyrios' planet. Thus Kyrios waited. Someday, his disciple would reflect on himself and show up again. Yet his disciple appeared like this. Kyrios' eyes narrowed as he spoke. There are traces of the breaking the sky swordsmanship from your wounds. Did you encounter the disciple of the breaking the sky sword saint? Or was it the breaking the sky sword saint? The disciple didn't answer. Kyrios' force became stronger. Answer me. The entire industrial complex wriggled like a trampled bug. The presence spread and all the Kim Dokjas in the industrial complex kneeled from the pain. It was just a wave of magic power, but it was like he showed off his status. This was the presence of the Paradox Baekjeong. The only one who didn't kneel was his disciple. I didn't want you to see me like this. What does that mean? I have defiled the name of Baekjeong. Please kill me. Kyrios' eyebrows wriggled at the words. It was because he remembered the message he received before coming here. Please kill me. Kyrios' small teeth made a sound as they grinded together. It is true that I came to punish you, but... His disciple was beaten up in a distant place. Moreover, it was a situation where his disciple told him to kill him because his disciple couldn't overcome the disgrace. In such a situation, what type of teacher could punish his student? There would certainly be such a teacher, but at the very least, Kyrios wasn't like that. Why are you so keen to be killed? Foolish guy. Kyrios turned his back to his disciple. He didn't know what happened to his prideful disciple, but he would find out if he went to Murim. Did you say it was the first Murim? His disciple didn't answer, but Kyrios was already moving. That world will know that there is a paradox above the breaking the sky. Kyrios left, and the war clouds over the industrial complex disappeared like they had been washed away. In the places where Kyrios passed, the aspiring Kim Dakshas were lying down. Yuwa. I saw those who wanted to be me and felt very complicated. Jang Haeyoung asked, was it too much? It wasn't a question for the aspiring Kim Dakshas. I stared at the portal that Kyrios disappeared through and said, that's the only way to move him. Kyrios had already lost 2 disciples to Murim. In order to send him to the first Murim, I was forced to make a cowardly excuse. What if he kills the breaking the sky sword saint? Don't worry about it. I responded while placing a story fragment on the wounds caused by Jang Haeyoung. It seemed that Kyrios was going to get revenge for me, but it remained to be seen how things would turn out. A transcendent of Kyrios level would notice the trouble occurring in the first Murim. You have triggered a new sub-scenario. Perhaps by now, Kyrios would have gained a sub-scenario to intervene in the first Murim. Kyrios was also unhappy with the outer gods. Once he found out the situation, he would be forced to help the breaking the sky sword saint. You should be more worried about us. What? Why? Originally, Kyrios shouldn't appear here. Despite the countless crises I had experienced, I didn't call Kyrios, thought Jang Haeyoung. I originally intended to call him during the Demon King selection. However, I used that card to save the breaking the sky sword saint. I didn't know if it was the wrong choice, but at least it was an honorable choice. I looked up at the night sky. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is watching you with anxious eyes. Some stars were worried about me. Some constellations are smiling at you. Some stars were taking my crisis as an opportunity. I smiled bitterly towards those stars. If you've seen enough, can you make a decision now? I took a deep breath and declared towards the sky. I'm the real Kim Daksha. The conversation with Kyrios was open to the public and no further proof was needed. The stars in the night sky shone at the same time. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire admits that you are the real Kim Daksha. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband admits that you are the real Kim Daksha. The constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring admits that you are the real Kim Daksha. A very small number of constellations disagree with the results. Those who wanted something else disagreed, but this was a majority vote. Many constellations recognize you as the real Kim Daksha. You have been recognized as the real Kim Daksha. The hidden scenario has been completed. 200,000 coins have been acquired as a scenario reward. The faces of the aspiring Kim Dakshas started to change one by one. The mosaic scattered and their real faces were exposed to the sky. For the first time, the citizens confirmed the true owner of the industrial complex and cried out with amazement. Kim Daksha, the real Kim Daksha. The master of this industrial complex is back. More messages popped up. You have formally inherited the former Jilabat industrial complex. The former Jilabat industrial complex has been officially declared as the Kim Daksha industrial complex. Your notoriety is spreading in the demon world. Your fame is strengthening your current stories. A bright light surrounded my body and my stories were further strengthened. You are the Duke of the industrial complex. Soon, a lonely fight would begin. After the situation settled down, the first place I headed to was Mark's office in the heart of the industrial complex. I'm ashamed. No, you did well. Riots occurred due to the Kim Daksha game and Mark and other officials were detained. I patted Mark on the shoulder and comforted him. You did your best. No one, including Mark, would have been able to stop the Kim Daksha game. In the first place, it was an event that occurred because I went away. It was thanks to Mark that the industrial complex was maintained to this extent. In fact, Mark was a mercenary leader on his home planet and possessed a very high-level crowd control skill. I listened to Mark's report on the surrounding trends. There is news of war coming from everywhere. A group of people exiting the industrial complex could be seen from the office window. Some of them were people who just participated in the scenario and others weren't. A war can't be done alone. Don't you know? It is foolish to hold on to those who have no will to fight. Most of them would die from the penalty of leaving the scenario area. Even so, they decided to move. It meant the situation was desperate. The population of the industrial complex is decreasing and the power of the factory is reduced. The story weapon, the factory was maintained through the work of the citizens. It was natural for the power to go down once the labor force shrank. However, I spoke like it wasn't a big deal. We can't see the outcome with just the power of the industrial complex. The main focus of the enemy isn't the industrial complex anyway. I had to deal with Meladon and Burkan. Meladon had joined hands with Vedas while Burkan was working with Papyrus. It shouldn't be a direct alliance with the nebulae based on the scale of the alliance. They had probably just contracted with some constellations of the nebulae. Nevertheless, it was a power that couldn't be ignored. It was still unknown, but in the Demon King selection, perhaps I would have to fight at least 10 constellations. Is there a plan? To be honest, the odds weren't very high. I had just become a constellation and it would be suicidal to fight them, even with Yu Zhonghyuk's help. I have a way. Couldn't say it now. There were too many eyes watching. Many constellations are admiring your ambition. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is wondering what that means. 2,000 coins have been sponsored. In fact, there were a few things that I had thought about. It would have been impossible before, but now it was possible. Before I could use these methods, there was something I had to check first. The fourth wall is wriggling. It read my mind and responded. I slowly blinked as I thought, I need your help. It would know what I wanted to say without me needing to open my mouth. Let me see my attributes window. Until now, I have somehow fought without properly knowing my information. Until now, the fourth wall is shaking nervously. It would be difficult to do so from now on. It would be hard to know the enemy without knowing myself. I already knew a bit about the enemy, so I had to know about myself. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 254, Demon King Selection, 8. The fourth wall is showing its teeth in a threatening manner. Fierce sparks filled the air. I quickly ordered Mark to leave the office. I wouldn't be able to figure out what was happening if he was present. Wait a minute, listen to me. I thought about what I could do to appease this damn wall. You love stories. Once this is over, it'll feed you many things that you want to eat. The fourth wall is looking at you with a frown. The growling pressure seemed to calm down a bit. It didn't seem to have any effect. I have something I need to check. I could die if I don't know it. Is that what you want? The fourth wall was silent. Fortunately, this guy didn't want me to die at the moment. The fourth wall was silent for a long time before speaking. The fourth wall says, Kim Dokja. Yes. It Danji Rouse without me. I thought I knew what it was talking about. One of the fourth wall's functions included protecting me from the eyes of the constellations. Thus, it was worried about the constellations harming me once it was turned off. I know. However, this time I have to look. In front of my firm will, the fourth wall was silent for a moment before opening its mouth. 10 secons on LY. 10 seconds. Yes, it was a bit tight, but it was fine. All channels must be blocked. I nodded. Bye. Play an ad on the channel. The moment the order was sent via the Dakibi communication, the screen turned off. Many constellations are confused by the sudden advertisement. Okay, this was enough. However, the fourth wall wasn't satisfied. The fourth wall says, not enough yet. Not enough? What? The fourth wall didn't answer. I looked up and Bayu was blinking innocently. Bot. Bayu was clearly blocking the channel properly. It wasn't enough yet. At this moment, the previous scenario came to mind. Hidden scenario Kim Daksha proof of identity. In this industrial complex, there was a Dakibi carrying out the scenario. I stared out the window at the ruins of the scenario. The star stream created the hidden scenarios, but it was the Dakibis that guided the direction of the scenario. Many constellations are protesting the unstable channel conditions. In retrospect, Kim Daksha proof of identity was a rather unusual scenario. It was a scenario that precisely knew the demands of the constellations and even contained information about me before the first scenario. No matter how I thought about it, there was only one person who would do this. I sighed and slowly opened my mouth. Baihyung, won't you come out? Ajama. Where are you? I came. A charitable medical relief station in Songnam. This shelter, established with the government's help, was one of the civilian relief organizations that cared for the casualties of the scenario invasions. Han Soo-young shouted while kicking a fallen patient in her way. Kim Daksha's mother. Kim Daksha's mother, raise your hand. The patient who had been lying down quickly moved away due to the kick. Yusanga hurriedly approached and took care of the patient. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Hey, Han Soo-young-si. Han Soo-young was disgusted by Yusanga's sharp voice. Go away if you're gonna nag me. You are too much. These people are patients. I'm a patient too. As the frowning Yusanga finally became angry, the door of the relief center opened and new patients appeared. They were incarnations wounded by the monsters present in this world. They were people the large wards couldn't handle and were forced to come to this relief station. Han Soo-young saw a familiar woman as she looked around. Lee Sealwa is also here. Righteous Lee Sealwa. She was a colleague of Yu Jonghyuk who was taking care of the patients here. Han Soo-young sighed deeply. It is a real mess. Do you know? She was originally destined to be a very bad woman. How do you know that? I just know. Why can't I know what Kim Dokja also knows? Yusanga's eyes narrowed when Han Soo-young mentioned Kim Dokja. Han Soo-young glanced at Yusanga and said, Kim Dokja has changed too many things. He saved those who were meant to die and killed those who were meant to live. Is this about the prophecy? You don't know it anyway. I just want to say that I would have never done what Kim Dokja did. Han Soo-young pulled out a piece of dark chocolate and ate it. The bitter taste of the chocolate spread in her mouth and the bitterness seemed to affect Han Soo-young. The future was ruined by him. The story should flow the way it was meant to. If it was me, if it was you, Kim Dokja, and you would be no different from a character. It wasn't Yusanga's voice. Han Soo-young smiled and turned towards the person. You look healthy, Soo-young. Kim Dokja's mother, Lee Soo-kyung, was behind them. It doesn't matter if I'm healthy or not. My Dokja seems to like unhealthy children. I don't care what Kim Dokja likes. Lee Soo-kyung laughed at Han Soo-young's reaction before turning her head. It has been a while, Yusangasi. What's going on here? Before Yusanga could reply, Han Soo-young interrupted again. Use good or bad luck, disaster or happiness fortune. Good or bad luck, disaster or happiness fortune. It was one of the stigmas Lee Soo-kyung received from her sponsor, founder's mother. Good or bad luck, disaster or happiness fortune. You always seem confident. Why are you suddenly trying to lean on something like this? I wish I could solve everything with confidence. You have lost your information. Is that right? Han Soo-young and Lee Soo-kyung were different from Kim Dokja. Han Soo-young only read the early parts of the original novel while Lee Soo-kyung only knew the information she had heard from Kim Dokja. In the end, both of them had uncertain future information. Lee Soo-kyung smiled lightly and asked, Why did you come to me? Sangha can do something similar with Olympus power. Are you joking? Did you forget what Olympus did to Kim Dokja? The two of them bickered while Yusanga muttered with an embarrassed expression. I'm sorry, I can't help you right now. Don't worry about it. I know the situation with Olympus is complicated. Isn't it in the midst of an internal feud right now? Yes. Yusanga bowed her head with an unconvinced expression while Han Soo-young said, Just leave it alone. They've had so much sex that their lifespan is being cut. Faster than... Yusanga's eyes widened at the unexpected words. Lee Soo-kyung looked at them and laughed. Okay, young ladies. What information do you want to know? For reference, I can't see the concrete future with good or bad luck, disaster or happiness fortune. I can only point the way. Han Soo-young nodded as if she already knew. I want to know about Kim Dokja's current situation. HRMM. Lee Soo-kyung looked at Han Soo-young with a subtle gaze and Han Soo-young quickly added. It is because the Korean peninsula could be destroyed depending on how things are going over there. I am hearing strange stories from the constellations these days. Why are you laughing? You're just cute. Han Soo-young complained. Quickly do it. I've been looking at it for a long time. Yes? Then what is it? Lee Soo-kyung smiled. Well, it can be either. A week ago it was in the middle and 3 days ago it was inauspicious. What? Inauspicious? Yesterday it was lucky. Then what is it now? Lee Soo-kyung pulled out a bronze mirror without speaking. It was a fragment of the heavenly mirror, one of the 3 divine treasures. See for yourself. There was an unusual nuance in her voice that caused Han Soo-young and Yusanga to simultaneously put their heads together. Then faint letters appeared on the bronze mirror. A great misfortune. For a moment, Han Soo-young doubted if she read the Hanja properly. Hanja equals Chinese characters. Is this real? I don't know. If you're curious, you can ask the Hangik Nebula. She said this, but Lee Soo-kyung didn't look very comfortable either. Then the surface of the mirror shook and the writing changed. Ah? The word help appeared? Yusanga exclaimed and the other two glanced at the mirror. Help. It was an obvious meaning and there was no need to interpret it. Han Soo-young and Yusanga faced each other at the same time. Lee Soo-kyung sighed lightly and asked them, Then who will go? Kim Dokja is truly Kim Dokja. How did you know? Bai-hyung appeared out of thin air. His fur was shiny and he was now wearing good quality cloth materials. The Dakibi used to only wear tiger underwear, but that was an old story now. What about the Korean Peninsula Channel? I was demoted. Can't you tell? It looks like you're not doing well without me? You'll know if you come back. Bai-hyung didn't use honorifics as before. Perhaps it was proof that the relationship between us had changed. In fact, my contract with him had ended with my death. Bai-hyung stared at me for a while and I gazed back. Have you been well? It is as you can see. Yes. I've heard many stories about you. I lightly nodded. Do you want to come back to my channel again? I will treat you well. Perhaps Bai-hyung's words were sincere. It was a more dangerous proposal because it was genuine. Well, I didn't hate Bai-hyung now. However, I wasn't naive enough to join hands with Bai-hyung. Bai-hyung was a Dakibi with strings to the Bureau, and the Bureau was one of the most dangerous groups in the world. Indeed, you were originally such a person. Bai-hyung's expression was changing. It was natural for the Dakibis to be aloof to those who left their channels. The idea that Baihyung could become an enemy wasn't impossible. Even so, the time had come sooner than I thought. Then what about this? Build a joint channel with me. It is fine since this is the demon world. For a moment, I thought I heard wrong. Are you serious? Think about it once. In fact, it wasn't a bad suggestion. If I built a joint channel with Bayu, it would allow Bayu to learn and grow quickly. I understand. More than that, now, at this moment, I heard Baihyung through the Dakibi communication. Do you want me to turn the channel off? I nodded. As expected, Baihyung only pretended to be stupid. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I wish you well. I have a few things to do, so let's resolve the rest at a later time. I didn't understand why Baihyung was so favorable towards me. In any case, I was fortunate. Baihyung changed the settings and then a message from the constellations was heard. All constellations in the channel are dissatisfied with the channel's connection. I immediately looked at the fourth wall. The fourth wall says, do not look for too low-ing. The exclusive skill fourth wall has been released. I felt the curtain surrounding my world disappearing. I didn't miss this time and turned on the attributes window. Checking the attributes window. A vast amount of information entered my mind. Plus, character information. Name, Kim Dokja. Age 28 years old. Constellation support. None. Modifier. Demon King of Salvation. Narrative. Private attribute. Lamarck Kirin. Legend. Demon World Duke. Legend. Scenario Interpreter. Apostle. Plus, I could now see my attributes that I couldn't confirm properly last time. To be honest, it was surprising. I thought my attribute would be Reader. Scenario Interpreter. Besides, what was Apostle? Why wasn't the attribute rating shown? Do you have checked your attributes window for the first time? The effect of the Scenario Interpreter is activated. In any case, I kept checking the information. The part one watched most carefully was the exclusive skills. Plus, exclusive skills. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV. Bookmark LV. Character List LV. Fourth Wall LV. Reading Comprehension LV. Plus, one of the skills originally hidden with a could be seen. Reading Comprehension. At first glance, it seemed like the ability to read and understand something, but I didn't think it was that simple. Most of the skills I've acquired so far were like that. I raised my hand to the attributes window without thinking. Then there was the sound of sparks appearing and the attributes window started breaking apart. Was it already 10 seconds? I thought so at first, but the problem wasn't that simple. A faint ringing was heard in my ears and my head suddenly throbbed. The finger touching the attributes window was numb and the world became dizzy. I felt like vomiting. Beyond the insurmountable wall, something was calling me. The exclusive skill fourth wall is strongly activated. The situation wasn't improved despite the fourth wall activating. The surrounding landscapes started to mix together. It was a scene where things that shouldn't go together were merged. In the midst of this terrible mood, I felt a strange sense of unity. It felt like something I had been wanting for a long time. Then I heard a strange message. What? The moment my consciousness flickered, someone spoke to me. So, I told you not to look for too long. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 255 Entrance as a Character 1. A burning pain was felt from my cheeks several times. Kim Dokja. Hey, what is this? My vision blinked and my consciousness slowly rose to the surface. The exclusive skill fourth wall is strongly activated. My voice didn't sound like me. It was only a moment, but it felt like I had become a different existence and came back. A terrible sensation remained in my entire body. The shoulders being touched by Jang Haeung's fingers trembled. What's wrong with you? I couldn't clearly remember what had happened. I asked the fourth wall to check the attributes window and then I heard a voice. I rubbed my temples and asked, how did I faint? I don't know. I came running because of a sudden lightning bolt. Lightning? Do you know the sparks that appear when you break the probability? Did it strike like lightning? Jang Haeung nodded. It was the first time I had seen something so big. My coat and other clothing were charred black. I couldn't believe that the coat with the automatic restoration function was damaged like this. The ceiling of the office looked like it had been hit by a meteorite. Are you okay? I'm fine. Of course, I'm fine. Rather, I felt lighter. It was impossible. My body was burnt like this, but my spirit was clear. The power of my stories felt fuller. The effect of the exclusive skill reading comprehension has increased understanding. I saw the message and a previous memory emerged. That's right. I had obviously seen such a message. Your understanding of the character Kim Dokja has increased. The message marked me as a character. It was something that never happened before. Cool energy filled a corner of my chest. I had seen the presence of characters many times. They were those who came from outside the original novel but was eventually assimilated with the original. They were mostly those who stopped reading the novel. I urgently summoned the attributes window. Attributes window. However, the attributes window didn't easily open. The reason was obvious. The fourth wall is looking at you. I started sweating. Kim Dok-ja look ed for 15 SE cons. I'm sorry, really? Who knew how much time had passed? In fact, 10 or 15 seconds to look at the attributes window was a tight time frame. IYLL no TCU for the moment. Wait, let me ask you something. I grabbed the fourth wall before it was about to disappear. What the hell is behind that wall? It was a vague memory, but I definitely saw something before I fainted. I looked a bit closer and it seemed I had been talking to someone. There were clearly a few shadows. Sleep why? Then the fourth wall fell asleep. The function was still working but the consciousness had turned off. Shit. You have acquired a new story. The story Looked into the Abyss has been acquired. This story doesn't have a rating. I stared at the messages in the air with blank eyes. Looked into the Abyss. I knew the existence of this story from the original novel. I couldn't prevent the goosebumps. Unrestrained questions flooded my head. Why did I get this story here? What was the relationship between that story and being called a character? Was I now a character or was I still a reader? Was I still able to change the future? Kim Dok-ja? Jang Haeyoung was staring at me with emotional eyes. How much better would it be if my situation was as clear as his eyes? If I could read myself like I read these eyes? At this moment, there was a flash in my head. What if I use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint on myself? I never thought of it before. There was clearly something lurking inside me that I didn't know. I didn't know if it was something the author left behind or if it naturally permeated me during the process of the world changing. The obvious thing was I needed to figure out what it was. However, I hesitated to use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Could I figure it out using this? In the first place, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint was a skill that read the thoughts and movements of the target. Kim Dok-ja? Are you okay? I barely escaped from the mire of thoughts thanks to the Dakibi floating in front of me. Bae-hyung? I stared at Bae-hyung with a stupid expression. Didn't he say he was leaving earlier? Bae-hyung started stammering. After the sudden storm. He said he was busy but he must have been observing in the vicinity. In any case, he was a sneaky fellow. I couldn't trust him. Don't get me wrong. I forgot to tell you that I came back. As I spoke to the Dakibi with calm eyes, Jang Haeyoung looked over here with the frightened eyes of a rabbit. I patted his shoulder with a gentle gesture and asked Bae-hyung, "What aren't you saying?" As you know, the Demon King selection will be a very big event. It was already expected. The story of what happened at the Gourmet Association must be spreading between the constellations. Some of those present would certainly participate in the Demon King selection. It isn't just getting bigger, there is also a fight over the broadcasting rights. You might have expected it, but am not the only one dispatched to the demon world. Then, you know the Dakibi on the other side. I knew the Dakibi? It is a guy with a huge grudge against you. There were two of them. However, one was in Murim, so there was only one more left. Is it Dokgak? Yes. Dokgak. The Dakibi, who was in charge of the Japanese channel, had been humiliated by me and Bae-hyung. I was lucky at the time, but now it was different. Among the Dakibis mentioned in Ways of Survival, Dokgak was a person with outstanding talent regarding channel management. If he was chosen as one of the Dakibis to lead this Demon King selection, the future schedule would never flow smoothly. In any case, be careful. The channel management is good, so wait a minute. What about your Dakibi? Dakibi? Come to think of it, I felt very lonely. Through the cracked ceiling, the constellations shining in the sky could be seen. It was strange. I might have ordered the blocking of the channel, but I should be hearing their complaints. Yet I didn't hear any messages. Bayu? I called out a name with an uneasy heart. Bayu didn't appear. First, I thought she was sleeping again. However, minutes passed and there was no Bayu. An ominous premonition struck me. Don't tell me? Bayu. Bayu had disappeared. A new constellation has entered the hashtag BI90594 channel. The constellation Bald General of Justice is greatly moved by your return. The constellation Maritime War God is welcoming you with a smile. Many constellations are welcoming your return. I entered Bae-hyung's channel and familiar names greeted me. I couldn't rejoice at all despite the baptism of cheers. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is asking the whereabouts of the Dakibi Bayu. Some of the constellations answered immediately. The constellation Bald General of Justice is wiping his head like it is difficult. The constellation King Hungmu the Great is coughing and placing his thumb and index finger together. Some constellations say they are willing to answer if you give them coins. It turned out that the constellations of the Korean peninsula had little money. I rummaged for coins in my pocket while Jang Haeyoung opened his mouth. Perhaps she was caught in the storm? Bayu wasn't from the bureau and didn't have a mighty story to protect herself from a great storm. I couldn't rule out the possibility that she was swept away by the storm. However, it can't be. There were no signs. If that happened, terrible debris could be seen. However, there were no traces of Bayu. It felt as if someone had completely ripped away Bayu's existence. Who was it? Who took Bayu? Bae-hyung looked up from where he was biting his nails. Our eyes met and we realized that we had the same idea. Bayu was the only dakibi with an independent channel. Fuck! It's those guys. The Weni people. The sentences of the original novel flowed into my head. The only scenario area that isn't under the jurisdiction of the dakibis. It is the demon world. As written in Ways of Survival, the demon world was essentially the area of the Weni people. In such a zone, they confirmed there was a dakibi who wasn't a member of the bureau. The soul is mine. The first time we met, he had coveted the dakibi egg. The value of an independent channel was so large that it couldn't be calculated at present. A giant story event was currently taking place in the demon world. There was no way the Weni people would miss something happening in their sphere of influence. They had definitely stolen the channel for the Demon King selection. The Weni people were inherently resistant to probability. Thus, they would have been able to take Bayu when I was unconscious and there was a storm around me. Damn it, why at this point? Leave it to me. They'll find them. I could see anger in Bae-hyung's eyes. The dakibi's honor is at stake. She might not be a member of the bureau, but I can't see this. Let's go together. Bae-hyung shook his head. It isn't long until the Demon King selection. In the meantime, aren't there certain things you should be doing? That's right. The remaining time was really short. If I misused this time to find Bayu, I might be defeated at the start of the competition. Why are you doing this? You belong to my channel now. Bae-hyung avoided my gaze while replying. I'm just moving for my channel. You have to win. That way, the constellations will like you and my channel will become bigger. Then Bae-hyung disappeared into thin air. Jang Hae-young asked, is it okay to believe in him? There was nothing as stupid as a question about believing a dakibi. Putting aside my belief in Bae-hyung, there was no race as mysterious as the dakibis in all of the star stream. I sighed briefly. Yu Jong-hyuk's situation wasn't good right now and Jang Hae-young wasn't strong enough to pursue Bae-hyung. A presence that could help me was in the night sky, but the problem was that I was now in Bae-hyung's channel. In other words, all messages I sent through the channel would be inevitably read by Bae-hyung. So, there was only one way. Jang Hae-young, call the wall. There were quick footsteps in the darkness. Bot! Bat it! Bayu burst out crying as she was trapped in a cage. Bot! Bot! An elderly man with a small lump on his left cheek was running along a dark road. There was an excitement in his urgent steps. The old man was in a very good mood. The age of the dakibis will now end. The old man was excited at the thought of showing off his achievement to the other Weni people. He couldn't describe how envious he was when a fellow colleague recently came up to him bragging about gaining the story of beating up a dakibi. Now he brought not a story about beating a dakibi but a dakibi itself. The old man patted Bayu's cage like it was adorable. My child, you will be the first Weni person with a channel. This was the long wish of the Weni people. It was to take back the dominance of the story from the dakibis. Streamer. From the hell of this terrible scenario, I will free the slaves. The lump on the old man's left cheek swelled greatly. The lump wriggled excitedly as it touched the cage containing Bayu. Bayu stared at the lump with terrified eyes and urgently looked around. She searched for help, but unfortunately, there was no person to rescue Bayu present. Hey! To be precise, it wasn't a person. Want you put that lump away? TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 256 Entrance as a Character, 2. The moment the Weni man turned around, 3 spears made of yellow sparks struck in front of him. The Weni man frowned and stepped back. It was an attack containing the power of a great story. A senior dakibi. A silhouette floated beyond the yellow trajectory that filled the air. It was a baby-sized dakibi in neat clothing. It was Bae-hyung. Leave that baby behind and get lost if you know what's good for you. Red fangs flashed from the mouth of the growling Bae-hyung. The dakibis of the star stream didn't easily become angry. The constellations in the channels didn't like the dakibis to express their emotions. However, there were times when a dakibi became truly angry. It was during those times that the canines would be shown. Why are you coming out for a dakibi who isn't a member of the bureau? A dakibi is a dakibi. How funny. I gave birth to this child. I might not want to raise her, but shouldn't I act as a parent? The Weni man laughed at the words. Parent? Parent. It was a great laugh and the lump on his cheek shook. Since when did a dakibi have such human aspects? If there was such a thing, you should have given it to my ancestors. Sorry, I wasn't even born at the time. Then who will compensate for our suffering? One of the Weni man's eyes concealed by the fog was revealed. It was a great demon's eye. The yellow iris started spinning and emitting a fierce pressure. Who will compensate us for the pain of having our story bag taken away? What is this bullshit? I know that story, but we gave back the story bag. It was even double. The situation got worse and Baihyung's expression started stiffening. He didn't expect for the Weni man to try to fight against him. Baihyung might have made a big appearance, but this was the first time he was fighting a Weni person. No matter what happens, avoid fighting a Weni person as much as possible. It was advice left behind by the previous generation Dakibis. Baihyung was a fairly old Dakibi of the Soul branch, but he knew little about the relationship between a Dakibi and Weni person. The only thing certain was that the two races had been antagonistic since the days before the concept of the channel was established. The Weni man said, "It looks like you don't know anything. You didn't return the Weni people's possessions." Baihyung was annoyed. "I don't know about that. Just give me that child quickly. If not, there are many types of evils in the world." There was an eerie chill in the Weni man's voice. Before Baihyung could even scream, the Weni person continued. It was like the sentence of an old song. The first evil is an evil that makes someone unhappy. The Weni man's lump was gradually getting bigger. A warning was ringing in Baihyung's head. The second evil is evil that enjoys misery. Along with the lyrics, something was released from the Weni man's lump. It was something that absolutely shouldn't be released. The most repugnant evil is the evil that reveals its misery to others. Baihyung moved without hesitation. The authority of a giant story is being used. Baihyung became a senior Dakibi and gained the rights to a giant story. The Weni person wouldn't be able to resist the power that could manipulate the star stream. By the way, the Weni man was laughing. Didn't the previous generation tell you? Never use that power in front of a Weni person. The story flowing out of the lump started to trap the story around Baihyung's body. The language of the system was entirely black. It was as if someone had covered the world in black paint. The operation of the giant story. Baihyung was startled. This type of manipulation was only available to the great Dakibis above the highest-ranking Dakibis. How did this Weni man have this power? Perhaps the language of another world. Stupid Dakibi. Your mistake was coming here alone. Something was crawling out of the Weni person's lump. A monstrous creature was sending its tentacles through the torn lump. Kikuoku. The quick tentacles instantly grasped Baihyung's small body. The story song of the Weni person is in effect. Baihyung realized too late the moment the story touched him. Why did the previous generation Dakibis avoid the Weni people? Due to the racial characteristic, the resistance to the Weni people has plummeted. The hatred of the Weni people makes your mind weak. The Weni people's grudge has sharply reduced your fighting power. A feeling of helplessness filled Baihyung and he felt like an incarnation. Countless gazes pouring from the air struck his body like arrows. The constellation king Hungmu the Great is astonished by the power of the Weni people. The constellation god of wine and ecstasy is frowning at the source of the Weni people's power. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is forming fists. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is greatly angry. The Weni man laughed. We can't apply this power to other races. However, it is different for a Dakibi. The force of the tentacles slowly squeezed tighter and suffocated Baihyung. He could feel the deep grudge of the Weni people through the tentacles. It was a story that showed a near-invincible force against the Dakibis as long as certain conditions were satisfied. He was appalled by the Weni people's story, which had been filled with the hatred of a race since its birth. You will die in view of your favorite constellations. I will get a very good story today. The story flowed and squeezed Baihyung like he was a fruit. He belatedly contacted the bureau, but Baihyung would become juice before they came. It happened the moment his consciousness was going to disappear under the tightening tentacles. The tentacles wrapped around Baihyung exploded. The surprised Weni man retreated and Baihyung's small body fell to the ground. It was a tall man who caught Baihyung. What a stupid Dakibi to confront a Weni person. Baihyung turned his head at the cold voice. Bloody boots. A long black coat flapping in the wind. The trapped Bayu shouted bot, while the constellations in the sky sent indirect messages. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is screaming and cheering. Baihyung saw the black weapon in his hands and realized the identity of the man. Why you? He got goosebumps the moment he locked eyes with the man. It wasn't because of the man's skill sage's eyes, which was designed by the oldest man in all dimensions, nor was it because of the fierceness around his body. Baihyung had met countless incarnations. However, only one incarnation had the eyes of this man. He seemed to be measuring how to kill Baihyung. The moment Baihyung started struggling, the man threw Baihyung's body back. Stay back. Baihyung fell with a loud sound and rolled across the ground. The man gripped the sword in his right hand without hesitation. The black demon sword started crying and a solid story of transcendence started surrounding the man. The cut-off tentacles wriggled on the ground. The Weni man stared blankly at the scene and Yu Jonghyuk opened his mouth. You are the great demon of the horizon. That's right. It has been a while. Puppet of the oldest dream. It is the first time I'm seeing you. Ha ha ha. You will never know. You will never know even when going through 1,000 deaths and living 1,000 lives again. Because you are. Yu Jonghyuk had no intention of listening to the Weni man's bullshit and his sword cut through the space. The Weni man saw the blade passing right in front of his nose and shouted. Wouldn't it be good if we both backed away at this point? You have nothing to do with this situation. Give me Shin Yu-sung. What? He followed Yu Jonghyuk's gaze towards the cage where Bayu was trapped. The Weni man finally realized how the situation had gone wrong. Are you aiming for the Dakibi? Bah. It is no use for a human to have a channel. I don't need a channel. Bayu's eyes shook from inside the cage. The fallen Bi-hyung stood up and listened blankly. The atmosphere of transcendence surrounded Yu Jonghyuk's blade. The Weni man laughed. I'm dumbfounded. Don't you know the value of this Dakibi? It is unreasonable for you in this round. It is useless even with the person called Kim Dokja. No matter how many variables, the flow of the star stream, the sparks of transcendence appeared and a waterfall of magic power poured from Yu Jonghyuk's black demon sword. The arm of the Weni man flew through the air. Magic power flowed out from the blade in the form of the breaking the sky energy and the Weni man shouted, Stop. You don't know because your cumulative deeds are still low. In other parallel dimensions, the excessive leakage of information caused sparks of probability to splash around the Weni man. He swallowed his words and yelled again. In any case, you're making a mistake now. Never make me your enemy. I made a promise with my colleagues. I'll get revenge for her. Bayu in the cage was shaking. She might have lost her memory and many parts of her past life had disappeared, but Bayu's body was trembling. You'll die here. The Shin Yu-sung of the 41st round didn't have her memories. So who was the revenge for? Yu Jonghyuk didn't know. He just swung his sword. Just like revenge for the first round was completed in the second round and revenge for the second round was completed in the third round. He tore at the tentacles coming from the lump and then placed a huge sword against one of the Weni man's arms. The next moment, Yu Jonghyuk was standing behind the Weni man. The energy of breaking the sky flooded the entire space. Wait a minute. Stop. The Weni person's lump flew through the air. The next moment, the Weni man's body was engulfed in the darkness that emerged from the lump. A curse. I will curse you. The eye of all dimensions will never forgive you. The Weni man was struck in the mouth by the black demon sword. There was a terrible scream and the darkness that escaped from the lump completely swallowed the Weni person. The darkness stared at Yu Jonghyuk for a moment before it completely disappeared. Then a complete stillness came. Yu Jonghyuk stood still for a while from the excessive use of transcendence. Countless system messages entered his ears. You have acquired a new legendary story. You have accomplished an achievement that never existed before. The story one who killed a Weni person has been acquired. All the Weni people in the demon world have become hostile to you. Yu Jonghyuk slowly walked towards the cage and carefully pulled out Bayu. Bayu cried out loudly. Her little hand touched Yu Jonghyuk several times. Yu Jonghyuk stared down at Bayu for a while before he placed her in his pocket and started moving. The constellation demon-like judge of fire has wet eyes. The constellation bald general of justice is wiping his head with a towel. The constellation maritime war god is so impressed that he is writing a poem. The light of countless constellations was shining towards him, but none of them could reach Yu Jonghyuk. No matter how many years they had lived, they couldn't understand the regressor who suffered the destruction of the world twice. The next moment, Yu Jonghyuk heard a message. The constellation demon king of salvation is looking at you. It was a star that never appeared in the last 2 rounds. Then why? Yu Jonghyuk felt like the star had been there for a long time. Yu Jonghyuk declared, Get lost, Kim Dokja. Then one of the stars in the sky really went out. Kim Dokja? There was no answer from Kim Dokja. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 257 Entrance as a Character 3. Things have been roughly sorted out. I sighed with relief as I looked at Yu Jonghyuk through the screen of the channel. I was anxious about the bureau arriving, but fortunately, Yu Jonghyuk was faster. It was a good choice to convey a message to Uriel through Jang Haeyoung. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is smiling brightly. It was Uriel who took Yu Jonghyuk to that place. Yu Jonghyuk was angry with me over the breaking the sky sword saint incident, so I decided that Uriel's words would have more influence on Yu Jonghyuk. Jang Haeyoung watched Baehyung on the screen and muttered, It is the first time I've seen a Dakibi so helpless. The racial stories are intertwined. In order to deal with a Weni person, a great Dakibi or at least 4 Dakibis must appear. You know it very well? Aileen said that everything about the Dakibis and Weni people was covered in a veil. This is basic information among the constellations. Jang Haeyoung stared at me with strangely respectful eyes after hearing my words. Of course, not all constellations knew this information. The screen showed a short close-up of Bayu and Yu Jong-hyuk holding her. I will get revenge for you. Goodbye, Captain. Good job. I'll leave it to you. Rest. The sentences that only I could see were passing through my head. Now these words had gone to the place they were meant to. I didn't know much about it, but one thing was certain. At least now they understood each other without words. The things I couldn't read had definitely touched them. I didn't know why, but I felt lonely thinking about it. Kim Dokja? Jang Haeyoung was staring at me. I scratched my head and quickly opened my mouth. In any case, Yu Jong-hyuk will do it somehow. This side must be ready. Shit. Already? Jang Haeyoung and I looked out the window of the office at the same time. Clouds of sand were gathering beyond the walls of the industrial complex. There was a commotion among the citizens. I could see Mark and the other lawmakers calming them down. Oh, there are some hot-tempered constellations. There are still 48 hours until the Demon King selection. The familiar voice of a Dakibi was heard in the air. High above the industrial complex, Dokgak stared at me and laughed. I was originally thinking the beginning should be more boring. He was obviously smiling, but his eyes were full of resentment against me. No matter how much he disliked me, he couldn't start his own game within the Demon King selection story. This time, it isn't bad to start early. What? A new sub-scenario has been acquired. The sub-scenario A Skirmish has started. I saw the emerging window and noticed how things were progressing. A sub-scenario. In the absence of Bayu and Baihyung, this jerk. Plus, sub-scenario skirmish. Category. Sub. Difficulty? Clear conditions. Protect the story core of the industrial complex for a limited amount of time. Time limit. 48 hours. Compensation. Attacking side a qualification for the Demon King selection. Defending side 200,000 coins? Failure. Plus, I frowned. It might be a sub-scenario, but opening a scenario in this way was clearly out of the ordinary. Some constellations are dissatisfied with the unfair process of Dokgak. Some constellations are requesting a probability conformity screening. Fortunately, I wasn't the only one to think so. I knew some of you would think so. Certainly, there is some unfairness. The number of defenders and attackers aren't equal. Dokgak was sneering at me. It was a smile that told me I could handle such a scenario. It was an obvious provocation. Thus, I have slightly adjusted the difficulty level. As far as this sub-scenario is concerned, the individual constellations of the attackers and defenders will have equal levels. The moment Dokgak spoke, a faint aura surrounded my incarnation bodies. The stats of everyone participating in the scenario is fixed. I slowly clenched my fists before opening them. The attacking constellations would have received the same penalty. I couldn't see whether my stats had fallen or increased. Some constellations are still protesting that this scenario is against the probability. Dokgak had a troubled expression. Don't say that. This is really, you have all become weak. Have you already forgotten that scenarios are fun because they're difficult? The channel became a terrible mess with indirect messages supporting and opposing it. In the meantime, Dokgak pushed ahead with the scenario. You are currently the owner of the Kim Dokja Industrial Complex. You are playing the role of defender in the skirmish. You must protect the story core from the attacking constellations. I smiled bitterly as I faced Dokgak. Yes, this was what he came up with. Kim Dokja, how? Rather than answering Jang Haeyoung, I opened the wide and yelled towards the citizens. All citizens. This is the first time I am personally greeting you. My true voice resonated through the industrial complex. I once again breathed in and shouted. Please calm down and concentrate on my words. The voice of the Duke was heard for the first time and all the citizens looked at me. Voices came from all over the place. It is Kim Dokja. That person is the Duke. Unfortunately, I couldn't match their expectations. I can't protect you. Perhaps there had never been such a Duke in the demon world. In addition, I hoped there wouldn't be any more in the future. So don't die here like dogs and find your own way to live. I will personally recommend the Yu Jong-hyuk Industrial Complex. I could see the mouths of the citizens dropping open at my absurd declaration. Even Mark looked up in a bewildered manner from where he was calming the citizens. Still, it couldn't be helped. This was the only way to save them. There should be no unnecessary sacrifices in this scenario. Do you want to free the citizens of your industrial complex? Free them. All citizens of the industrial complex are freed from your influence. The citizens of the Kim Dokja Industrial Complex have received the escape scenario. The citizens of the Kim Dokja Industrial Complex can now choose an industrial complex. You have acquired a new legendary story, The story Liberator of the Industrial Complex has been acquired. Messages poured out and I left a final message. Everyone, please leave. I will stop them until everyone leaves. Bai Hyung might have argued against this if he was here, but now he was lying in a distant place. The citizens of the industrial complex are giving a standing ovation for your noble sacrifice. Thanks, but I wasn't planning a noble sacrifice. I focused on the energy coming from beyond the barrier of the industrial complex. There were 4 huge energy sources. At least 4 constellations were approaching. Jang Haeung. Take Han Myung-go and the Breaking the Sky Master. Flee and don't look back. Never think about fighting them. What? I don't want to. I don't care if you want to. Go directly to Yu Jong-hyuk. Quickly. There were 4 coming now, but there would be more behind them. They weren't something a transcendent dog, a human whose gender was ambiguous, and a middle-aged man who had been pregnant could face. I am one of them anyway. I immediately ran downstairs and pulled out the story core of the factory. The factory has stopped running. The important thing was to protect the story core. I didn't have to stay in the industrial complex to defend it. I opened Bookmark and used Way of the Wind to climb onto the wall of the industrial complex. Is this what you want? The 4 approaching constellations listened to me. If you want it, then you'll have to take it away. The fearsome constellations followed behind me. The reason I could flee was because we had equal stats. They were 4 and I was 1. I didn't have much of a chance, regardless of whether the constellations were high or low ranking. I ran over barriers using Way of the Wind. The constellations confirmed I was holding the story core and started to chase me. If they took me down here, they could qualify to participate in the Demon King selection. It wasn't strange for them to go on a rampage like this. Dokgak laughed at me. Ha ha ha, it is very easy to run away. Constellations, do you really want to stay on Bai Hyung's channel to watch such a person? The son of a bitch. I wouldn't have suffered from this sub-scenario if Bai Hyung hadn't been distracted. However, I couldn't do anything because Bai Hyung wasn't here, requesting a rise in membership level of the Dakibi bag. I had already become a platinum level, which was an increase by 2 levels. Still, platinum wasn't the highest rating. The Dakibi in charge is currently absent. The status update will be automatically executed due to the Dakibi's absence. 500,000 coins have been consumed. Congratulations. You have become a diamond member of the Dakibi bag. Due to the increase in membership level, the items list of the Dakibi bag will be updated. The diamond members could purchase VIP exclusive items. If my memories were correct, the items would have been released by now. You can see the list of exclusive VIP items. If Bai Hyung was here, he would have hidden this list even if he died. It was because Bai Hyung's Black History was among the items on this list. Plus, Random Story Box, version 1.3, 20,000 C. Story Fusion Box, version 1.3, 200,000 C. Plus, it was as expected. These crazy coin items were being sold. Fortunately, the updated version was the one I was looking for. Shit, what are the odds? Why didn't they publish the odds? In the 71st round, Kim Namwon bought this wrong thing and was ruined. You have purchased 10 random story boxes. You have purchased 1 story fusion boxes. 400,000 coins have been consumed. The random story box was one of the few gambling items that consumed coins to get stories. Due to the description that the best Quasimith grade story could be obtained, the incarnations and constellations ran towards this item once it was released on the market. Of course, it went without saying that they all became bankrupt. The result was natural. The probability of getting a history grade story from the random box was less than 0.001%, and the odds of a Quasimith story wasn't even 0.00001%. Then what about the remaining 99.99%? Crazy. 50 history grade stories? There is even the lowest grade. Is this a joke? I grabbed a falling box and opened it with my mouth. Do you want to use the random story box? I knew there was little chance of a good story coming out of this box. Then why did I want this box? The story I wanted wasn't a good story. The story Head, Shoulder, Knee, Feet has been acquired. The story Don't Cut My Hair has been acquired. The story Nose Pendant hanging from the nose. The story Earring hanging from the ears. Indeed, it was as I saw in Ways of Survival. In the 1.3 version of the story box, there was a more than 80% chance of stories regarding the body coming out. The most common of them was the nose pendant hanging from the nose and earring hanging from the ears. From behind me, a serpent's fangs grazed my sides and thighs. It was an attack containing the power of a story. I gritted my teeth and activated Way of the Wind to the extreme, hiding behind the ruins of a building. I needed a bit more time. WHRRU. I ignored the ugly true voice and confirmed the stories I had just acquired. Plus, history grade story. Nose pendant hanging from the nose. Description. If you place anything on your nose, It will trigger an effect that makes it look like an accessory. The item doesn't matter. Plus, history grade story. Earring hanging from the ears. Description. If anything is hung on your ears, an effect that makes it look like an earring will be activated. It is a story made in combination with nose pendant hanging from the nose. Plus, needless to say, these stories weren't helpful when it came to breaking through the current situation. However, it was different with the next item. Plus, item information. Name. Story Fusion Box version 1.3. Rating. Description. It confused together different types of stories. There is a very low probability of randomly creating a higher grade story. Plus, an item that had a very low probability of generating a high-level story when mixing certain combinations of stories. Originally, this item wasn't very useful. The same stories being put together produced different results every time, and the odds of getting a good story were ridiculously low. Nevertheless, according to the character's remarks, there was a bug in the 1.3 version of the Fusion box. The sale of the box was discontinued because of this. Shit, I should have tried it before Anna Croft. There was a bug with the 1.3 version FO the Story Fusion box. It was that when mixing certain stories, the first person who did it must receive a certain story. The two stories were poured into the box without hesitation, and there was a bright flash of light. A message entered my ears along with the throbbing pain. The legendary story Distorting Things as One Pleases has been acquired. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 258 Entrance as a Character. 4. One day, there was a constellation who left such a remark. Every story has a flaw. This means that all stories can be completed. The legendary story Distorting Things as One Pleases. This story was made by the narrative grade constellation who left behind that remark. The story Distorting Things as One Pleases is searching for the target of the distortion. I got up and moved away from the ruined building. I could see 3 constellations chasing me through the dust clouds. It was originally 4, but I didn't know where the last one went. Qua. Giv me the sto re co re. I was surrounded by the incarnation bodies. There was one giant snake that reminded me of Orochi and one giant field mouse. The last one was a fiery dog resembling a Cerberus. The mass production maker had told me something during my visit to the Gourmet Association. Not all constellations have a noble character. Some of the constellations would build up stories like me to become constellations, while others would lend themselves to the authority of other constellations. In some cases, they might not have accumulated excellent stories, but they were lucky enough to fall into an advantageous area and become a constellation. What if I don't want to give it to you? It was the case with the guys in front of me. The constellation Nouveau Riche Snake Boss is staring at you. They were those who received the patronage of constellations or fortunately became constellations by eating other beginner constellations or incarnations. The constellation Nail-Eating Rat is coveting your nails. The constellation Dog who threw himself into the flames is looking at the surrounding constellations. I knew I would eventually bump into them from the moment they appeared in front of me. Many constellations are looking forward to your battle. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking forward to your performance. I could feel the hot gaze of the stars. They would be curious. I hadn't fought properly since becoming a narrative-grade constellation. Dokgak spoke from the air. Haha. You are still stupid? Are you really going to fight? I listened to Dokgak's words and gritted my teeth. The 3 constellations in front of me had exactly the same level of combat power as me. It was due to Dokgak's penalty. A penalty where everyone in the scenario had the same combat power. I used Way of the Wind to avoid the poisonous liquid that poured out of the Nouveau Riche Snake Boss mouth. At almost the same time, the nail-eating rat swiped his nails towards me. The moment I rolled around on the ground, the surroundings were filled with the flames of the dog, who threw himself into the flames. I moved around the flames and pulled out my newest thing. This was a fight that couldn't be won if we faced each other with our incarnation bodies. This was if it was only the force of the incarnation body. The exclusive skill character list is activated. They might be animals, but they were still great-grade constellations. Originally, I couldn't look at them with this skill. The effect of Looked into the Abyss has increased the effect of all your skills. The exclusive skill character list is amplified. This time was different. You will be able to view constellations who are lower rated than you. You can now read the constellation information of Nouveau Riche Snake Boss. You can now read the constellation information of Nail-Eating Rat. You can now read the constellation information of Dog, who threw himself into the flames. I looked at the characteristics of these guys. Of course, it didn't make sense to simply identify the stats or attributes information when combat power was set at a certain point. The effect of character list will randomly output a list of the constellation stories. A list of their stories quickly crossed my eyes. Snake eating other snakes. Rat turning into a person. Loyalty towards the master. Predator of the weak. In the meantime, countless attacks were focused on me. The fist of the nouveau riche snake boss grazed past my shoulders. My body flew through the air from an attack by the nail-eating rat, and my skin was burnt by the flames of the dog, who threw himself into the flames. Your reading speed has increased due to the attribute effect. I didn't back down and kept reading their list of stories. They were constellations and had an excellent number of stories. Some were legendary while most were history grade. Rat who stole the words of the night. Fear of rodents. Mine is mine, yours is mine too. Towards Plandos. How long had it been? My legs were paralyzed and the nouveau riche snake boss wound around my body. My vision was literally reversed as my body was captured by him. Give me the sto re ko re. The strong grip on my body made my bones feel twisted. It was a mighty power that the infinite dimension space coat couldn't bear. Story fragments fell down from my body like crumbs. The constellations who love cruel stories are excited. Some of the constellations want to see your body torn apart. The eyes of the snake changed at the indirect messages of the constellations. Having the name of constellation didn't mean all of them were on the same level. They were more like incarnations. They were watched by other constellations and received coins from them. I have one question. Why do you want to live like this? The nail-eating rat raised his head with a sound. Coo? I smiled bitterly. Well, I couldn't afford to think about such things. I had to survive these guys. I feel sorry for you, right? Usually a constellation should have a king's story. The story distorting things as one pleases is paying attention to your words. Whether it was a snake, a rat, a dog, or a human, those who steadily built up their stories would have a story of a king at the very least. However, these guys have no such stories. You have always fought against beings weaker than yourself and don't have such stories. At nonsense. The next moment, a bright light rose from my body. The story distorting things as one pleases has found a story to distort. The story distorting things as one pleases. This story didn't have the power to improve my combat power. The story distorting things as one pleases is starting the story distortion. Instead, it could wake up the potential of stories that hadn't yet found their true power. The direction didn't matter. The story king of a world without a king has been distorted. The story king of a world without a king is starting the story. I felt the power of the story seething deep inside my body. The muscles in both arms swelled up. I gripped the nouveau riche snake boss that was wrapped around my body. The snake screamed in my hands. The world without a king is now here. A huge magic power escaped and the story started to speak for itself. The reason I checked the constellation's list of stories was simple. It was to use this power. He was born rejecting all thrones in his black world. A brilliant light rose from the sword in my hands. The 4-in demonic beheading sword. It was the sword used to destroy the absolute throne and the weapon used in the story king of a kingless world. The weapon responded to my story and regained its original shape. Reign over all beings who aren't kings. Wait. This strength. The fact that our combat power was the same didn't mean the status of the stories is the same. Even if the density and number of stories were low, I was also a constellation. Gak should have properly recognized this fact. Some constellations are admiring your story application. The constellations of the Big Dipper are paying attention to you. Gak was bewildered and he frantically tried to manipulate the scenario. However, now it was too late to change the sub-scenario. He had already exhausted a lot of probability because of the excessive sub-scenario. The constellation nail-eating rat is preparing to turn its tail and run. The rat realized the unusual signs and turned around first. However, I wouldn't miss a single one. Stop. The effect of the story king of a kingless world is activated. In front of your majesty, all beings who failed to qualify as kings must bow. Qua. There were powerful sparks and the bodies of the nouveau riche snake boss and nail-eating rat became stiff. The dog who threw himself into the flames was already on the ground from the moment he saw my story. Growling, don't kill me. As I approached, the nouveau riche snake boss wriggled on the ground. Only those who had the story of a king could resist this story. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is pleased. The demon king of lust and fury is looking at you. As the king of the monkeys and king of the 32 demon realm watched over me, the 4-in demonic beheading sword moved. Quack. 1 blow. 2 blows. I struck the head of the nouveau riche snake boss a few times. The scales of the nouveau riche snake boss weren't easily destroyed. The flesh of the nouveau riche snake boss was cut by the white pure star energy and his blood splashed, turning the surrounding land red. The nouveau riche snake boss let out several pained screams before falling quiet. The constellations of the absolute good system are frowning at your cruelty. I pulled the 4-in demonic beheading sword out of the head of the nouveau riche snake boss. The demon king, Silver Claws Owl, is rejoicing in your execution. 2,000 coins have been sponsored. The constellations didn't know what was really cruel. You should have been prepared if you coveted my position. This was a warning to the constellations. It was a warning that they shouldn't interfere with the giant story. I watched the sky and waved the 4-in demonic beheading sword. You have killed the nouveau riche snake boss incarnation body. You have acquired some of the stories of the nouveau riche snake boss. It was the power of the 4-in demonic beheading sword that could cut off the connection between constellation and incarnation body. The constellation nouveau riche snake boss has fallen into a deep sleep with a scream. Perhaps the nouveau riche snake boss would never return to an incarnation body. Then I looked at the nail-eating rat. Soon after, the nail-eating rat received the same fate. The constellation abyssal black flame dragon is delighting in your madness. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is looking at you with sad eyes. I brushed the blood of my cheeks and looked at the last remaining constellation. The dog who threw himself into the flames was trembling uncontrollably while his head drooped down. The flames that covered his body had already disappeared. The only thing that remained on the dog's body were the black burn stains from protecting its master. I recalled his list of stories. This dog was different from the other two in the 12 zodiacs. The constellation dog who threw himself into the flames is pledging allegiance to you. I looked at the panting dog and hesitated for a moment. Certain constellations would be disappointed if I didn't kill the dog here. However, other constellations aiming for me were running in the distance. The story distorting things as one pleases has come to an end. I had used an excessive amount of magic power and needed to recover. I put away my sword and climbed onto the dog. Let's go to the Jonghuk Industrial Complex. As if waiting, the dog started taking strong steps. The scenery passed quickly and I looked up at the sky. The stars in the night sky seemed to be flowing to different places. Some chose to watch and others chose to take part. Everyone started to draw the trail of the story according to their respective desires. The real Demon King selection would soon begin. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 259, The Best at Something 1. The dog who threw himself into the flames ran while carrying me for 2 days and nights. The constellations relentlessly chasing me were a frequent threat, but every time, the dog who threw himself into the flames literally threw his body to protect me. The story faithfully devoting one's life has been repeated. How far did we run? Finally, the brightness of a new day could be seen. The sub-scenario as skirmish has ended. You have kept the story core safe during the time limit. The constellations chasing after us stopped one by one in distant places and all types of indirect messages flew through the air. Some constellations who failed to chase you are disappointed. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is yawning and asking if it is all over. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is rejoicing with sleepy eyes. The constellation dragon lying down is nodding at you ploy. Some constellations are pointing fingers at your cowardice. It didn't matter if they pointed fingers or not. The most important thing was to survive. Dokgak stared down at me with disapproving eyes and sent me compensation. You have obtained 200,000 coins as compensation. You have obtained 2 Envil stones for equipment transcendence as a reward. I thought it was around the time for items to enhance equipment to be released. SS-grade items from the early scenarios were almost like scraps in the mid to late scenario areas. However, using the Transcendence Anvil stones allowed you to stop the equipment from losing its quality. The income wasn't just that. The story one who went against the 12 zodiacs has been acquired. It might be history grade, but the more stories I had, the better. In the end, these little stories gathered together to form the complete status. In particular, the stories obtained would be useful in future fights thanks to distorting things as one pleases. The constellations chasing you are returning. No long after the constellations hid themselves, the exterior of the Jonghuk Industrial Complex emerged. Citizens who received the escape scenario were lining up to enter the industrial complex. Fortunately, Jang Haeyoung and Han Myungo had done well. I spoke to the dog who threw himself into the flames. You can leave now. You don't have to be loyal to me. He didn't want to follow me wholeheartedly anyway. Thus, it was better to part ways at this point. However, after I turned away, he kept chasing me. Pant, pant, pant. I spoke with a frown. What? You aren't going? Yep. Moisture filled the big dog's eyes. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is looking pitifully at the dog who threw himself into the flames. The real name of the dog who threw himself into the flames was the dog of OSU. TL. Old Korean folktale about a loyal dog who sacrificed himself to save his owner's life. In order to save his master from dying of fire, the dog wet his body and used it to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, even this name wasn't his actual name. Are you going to follow me? I hesitated for a moment. Come to think of it, things would be hard for this dog even if he split from me. Some of the constellations are looking at the dog who threw himself into the flames. In this world, There were just as many constellations aiming for other constellations as there were constellations aiming at incarnations. If he countered those who had the modifiers of Dog Hunter or Melberg's Dog Fancier, then he would be stolen or killed. So far, he had been safe because of the 12 zodiacs. Then let's go together. Pant, pant, pant. However, make your size a bit smaller. It will be a disturbance if you are too big. The dog who threw himself into the flames reduced the size of his body. He became the size of a golden retriever. Kim Dokja. Jang Haeyoung discovered me and waved in the distance. Hey, are you okay? What is that dog? I picked him up. What about the others? They are busy guiding the people. The dog who threw himself into the flames licked Jang Haeyoung's hand. Jang Haeyoung asked, "What's his name?" I wanted to tell the truth but decided to say it roughly. Wesyu. You have given a name to the dog who threw himself into the flames. The dog who threw himself into the flames is greatly impressed. The loyalty of the dog who threw himself into the flames has greatly increased. If I had known, I would have given him a better name. Jang Haeyoung carefully examined Osa's body and was delighted. This is great. Seijo will like you. I was about to ask who Seijo was when I realized. Are you talking about the Breaking the Sky Master? Was she a female? Did you forget that only women can learn the Breaking the Sky swordsmanship? Come to think of it, the Breaking the Sky swordsmanship was like that. There were too many exceptions. For example, the guy in front of me. Why are you looking at me like that? No, it's nothing. I shook my head to get rid of my thoughts. The important issue right now wasn't Jang Haeyoung's gender identity. Because the beginning of the Demon King selection is imminent. The Demon King selection was starting now. It came. Jang Haeyoung looked up nervously at my words. The entire 73rd Demon Realm was shaking. Unfamiliar colored stars appeared in the sky one by one. In order to watch the big event where the giant story was occurring, the constellations arrived from various parts of the star stream. Multiple constellations are entering the channel. Many Demon Kings are entering the channel. I could feel the mood just be looking at the beings entering the channel. The constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring is looking at you. The constellation God of Wine and Ecstasy is staring at you. The constellation Mass Production Maker is waving at you. The constellations I had met also appeared in the high skies. I tried to relax as I looked up at them in the sky. I had finally come to this place. There were still many scenarios remaining and they were far away. Nevertheless, it wasn't a long way off now. At the very least, I came to a place where these lofty constellations were located in this mountain range. The 25th main scenario has arrived. Excessive skipping of the main scenario has damaged party of your status. I didn't carry out the scenarios in the 20s. I started to 25th scenario straight away, so it was unavoidable that there would be a loss in probability. The main scenario, Demon King selection, has started. Plus, main scenario number 25 Demon King selection. Category, main. Difficulty? Clear conditions. Team up with helpers to win the mythical battlefield. Time limit. Compensation. Official succession of the Demon King position. Failure, death. You can recruit helpers for this scenario. There will be additional explanations from the Dakibis as the scenario progresses. Plus, it was a scenario where death was marked as the failure result. I would die here if I lost. It wasn't unfamiliar to me since it happened often. This scenario is held on a dedicated stage. The total number of participants in this scenario is 4. The main participants can recruit helpers if it is mutually agreed upon. You are a main participant in this scenario. I felt something great from the north and west. The constellations belonging to the Meladon Industrial Complex are showing hostility towards you. The constellations belonging to the Burkan Industrial Complex are showing hostility towards you. As the constellations in the sky flashed, the voice of the Dakibi was heard. You have been waiting a long time, constellations. They were Dokgak and Baihyung. Finally, the Demon King selection that you have been waiting for has begun. Along with Baihyung's words, a large hologram of a stage appeared on the screen in the air. First, thank you to the Mass Production Maker for making the game stage for this scenario. There was exaggerated applause as the map created by the Mass Production Maker appeared on the hologram. The game Mythical Battlefield is loaded. The map was a vast forest area with huge cliffs at the edges. The forest zone contained patterns of the industrial complex in the east, west, north, and south, which probably signified the starting points of each industrial complex. As you might have expected, this selection isn't simply a hit-and-run fight. It will be held in the form of a team competition, with each team being an industrial complex. Some of the constellations were surprised by the Dakibi's words and sent indirect messages. Of course, I wasn't surprised. I knew it well through the original novel. The rules of the game are simple. All participants can make a team of 7 people, including themselves. Every team member is given a different position, and will play a role in the scenario through that position. It was similar to the so-called AOS games that were once popular on Earth. 1 tanker, 2 close-range damage dealers, 2 long-range damage dealers, and 1 supporter. Finally, 1 all-rounder. His was the game, the mythical battlefield where 7 people teamed up to fight. The Constellation mass production maker is smiling. As a matter of fact, this game was made of elements that had been stolen from somewhere. The Dakibi's words continued. There are 2 ways to win the game. One is to annihilate the participants of other teams apart from your own. The second way is to take away the sentence of the other team. Well, there will be more details once you join the game. Rather, there is one more important announcement. Baihyung glanced at me after long words. A total of 4 teams were originally scheduled to participate in this selection competition, but one of the industrial complexes almost collapsed before the game started. I felt uneasy for a moment. Baihyung continued. To consider the fairness of the game, we have decided to tie 2 comparatively unfavorable industrial complexes together into 1 team. Then I heard a message in the air. You are currently a participant of the Yu Jonghyuk Kim Dokja Industrial Complex. It was an unexpected situation. I had been worried about Yu Jonghyuk's team, so now I was able to reduce my troubles. Perhaps it was Baihyung's doing. In any case, why was it the Yu Jonghyuk Kim Dokja Industrial Complex? Based on the order of the Hangul flowchart, shouldn't the name of the industrial complex be Kim Dokja Yu Jonghyuk Industrial Complex? In any case, Jang Haeyoung, where's Yu Jonghyuk now? I looked around for Yu Jonghyuk, but I couldn't find any traces of him. Jang Haeyoung's eyes were wide as he asked back, what are you talking about? Didn't you meet him? Meet him? Didn't he go looking for you? What? I had a bad feeling. I hurriedly used Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. You can't connect with the current target. Damn it. I was wondering how to find this son of a bitch when something flashed on my mind. Fortunately, it was now midday. You have used the midday tryst. The midday tryst. It was an unknown chat item that I linked to this guy in the past. I didn't know if it was in range, but this was the only thing I could believe in right now. There are 39 unread messages. By the way, I had dozens of messages from him. I hurriedly opened the window. The first message started as followed. Kim Dokja, I saved Bayu/sender. Yu Jonghyuk, 47 hours and 39 minutes ago. The messages continued to come over the next few days. But why did you suddenly disappear? /sender. Yu Jonghyuk, 46 hours and 54 minutes ago. I have no time for your childish antics. /sender. Yu Jonghyuk, 46 hours and 39 minutes ago. I will kill you if you don't show up again. /sender. Yu Jonghyuk, 45 hours and 18 minutes ago. It isn't a joke. /sender. Yu Jonghyuk, 44 hours and 39 minutes ago. Kim Dokja. /sender. Yu Jonghyuk, 41 hours and 38 minutes ago. After that, the dozens of messages continued. The last message was, I will go. /sender. Yu Jonghyuk, 23 hours and 14 minutes ago. No, where did this bastard plan to go? I was dumbfounded and quickly sent a message. You idiot, come back quickly. I am currently in the industrial complex. However, Yu Jonghyuk didn't answer. There were no signs that he read it. Instead, I received a scenario message that was like a death sentence. Please recruit your helpers within 10 minutes. You can recruit 6 helpers. There were 2 dogs, 1 gender-ambiguous human, and a person trembling with fear that I would point to him. He had postpartum depression, damn it. I urgently needed to fill up the 7 people, regardless of power. I sighed and opened my mouth. I will choose the helpers. The 2 dogs, Jang Haeyoung and Han Myunggo, were included, but I still needed 2 more. Even if 1 spot was left for Yu Jonghyuk, 1 more person had to be recruited separately. I looked up at the sky. Every constellation in the channel is listening to you. Now it was time to test my network. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 260, The Best at Something 2. The moment I opened my mouth towards the constellations, the frightened Han Myunggo raised his hands. Don't include me. Honestly, I don't think I will be any help. He was frightened. All participants and helpers would be at least a great grade constellation. It was a power that head manager Han of Minosoft didn't have. I touched Han Myunggo's shoulder and told him, please fill in the number of people. It isn't a real death even if you die in there. Just close your eyes and play the game. The mythical battlefield had a total of 3 chances. If I lost this round, I could make up for it in the next round and the round after that. But it will be painful. Yes. Then I don't want to. I want. Thank you, Department Head Nim. You have gained Demon Earl Han Myunggo as a helper. Number of helper spots left. 5 people. It would be nice if I could get a better pinch hitter, but there were no suitable talents. I could choose Mark or Aileen, but they were honestly inferior to Han Myunggo, who was a Demon Earl. I will naturally participate. Jang Haeyoung bumped his fists like he had been waiting. You have gained Dimensional Mover Jang Haeyoung as a helper. Number of helper spots left. 4 people. How much was Jang Haeyoung's combat power now? I heard he came third in the martial arts competition, but I couldn't feel it because I wasn't present. The Jang Haeyoung of any round hadn't succeeded the breaking the sky swordsmanship during this period. I turned my head towards another breaking the sky sword saint disciple. Breaking the sky master. Woof. The answer was simple. You have gained knowledgeable dog breaking the sky master as a helper. Number of helper spots left. 3 people. The transcendent dog breaking the sky master could definitely compete with the great grade constellations. This dog would obviously be a big help in this fight. By the way, the expression of the breaking the sky master wasn't good. Growling. Woof. The breaking the sky master's blustery gaze was directed towards a dog. I knew what he meant. That's right. He is a new colleague. Woof woof woof. Can't be helped even if you don't like it. OSU, who had been watching quietly, started sniffing the butt of the breaking the sky master. Then the breaking the sky master had flames in her eyes as she kicked his forehead. Yep. He wasn't reliable, but I had to add him as a colleague. He was better than Han Myung-go because he was a great grade constellation. You have gained dog who threw himself into the flames as a helper. Number of helper spots left. 2 people. One of the remaining 2 spots was for Yu Jong-hyuk. You have registered Supreme King Yu Jong-hyuk as a helper. The character is currently not nearby. Once the person accepts the offer, they will be automatically summoned to the battlefield. There are 5 minutes remaining. Now I had 1 spot left. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at the constellations. I could feel the eyes of the constellations on me. Let's get a volunteer. Is there anyone who can become a helper? To be honest, I thought there was no way there would be no applicants. The constellations in the channel were those who had been following my story all the way here. If there was more than 1 volunteer, I might be able to replace Han Myung-go. By the way, the constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring is making an unknown smile. The constellation Bald General of Justice wipes his head hard. The constellation Mass Production Maker is complaining of back pain. Shit. Many constellations are turning their heads away from your eyes. I glared at the sky with disapproving eyes. This stage might not be deserving of Persephone or the Mass Production Maker, but there were the great grade constellations. I sighed and turned towards Jang Haeyoung. Jang Haeyoung, did you contact the constellations I mentioned? Yes. In order to prepare for this day, I asked Jang Haeyoung to get in touch with some constellations. What about Maritime War God? He said he will think about it. I frowned. How long was he going to think about it? No matter how much he was worried about the probability. Was he afraid of going against other nebulae? The constellation Bald General of Justice is wiping his head with a towel. Originally, my plan was to bring Breaking the Sky Sword Namgung Minyoung and Paradox Baekhyung Kyrios Rodgrame. However, these 2 people were now in Murim. Gorios' first sword? There was no answer. At this point, I felt a bit betrayed. The constellation Bald General of Justice has a traffic expression as he wrapped the towel. He wiped his forehead with around his head. Couldn't be helped. If this happened, I had to choose the second best thing. The constellation Bald General of Justice is nodding and looking at you. Asmodeus, didn't you say you would help me? A sinister black star in the corner of the sky wriggled at my words. The Demon King of Lust and Fury is looking at you. The Demon King of Lust and Fury says he will help from the 3rd round. From the 3rd round? The Demon King of Lust and Fury wants to test if you deserve his help. I bit my lip. This damn Demon King was now measuring me. I wondered if I could make it to the 3rd round. Fortunately, I didn't see any names of Demon Kings among the helpers on the other side. In the Meladon, the constellation founder of humanity has been designated as a helper. In the Burkan, the constellation the Last Pharaoh has been designated as a helper. In the Meladon, the constellation poked out his eyes has been designated as a helper. In the Meladon, the constellation General of Banera has been designated as a helper. There were the modifiers of some fearsome constellations, even if they weren't Demon Kings. I could even see some narrative-grade constellations. The desire of the constellations to tear, chew, and taste the scenario could be felt on my skin. It was a situation where I had to grasp at any straws. Uriel, the Nebula Eden is troubled by your suggestion. The Demon Kings of the Demon World are paying close attention to the movements of the Nebula Eden. I forgot that this was the Demon World. The image of Uriel and the writings of the Scribe of Heaven appeared in front of my eyes. As long as the agreement between the 2 groups persisted, Uriel wouldn't be able to participate in the game. In the end, I reached out for another straw. The Great Sage, the equal of heaven. However, the reaction of the Great Sage, the equal of heaven. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is scoffing at you. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is clicking his tongue at the constellations of the other industrial complexes. He seemed to think that this stage didn't fit his pride as the Monkey King. It would hurt his self-esteem to lower himself to this scenario. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is chuckling towards you. Jang Haeyoung asked like he had heard the message. What about the Fire Dragon? No. Why? He's better than I thought. I knew the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon wasn't a bad guy, but his power was too risky to borrow. Crucially, there was a separate place where the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon was needed. I eventually sighed. Can't be helped. The only remaining constellation is… Who? The constellation Bald General of Justice is holding his bamboo stick like he has been waiting. Jang Haeyoung, send a message to Secretive Plotter. Some constellations are surprised by your choice. The constellation Secretive Plotter. Of the 4 main constellations in my channel, he was the only one whose identity I didn't know. I didn't know why he hadn't showed up in my channel when the Great Sage, the Equal of Heaven, and the Black Dragon had appeared. A small number of constellations are afraid of your choice. Some constellations are trying to dissuade you from your choice. The reactions of the constellations were understandable. I wasn't sure about the identity of the Secretive Plotter, but it was highly likely he was an outer god. He also had enough influence to knock away the Great Old Ones. Perhaps the other constellations were deeply conscious of this fact. Jang Haeyoung typed something in the air before calling out to me. Kim Dokja. Did you say it properly? Why? Look at this. Jang Haeyoung showed me the screen he had entered. The following message was on the screen. This modifier doesn't exist in the star stream. I was stunned and asked Jang Haeyoung, did you enter it correctly? Do you think I'm a fool? Jang Haeyoung once again entered Secretive Plotter. This modifier doesn't exist in the star stream. Secretive Plotter, this modifier didn't exist? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is making an interested expression. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is curious. The constellation master of the Skywalk is turning on the network. A number of constellations are searching for Secretive Plotter. I didn't think it would be like this and was momentarily paralyzed. There is 1 minute remaining. In fact, there were cases where constellations had multiple modifiers. However, was that the current situation? A modifier had disappeared? What now? Jang Haeyoung stared at me with nervous eyes. The remaining time was less than 30 seconds. The constellation Bald General of Justice is screaming and standing up. I looked up at the sky. It was hard to ignore him anymore. Samyangdang, please help. The moment I spoke, lightning flashed in the sky. The constellation Bald General of Justice is using probability to summon an incarnation body. I stared at the incarnation body that was being formed in the dazzling light and thought about it. It might be better to have a trustworthy ally compared to a strong but uncontrollable constellation. At the very least, Samyangdang was one of the constellations who supported me when I first got the rights to open a nebula. The summoning ceremony ended, but the light still hadn't disappeared. A closer look showed a flash of light from the head of Samyangdang. I used my hand to form a curtain as a voice was heard. It's been a while, Kim Dokja. I was impressed by the true voice that contained a formidable history. Dogs and cats could become constellations if they were lucky. This didn't mean they were constellations. It's been a long time, Samyangdang. The 3 meters tall monk. He held a large bamboo stick that was like a giant tree. The great grade constellation Samyangdang finally revealed his true self. You have gained Bald General of Justice as a helper. You have all your helpers. All participants have completed recruiting their helper. The game Mythical Battlefield has appeared in the Demon World. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 261, The Best at Something, 3. The moment I heard the system message, the surrounding landscape started to change. The Mythical Battlefield. The feature of this mythical battlefield was to virtually borrow the stage of a giant story. You have entered the Armageddon battlefield. The game will start after 3 minutes. On one side of the sky, a stairway of heaven opened while the other side was a door of hell. If this was real, the archangels of Eden would have flocked to the staircase while the demon kings of the demon world would have come out of the gate of hell. Fortunately, there was no such thing. This was a hypothetical stage. The constellation guardian of youths and travel is frowning at the familiar stage. The demon king of lust and fury is showing hostility to guardian of youths and travel. Many constellations and demon kings are confronting each other. I really hoped it wouldn't be a big deal. It is eerie. Jang Haeyoung held his shoulders while looking up at the sky. I heard an eerie sound in the background. I looked at the huge shield that surrounded us. The shield would protect us until the game started. Stay alert. Please check your selected position. The party members regained their composure at my words. Who's the tanker? I am. The tanker was Samyangdang, the close-range damage dealers were me and the Breaking the Sky Master, and the long-range damage dealers were Jang Haeyoung and OSU. Han Myunggo was the supporter. Finally, the all-rounder was Yu Jonghyuk? He might fall in somewhere else. The mythical battlefield depended on where you were summoned from. The helper Yu Jonghyuk has responded to the summons. This message appeared, so Yu Jonghyuk should be somewhere on the battlefield. Jang Haeyoung asked, is this game on a battlefield of time and space? I've seen it. If the enemy's stronghold is destroyed. That's right. Still, it is a bit different. Usually, an AOS game ended when you captured the enemy's main base. This game was different. We have to capture the sentence, not the base. Sentence? I pointed to the object that was in Han Myung-go's hand. It was a small monument shining with brilliant colors. What is this? We have to protect that. The monument literally contained a small sentence. Messengers of heaven, gatekeeper of hell. Han Myung-go was terrified and tried to hand over the monument to me. I pushed it with the palm of my hand and stated, Department Headnam should hold it. It is important to guard it well. IIT is because it is important that Dr. Jassy should. Department Headnam should hold it because it is important. The sentence is usually held by the main participant. The enemies are expecting that. Two won't do it. I have never played such a game. Han Myung-go was dull in games despite being the department head of a game company. Come to think of it, Usanga played games well. Usanga carried her team alone and reached the finals of the in-house game competition. However, the person present now was Han Myung-go, not Usanga. In any case, there are two ways to win this game. One is to steal the enemy team's sentence. The other is to kill all of the enemy team's participants. It will be easier to steal the sentence. Yes, that is usually the case. Good. Leave it to me. Jang Haeyoung cried out in a highly motivated manner. However, this wasn't a solo game. I know you are motivated, but stop your personal play. From now on, we will make a plan. Bark bark. Woof woof. I had forgotten two of my companions. The dog who threw himself into the flames was sniffing around the periphery, while the Breaking the Sky Master was lying down like she wasn't interested. I turned my head toward my last hope. Samyangdang. He seemed to be listening to advice from other constellations, so he was the only one I could expect anything from. I don't understand because you were using difficult words. Game, what is this? Samyangdang had an incredibly annoyed expression. Some of the constellations of the Korean peninsula are frustrated with the bald general of justice. I never considered that he was an elder. Samyangdang didn't know the modern game terminology. In any case, I just have to kill all of them? Yes, it is similar. If that's the case, well, be the winner. I am your helper. Samyangdang started to run while wielding his bamboo stick. The game has started. Then the stage's shield was finally lifted. The stats of the players will be automatically adjusted based on the difficulty of the game. In the first round, all participants can only use 10% of their original stats. This penalty will be reduced as the number of rounds increases. Then in our stairway to heaven's side, small angels resembling fairies started to fly. The team support group is created. The low-grade angels are helping you. The surprised OSU barked at the angels. Hey, don't bite them. They're on our side. Samyangdang, wait. Let's go together. It was a roller coaster from the start. Samyangdang was in the front line and the Breaking the Sky Master and OSU started sprinting after him. Jang Haeyoung and I chased them while Han Myung-go was timid at the back of the party. Department Headnam, stay in the back as much as possible. Don't come forward. I will do my best. Han Myung-go was excellent at running away and would find a way no matter what. The map changed. We left our main area and a vast plains area unfolded in front of us. Both sides of the plains had a valley and forest respectively. If I remembered correctly, there was the Apocalypse Imugi on the valley side and the Fallen Seraphim on the forest side. In addition, there were quite a number of monsters that gave a buff effect if they were caught early in the map. Wait a minute. Samyangdang. Don't go too fast. Believe in me. I'm strong in a war. Samyangdang let out a brilliant true voice and reached into the air. Fallen spirits of the Korean peninsula. Give me the power to win. Who would give strength to Samyangdang? Surprisingly, messages were heard. The constellation Lady of the Brocade Sleep is supporting the constellation Bald General of Justice. The constellation Last Hero of Wangsanbeil is cheering on the constellation Bald General of Justice. The constellation King Hungmu the Great has sponsored 100 coins to the constellation Bald General of Justice. It was literally a simple cheer. Oh! Soon after, the enemy appeared in front of him. Every constellation in an incarnation body was holding a weapon. General of Van Era poked out his eyes. Thunder-eating bird. There was a monstrous monkey dressed in armor with golden feathers. In addition, King Oedipus, whom I once met, the constellations were encountered seemed to be from the Meladon Industrial Complex. It was a party where narrative-grade constellations were mixed. However, there was still a chance of winning because they had less insight into the game. Come on, you barbarians. Samyang discovered the enemies and made a sudden attack. His voice was so loud that I felt some expectations for a moment. Yes, I didn't know until I saw him fight. On the battlefield where only 10% of stats could be used, I didn't know the strength of Samyang. I couldn't belittle a great grade constellation. There were strong people like Chiak Jungyong among them. This guardian god of victory will break down this battle formation. Samyang swept the bamboo stick. The confused constellation screamed and an explosion swept through the battlefield. Flesh scattered everywhere. A weapon was broken. Blood scattered from a wound. The first death has occurred. Samyang fought well. I looked around at the party members and cried out, "Everyone, run away." The Helper Bald General of Justice was defeated by the Helper General of Vanera. The Industrial Complex Meladon team has earned 1 point. Shit, what was with that monk? Believe in him? Han Myungo was the fastest when it came to running away. I thought it would be like this, but Samyang wasn't just trolling. Samyang's soul is roaming the battlefield. Oh! The dead soul of Samyang wandered around the battlefield and attacked the constellations coming after us. It was thanks to this that we found a chance to run away. However, the enemy's pursuit was fast. The first one chasing us was a huge bird covering the sky. It was the thunder-eating bird. If I remembered correctly, the bird's real name was Garuda. He was the mount of Vishnu, one of the 3 lords of Vedas. His beak changed trajectory in the air and turned towards me. The constellation dog who threw himself into the flames is throwing his body to protect you. At this moment, OSU ran forward. He struck Garuda's big body from the side. Growling. Fortunately, OSU clung onto the feathers of Garuda. Flames rose as OSU barked at us to run away. Bark, bark, bark. Yep. It was a situation where OSU was clinging to a constellation. It was too late to save him. The helper dog who threw himself into the flames has died. Damn it. The situation was getting worse. The Breaking the Sky Master was nowhere to be seen. The people left were Jang Haeyoung, Han Myungo and I. I am sorry. Then Han Myungo suddenly committed an abrupt act. Han Myungo cut off one of his legs. The character Han Myungo has activated one-legged swift runner LV. 10. Oh, Han Myungo had that damn stigma. Han Myungo started running like an ostrich. Yes, it was all over of Han Myungo, so it was better for him to run away. By the way, that skill had already reached level 10. Kim Dokja. Now what? I blocked Jang Haeyoung and immediately jumped into the surrounding grass. You have concealed yourself in the nearby terrain. The effect of the bush means the enemies can't detect you. I looked up at Garuda and whispered to Jang Haeyoung. We can't fight against them with our current power. We have to aim to win by default due to the other players dropping out. It was important to buy time. Do you plan to consume time? For now. There was something I believed in. It was strange since I thought I was going to win with just this member. Somehow I had to drag out the time a bit more. At least until he came. The Demon King of Salvation. Where are you? The true voice echoed in front of the bush. It has been a while since our ill-fated relationship. Fleeing fate and living in a place like this, the blind prophet couldn't read it. The humble but arrogant way of speaking made me instantly aware of his identity. After a while, the presence of King Oedipus, the blind and shrewd king, appeared in the forest. I knew he had participated in this selection. However, I didn't expect to encounter him so quickly. You know that hiding is useless. This blind prophet already knows where you are. The moment Jang Haeyoung's shoulders flinched, I placed a finger to his mouth. Don't worry. He can't read my future with his ability. Thus, it was a clear trap. The moment we revealed ourselves, all the nearby constellations would run. It isn't too late now. Olympus is still open to you. The constellation Demon King of Salvation says to go away and not speak bullshit. How funny. King Oedipus laughed, but his expression was completely stiff. You'll see if you can keep staying still. The surrounding constellations started to sweep through the bushes. Their attacks were devastating as they used all types of explosions, acid and fire to damage the nearby bushes. The acidic liquid melted my feet and burned my neck and wrists. However, I held Jang Haeyoung's wrists tightly and didn't move. A little bit more. Just a bit more. The bombardment swept through the area. Fortunately, they didn't seem to have found us. They started gradually moving away from us. Just a bit more. I listened to the sound and estimated their distance. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Suddenly, all the explosions disappeared. Run. Jang Haeyoung and I ran out of the bush. We didn't see any constellations. At this moment, a scream was heard out of nowhere. It was a long and terrible scream. In the distant sky, a bird was falling down with a giant sword through its neck. The helper thunder-eating bird has been killed. He came. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 262, The Best at Something. 4. What? The surprised Jang Haeyoung's eyes widened. This is why I wanted to buy time. The participant Yu Jonghyuk has killed the helper thunder-eating bird. The Yu Jonghyuk Kim Dokja Industrial Complex has won 1 point. Yu Jonghyuk falling through the air and the bewildered constellations could be seen. The constellation poked out his eyes is crying out with surprise. The constellation general of Vanera is showing hostility towards Yu Jonghyuk. Many constellations are amazed by Yu Jonghyuk's movements. Yu Jonghyuk wasn't panicked at all despite the attacks. His movements seemed like he had grasped all the terrain features of this place. By the time the furious King Oedipus swung his staff, Yu Jonghyuk had already disappeared. Where did you go? Find him. He is near here. The constellations moved and searched around, but they couldn't find where Yu Jonghyuk had disappeared to. I hid behind a tree with Jang Haeyoung and watched the scene. One of Yu Jonghyuk's attributes was pro-gamer. This guy received an overwhelming advantage and adaptability in all games. This game was still in the early stages and stats were limited. Before the constellations were accustomed to the game, this first round was a better stage for us than anyone else. The opponents might be constellations, but it wasn't easy for them to face off against the current Yu Jonghyuk. There he is. The general of Vanera let out a wind blade from his mouth towards a bush and shouted. There was a loud noise and the surrounding terrain was cut. However, this time Yu Jonghyuk wasn't present. The confused general of Vanera retreated and a flash of light emerged from the dirt on the ground. It was too late to avoid it. The participant Yu Jonghyuk has killed the helper general of Vanera. Yes, Yu Jonghyuk should catch at least 2. The Yu Jonghyuk Kim Dokja Industrial Complex has won 2 points. The participant Yu Jonghyuk has started to blow blood onto the battlefield. Jang Haeyoung pointed towards Yu Jonghyuk and shivered. What is this? A monster? It is similar. He is the best pro gamer in South Korea. I was talking about the setting of ways of survival. In the distance, the general of Vanera's body was split in half and he disappeared. The rules of the game were applied so he wouldn't really die, but the mental damage was significant. The constellation prisoner of the Golden Headband is pleased. The constellation prisoner of the Golden Headband has sponsored 20,000 coins to the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. The true name of the general of Vanera was Hanuman, a monkey hero of Indian mythology. Due to the characteristic of both being monkeys, the 2 constellations didn't have a good relationship with each other. I guess it was true. Shit. Chase him. Yu Jonghyuk killed 2 people and hid in the rocky gorge this time. Then 1 more enemy appeared. The constellation founder of humanity wants to show an example to his arrogant descendant. The constellation who was close to a primitive man. The founder of humanity, Manu. I forgot that he was on the side FO the Meladon Industrial Complex. Maybe we should help. Manu of Vedas was a narrative-level constellation. He might be low in level among the narrative-grade constellations, but it was absolutely disadvantageous for Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk had already consumed a lot of mobility and magic power killing 2 constellations. He might have the attribute of pro-gamer, but it was too much for him from now on. The participant Yu Jonghyuk has activated the Sentinel Golem's blessing. Yu Jonghyuk stood on a rocky highland area and aimed a giant bow. The Star Relic Robin Hood's strongbow has maximized the user's accuracy. This bastard, when did he get this? It was something that could only be obtained from the 15th scenario area, Lugratia. Intangible arrows flew towards the body of King Oedipus. Kiak. Of course, Yu Jonghyuk's advantage wasn't only swordsmanship. This guy could use all types of weapons with the weapons mastery skill. You're not a closer range damage dealer. In addition, Yu Jonghyuk's position was all-rounder. The participant Yu Jonghyuk will receive the position compensation effect. While this game was in progress, Yu Jonghyuk wouldn't be penalized for using any types of weapons. I will kill you. This thing. King Oedipus screamed as holes were drilled into his body. We should go help. Wait a minute. Making clumsy movements in the current circumstances would only hinder Yu Jonghyuk. Immediately after launching Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, Yu Jonghyuk's operation flowed into my head like a movie trailer. Jang Haeyoung frowned at my flippant smile and asked, "What is it?" That bastard is scarier than I thought. Yu Jonghyuk didn't waste a single second when he came here. The evidence was the Sentinel Golem's blessing that was embedded in his body. The Sentinel Golem's blessing has started to accumulate. The Sentinel Golem inhabited the outskirts of the gorge and gave a fainting buff effect. However, this buff had one condition. The person had to succeed in 20 attacks before the fainting effect was produced. Now there were approximately 10 meters between Yu Jonghyuk and King Oedipus. This thing. King Oedipus jumped and tried to aim for Yu Jonghyuk. King Oedipus' body hardened from the ankle and he collapsed like a stone statue. The helper poked out his eyes has fainted. The duration of the fainting was 3 seconds. These 3 seconds were enough time for Yu Jonghyuk. The participant Yu Jonghyuk has killed the helper poked out his eyes. The name of the participant Yu Jonghyuk is widely circulated on the battlefield. The Yu Jonghyuk Kim Dokja Industrial Complex has won 3 points. 3. I honestly admired him. The appearance of the dying King Oedipus was unrealistic. It was hard to believe he was the constellation who threatened me at the constellation banquet. Impertinent fellow. However, the fight hadn't ended yet. Before Yu Jonghyuk could sigh, the excited founder of humanity rushed forward. Yu Jonghyuk was now lacking physical strength and magic power. The primitive spear belonging to the founder of humanity dug into a gap that Yu Jonghyuk revealed. It looked similar to a stone tool, but the power it contained was enormous. On the other hand, Yu Jonghyuk was also tough. He twisted his back with a flexible motion, and at nearly the same time, he swung his weapon. The spear collided with the sword, and a sharp sound was heard. The distinctive yellow aura that was only for transcendence was wrapped around Yu Jonghyuk's black demon sword. It opposed the blue status woven around the primitive spear wielded by Manu. These martial arts, they were skills left behind by worms. It still seems useful. It was a situation where participants could only use 10% of their power. Manu seemed unable to accurately determine the amount of force he could control. There were dozens of exchanges in a flash, and Manu laughed like he was having fun. You are pretty good human. I have seen countless transcendents, but none as strong as you. You haven't seen my master. A power similar to martial arts emerged from Mena's spear. Manu had mastered almost every type of talent that a human could gain. Originally, the present Yu Jonghyuk wouldn't be able to defeat Manu. Still, the balance of power was even because Manu hadn't fought such a long battle for a long time. How interesting. I haven't competed with more than 10 blows since becoming a constellation. The forcible equilibrium balance maintained this confrontation. I grabbed Jang Haeyoung, who was about to pop out. That jerk will die if this continues. The same thing would happen even if we popped out. I wanted to use electrification to run out and cut off Mena's neck. However, I had to endure it for now. If it turned out like I thought, Yu Jonghyuk would soon welcome an opportunity. All I needed was time. Just time. Jang Haeyoung, send a message through the wall. What? To who? The founder of humanity. Huh? The guy currently fighting with Yu Jonghyuk? The clever Jang Haeyoung realized what I was planning. Jang Haeyoung turned on the unidentified wall and wrote a message. Soon after, Mena's baffled voice rang out. What? These messages? I didn't need to ask to know the situation that Manu was facing now. Perhaps countless messages sent by the 15-year-old schoolgirl were popping up like pop-up windows in his field of view. These ridiculous tactics. Manu hesitated, and a white light started to emerge from Yu Jonghyuk's body. I had seen this bright light before. It happened when Jung Hee-won evolved to the Judge of Destruction. Then when Lee Hyun-sung learnt Great Mountain Smash. The character Yu Jonghyuk has reached the moment of attribute evolution. The attribute pro-gamer of the character Yu Jonghyuk has evolved. Attribute evolution. Finally, Yu Jonghyuk's second attribute had come to full bloom. Manu rushed forward and wielded his spear. At the same time, the dazzling light burst from Yu Jonghyuk's body. I watched the fascinating scene and recalled what Lee Jae-hai said in the latter half of Ways of Survival. Master has countless attributes. The best is naturally regressor. Other than that, Master of the Panacea and Enemy of Gods and Demons are excellent, Which one is the most envious attribute? Ahaha, it is naturally. Mena's spearsmanship swept over Yu Jonghyuk in vain. The ruler of amusement. It is that. Yu Jonghyuk slowly opened his eyes as he made the same expression I had constantly read about. At that moment, Yu Jonghyuk seemed to understand everything about this game. Perhaps in Yu Jonghyuk's eyes, all of Mena's attacks looked like a combination of zeros and ones. It was the legendary attribute, ruler of amusement. As long as this stage was a game, Yu Jonghyuk was closer to a deity than any other constellation in the world. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 263, The Best at Something. 5. Yu Jonghyuk's attribute evolved and the game flowed smoothly like water. The participant Yu Jonghyuk has killed the helper founder of humanity. The participant Yu Jonghyuk has won the Living Legend title. The constellations hadn't yet adapted to the game and weren't able to follow Yu Jonghyuk's movements. The constellations were inferior to Yu Jonghyuk in terms of utilizing game items, understanding the terrain and the extra buffs. The participant Yu Jonghyuk has started to write a new myth on this mythical battlefield. The participant Yu Jonghyuk is raising his name in the rankings of the mythical battlefield. Victory or defeat was decided in an instant. The time limit for the first game is over. The winning team will be determined based on the points obtained during the time limit. The winning team of the first game is the Yu Jonghyuk Kim Dokja Industrial Complex. We got a total of 6 points. In addition, the sentence we took away from the opposing team meant we had 2 sentences. The flower of the story blooms in the cruel demon territory. Jang Haeyoung stared at the sentence we had obtained several times before looking up blankly. We really won? Yes. I also didn't feel it was real. No matter the situation, we obtained the first victory against the mighty constellation. It wasn't a level to be elated by the fact that things went as planned. The Demon King of Lust and Fury is looking at you with interest. Many constellations are cheering for the Yu Jonghyuk Kim Dokja Industrial Complex. You have obtained 100,000 coins each as a reward for the first game. I was able to see Yu Jonghyuk approaching from a distance. I wanted to say something nice, but Yu Jonghyuk opened his mouth first. The messages were sent by this person. Before I could ask what he was talking about, Bayu popped out of Yu Jonghyuk's arms. Bayu seemed invigorated as she swung the Uriel doll like it was a toy. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire insists that she didn't do anything. Bayu threw the doll into the air and entered my arms. I stroked her head a few days before asking Yu Jonghyuk, who had grabbed the doll. Where the hell did you go? I went to the vicinity of Meladon. Why there? There was an item I had to obtain. Item? What is it? You don't need to know. Yu Jonghyuk's expression was somewhat dissatisfied as he stared at me. In addition, I thought it would be helpful to start at an unexpected position for the selection. It was a good judgment. In the first round, the spawn location different depending on where you were when the game started. Yu Jonghyuk hadn't departed from the same place as us and was able to farm items using a completely different route. This made it easier for him to aim at the enemies. Ha ha ha. Something amazing happened. However, the game isn't over until it ends. I heard Baihyung's voice from the air. His expression seemed somewhat excited because we won. 5 minutes later, the second game will start. It wasn't the time to be drunk on victory. This game had a total of 3 rounds. I looked over at my weary party members. The bodies of the dead Samyangdang and OSU were revived again. Now we just need to win one more time. The game is over if we win 2 rounds first. So everyone just try a bit harder. I tried to cheer them up, but the condition of my party members wasn't good. Samyangdang, why do you look like that? Samyangdang had turned into a wooden gong and was making a rattling sound. I spent too much of my probability. In this game, death didn't mean the disappearance of the incarnation body. However, the thing that remained unchanged was the number of resources consumed. OSU? Just like Samyangdang, OSU died in the last game and he was now almost as small as a guinea pig. It seemed they had overconsumed their probability and energy in the last game. The constellations of the same rank had significant differences in level due to the quantity and quality of their accumulated stories. It was Han Myungo who opened his mouth. 2 can't do it anymore. Han Myungo had run away safely until the end of the first game. He was like a lizard as his cut-off leg slowly grew. Nevertheless, his face had aged 10 years during this short period. It's fine. You've worked hard. No matter how much their power was suppressed, the opponents were still constellations. He had faced the status of a constellation for more than an hour and any normal incarnation would collapse. The small consolation was that the Breaking the Sky Master was unharmed. Woof woof. In the first game, the Breaking the Sky Master helped Yu Jonghyuk hunt one of the constellations. Me, Yu Jonghyuk, Jang Haeyoung, and the Breaking the Sky Master. Now there were only the 4 of us in the team. Understandably, for wasn't enough to win the game. Then Yu Jonghyuk opened his mouth. I will try to call additional power. Do you have any constellations? I don't know if reinforcements will come in time. They'll just put them on the list for now. I had no idea of who he would call. Did Yu Jonghyuk have any connections during this period? Yu Jonghyuk continued talking. We have to change our plan in the second round. Our positions as well. Why? Can't we do it like the last round? At Jang Haeyoung's question, Yu Jonghyuk glanced at me and silently shook his head. I ended up answering instead. Yu Jonghyuk's attribute is powerful, but it isn't invincible. It seems almost invincible. It was because the constellations didn't know much about this game. From the second round, the penalty on stats would be slightly released. The constellations who had looked down on us would start to collect attributes and skills related to the game and would narrow the gap using an enormous amount of coins. Yu Jonghyuk might have ruler of amusement, but there was a limit to him alone. I pondered for a moment before declaring to the party members. I have an idea. We have decided to cooperate with the Burkan Industrial Complex. Are you telling me to join forces with Papyrus? It isn't the time to cover hot water with cold water. A deep sigh emerged from Duke Meladon, who resembled a rhinoceros. All the constellations on the battlefield had been destroyed by a single incarnation. They were caught off guard and hit in the back or had a sword piercing their feet. There were even constellations who fought against him one-on-one and were defeated. We can't let them win this time. You should know this. Don't worry. I was careless in the last round, but this time will be different. Founder of humanity, Manu gritted his teeth as he raised the primitive spear. I have learnt enough about this game. In fact, messages had been coming from the air for a long time. The constellation founder of humanity has purchased the special game talent skill. The constellation Thunder-Eating Bird has purchased the 1-week game master item. The Dakibis were grinning widely at the suddenly buying binge. Oh my constellations. Going to this extent. The constellations didn't like this expression on the Dakibis, but the more important thing was their pride, which had been crushed by the incarnation. Let's go. The game started and the constellations moved in unison. The influence of the attributes and items was great. They used the terrain to cover their actions and were fully aware of how their stigmas and skills were applied to this game. The all-rounder of the team was the incomprehensible incarnation. If they killed him, the game would end. Over there. The thunder-eating bird glided and created strong winds. Amidst the wind-swept bushes, the owner of the sword was revealed. It was Yu Jonghyuk. Now, it will be different from before. The founder of humanity swung his spear, followed by a ray from King Oedipus. Yu Jonghyuk couldn't avoid the attack and blood flowed from his forearm. The shadow of General of Vanera split up and pursued the gap revealed by Yu Jonghyuk. A sharp rod brushed past Yu Jonghyuk's side. There was the sound of flesh being hit. Now the power of the constellations was limited to 30%. That damage that Yu Jonghyuk received was different from before. However, Yu Jonghyuk held up well despite the constellation's onslaught. What? Why isn't he dead? Duke Melodon felt it was strange and used a skill to figure out Yu Jonghyuk's physical state. Surprisingly, Yu Jonghyuk still had more than 70% of his health remaining. This guy's health is a bit strange. Don't tell me. Then the screams of the constellations were heard from the rear. The enemies probably believed that Yu Jonghyuk was an all-rounder. Breaking the Sky Master. The Breaking the Sky Master flew forward at my signal. Like a spear of light dividing the space. The Breaking the Sky Master penetrated the torso of the thunder-eating bird, who was aiming at Yu Jonghyuk. The battered bird fell down and the Breaking the Sky Master tore at the bird's torso with her fangs. As soon as our position was exposed, the nearby constellations started to run this way. There were a total of 3 constellations rushing over. The long-distance damage dealer Jang Haeyoung received an agility penalty, so there was no chance of winning when it was close combat. Even so, the situation was different this time. Kim Daksha, buy me 10 seconds. Understood. Jang Haeyoung took a stance, his left hand forward while his right fist was pulled back to his shoulder as he started gathering strength. Jang Haeyoung has used the points earned to unseal a specific skill. The helper Jang Haeyoung is preparing the ultimate. In this game, stigmas and skills over a certain power level were treated as ultimate. In addition, the ultimate could only be released with points obtained in the game. Jang Haeyoung used the points we had just earned as an assistant. The helper Jang Haeyoung has activated Breaking the Sky Force Punch LV. 10. There was the sound of a cannon bursting and a mighty wind was created as Jang Haeyoung's fist tore through the space. The wind crushed the ray of light coming from King Oedipus and blew away 2 of the running constellations. Breaking the Sky Force Punch. I had seen it in Ways of Survival. It was a technique made out of boredom by the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint who pursued the path of the sword. I didn't know she could make such a powerful technique when bored. The helper Jang Haeyoung has killed the helper Thunder-Eating Bird. The helper Jang Haeyoung has neutralized the helper general of Vanera. I thought it would be a success just defeating 1 constellation. Yet 1 constellation died and 1 suffered a fatal wound. Didn't I say that I was a hard worker? Jang Haeyoung laughed despite obviously overdoing it. Even Jang Haeyoung would find it hard to achieve such rapid growth. Maybe he made a deal with the unidentified wall. Kill him. The enraged constellations ran in a messy manner. Jang Haeyoung also ran towards them. Kim Daksha. Go. Do it according to the plan. If I tried to save Jang Haeyoung here, the time would be delayed. This time, it was me who had the sentence. Shortly after I ran towards the gorge, a scream was heard from behind me. The helper Breaking the Sky Master has been killed. The helper Jang Haeyoung has been killed. Shit. Fortunately, Yu Jonghyuk was still in good shape. Whether he was a tanker or all-rounder, Yu Jonghyuk was Yu Jonghyuk. I went down to the bottom of the canyon and dark fog started to pour into the vicinity. I had calculated this. If the fog had begun, the monster would soon appear here. Then a constellation was felt from above the rocky terrain. You are quick, Demon King of Salvation. It was an unexpected move. Melodon's side should be tied up with Yu Jonghyuk. How did they already reach here? The moment I saw the shadow on the canyon rocks, I realized what happened. There was the shadow of a giant mummy and a goddess with a pointed scorpion tail. They were constellations of the Burkan who hadn't been seen in the last game. The last Pharaoh Cleopatra and the Scorpion Goddess Circuit. Surprisingly, King Oedipus of the Melodon camp could also be seen. I smiled bitterly. I see. You have decided to join forces? Circuit's tail swelled up and fired a stinger towards me. I was about to avoid the attack when old bandages released by the last pharaoh wrapped around my ankles. Close-range damage dealers were vulnerable to long-range damage dealers. My movements were limited, so it was obvious that I would die like this. King Oedipus seemed ready to finish things. I reflexively curled up. Powerful storm swept over my body. I could hear the laughter of the constellations. It was a laugh that was convinced of my death from this blow. You have converted the points won in the last game. You have unlocked a certain skill with the points. I slowly raised my body in the dust. The laughter disappeared from the constellations' faces as they saw me. The constellation poked out his eyes is astonished. The constellation Scorpion Goddess has wide eyes. The white fur wrapped around me protected me without a single scratch. The exclusive skill bookmark has been activated. It had been a long time since I used the third bookmark. I had been hesitant to use this bookmark for quite some time. I didn't think it was polite to my Dakibi. Your understanding of this person is very high and the skill abilities are strengthened. The exclusive skill Beast King's sensitivity LV 10+1 has been activated. I felt the warmth of Bayou curled up in my arms. The third bookmark, Beast Master Shin Yusung. I looked up at the constellations on the canyon with the white fur wrapped around me. The participant Demon King of Salvation will receive the position compensation effect. I didn't have the same attack power as Yu Zhonghyuk, nor could I learn things quickly like Jang Haeyoung. However, I had something better than them. I'm sorry, but I'm the all-rounder in this game. The Demon King selection would end in the second round. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 264, Dakjia's Story, 1. The fourth bookmark. The exclusive skill Way of the Wind LV 11+1 is activated. I avoided the flying sting of the Scorpion Goddess. If the strength of her body hadn't been suppressed, the poison would have vaporized the whole area. However, it was fine since I had Way of the Wind. I stepped on the melted gorge and released the white pure star energy. My sword cut the bandages of the last pharaoh. The moment my sword hit the bandages, there was the sound of a drum beat. King Oedipus didn't miss this gap and flew forward. The exclusive skill Beast King's sensitivity LV 10+1 has been activated. Normally, this was an impossible fight. Originally, only one bookmark could be used at a time. The effect of Looked into the Abyss has improved all your skills. Currently, 2 bookmarks are being used at the same time. The duration of bookmark is reduced by half. All my skills had improved since the last time I checked my attributes window. The fifth bookmark. The exclusive skill Electrification LV 12+2 has been activated. I became smaller through miniaturization. Then I turned into a point of light and penetrated the torso of the last pharaoh. The last pharaoh suffered a fatal wound and collapsed to the ground with a scream. I was fighting with the history I had built up. The things I read. The times I had lived. Everything that I had. How many more flashes of light were seen and how much blood was spilled. King Oedipus opened his mouth and spoke in a slightly weary tone. Great, Demon King of Salvation. Honestly, I didn't think you would be this strong. Nevertheless, there wasn't a look of defeat on his face. Shadows flocked to the top of the gorge. They were the other constellations belonging to Meladon and Burkan. Duke Burkan, mysterious bird of the Nile, supreme god of light. The number of constellations that appeared was close to 10. They looked down here from the high cliff of the gorge. I was stifled by the presence of the constellations, but I didn't back down. Are you just going to watch from there? Rather, I raised the status that was sleeping inside me. I was also a constellation. I didn't lose to them in terms of status. Some of the constellations were crushed by the status I released and stumbled back. However, it wasn't everyone. You're an interesting child. All of a sudden, some of the constellations on top of the canyon bowed and retreated. Someone was approaching from among the constellations. His long golden hair waved every time he took a step and his forearms drew a beautiful rainbow. The third eye on his forehead looked down here like the sun coming out. Mitra was trying to get his own holiday off, so I was wondering what type of person you were. His blinding appearance made his modifier obvious. The supreme god of light. I even knew his true name. Surya. Dazzling sparks appeared when I mentioned his real name. It was a sight that attested to the status of the name. Kid, do you know my name? I know. The Nebula Vedas had 8 great locapula. They were the guardians of the 8 cardinal directions, including north, south, east, and west. Surya of the southwest. Surya was one of the 8 locapula. The constellation mass production maker is frowning. The constellation goddess of love and beauty is accusing the supreme god of light. The constellation queen of the darkest spring is pointing out that this behavior doesn't fit the status of the supreme god of light. He was a powerful being equal to the 12 gods of Olympus. This presence was staring at me. If so, You know that you can't win this game. The status of over 1,000 years emerged from his body, and I suppressed the desire to step back. He wasn't a constellation I could fight against. Locapolisuria was different from King Oedipus and Cleopatra, who were humans that became constellations. Come to Vedas. You will die even if you win this game. I don't want to. You don't know the world that will appear after the giant story. Do you think you can stand against that power alone? It isn't a story that only one star can afford. I knew what he was saying. Perhaps the world that Surya saw was different from the world that I saw. Just by obtaining a single giant story, the level of the world that the constellation could perceive was entirely different. Nope, I can afford it. I'm not alone. The possibility of a new story is germinated. The 73rd demon realm wriggled as if in response to my words. Surya felt the vibrations and said, "You aren't alone, how funny. Who is with you now?" A person who is more familiar with the cause and effect law than anyone else is saying this. It is truly ridiculous. A powerful storm started to flow from Surya's incarnation body. The constellations around him turned pale. Still, he couldn't exercise all his power in this game, no matter his status. Sparks burst out in a dazzling manner. In this game, Meladon had won 2 points. These 2 points might be able to free one of Surya's stigmas. I couldn't let that happen. As I moved, the constellations blocked my way. A fist containing the power of electrification struck the face of the constellations. The broken heart of a young gold dragon repeatedly pumped and created a massive amount of magic power. I didn't hesitate to release this strength. A little more, just a bit more. I had to draw my magic power to the limits. The constellations couldn't cope with the power of electrification and fell down while bleeding. It was a transcendent power that could even destroy constellations. The white lightning burnt the bodies of the constellations. The participant Demon King of Salvation has killed the helper Scorpion Goddess. The participant Demon King of Salvation has killed the helper the last pharaoh. The broken heart of the gold dragon couldn't afford the magic power, and the energy in my body suddenly fell sharply. I gritted my teeth and moved. I dealt a blow to Duke Burkan and immediately turned my back to him, striking a blow to the mysterious bird of the Nile. You are overly affected by the character. The excessive use of bookmark can leave a permanent injury on your soul. Meanwhile, the supreme god of light wasn't perplexed at all as he saw me moving closer. I have watched you for a long time. You always borrow the power of other beings. The Beast King's sensitivity wrapped around my body while I prepared to deal a blow with electrification. From the first scenario to the present, you have never fought with your own power. Do you really think you can build up your own story? The history that you've learned is just history that came from stealing. Felt like I was facing hard steel. The supreme god of light used only one of his 4 arms to block the blow from electrification. It isn't yours. The third eye of the god shone as brightly as the sun. At that moment, I realized what stigma Surya had released. The constellation supreme god of light is invoking the third eye. My vision distorted and all the light around me disappeared. In the darkness, I felt the edge of this space gradually crumbling. There is no you in your story. Everything around me was already Surya's space. You will die alone. The third eye had the power to control time and space. It was the power of Surya's third eye. I was confused because I didn't think Surya would use this power so quickly. How could I get out of here? It wasn't possible to use electrification and Way of the Wind. The legendary story distorting things as one pleases has activated. I didn't know what to read. King of a kingless world wasn't suitable. Person who opposes the miracle was also ambiguous. The same was true for one who hunted the king of disasters. The space was now reduced to 1 square meter. What should I do? The story distorting things as one pleases is screaming. My back was tingling when I heard a sound. It sounded familiar, as if someone was eating a story. Delicious food. I looked back and a small mouth was stuck to my back, eating my story. Kim Dokja is a FOOL. It was the 4th wall. This bastard wasn't going to help me? The torn apart, distorting things as one pleases was now nearly useless and was entering its stomach. I forgot the urgency and shouted at the absurd situation. By the way, the thing that came out of my mouth wasn't a yell. The 4th wall said, "Kuwa." An explosive burst of sound poured into the surrounding space. The space trembled like it was a living creature and a gigantic crack formed. The stigma, the third eye, is shuddering. I realized what was going on. The third eye was a mental ability that controlled time and space by manipulating cognition. The 4th wall was the strongest skill I had in regards to a mental barrier. The constellation's supreme god of light is astonished. The darkness collapsed like glass breaking. Once the light returned, the first thing I saw was tears coming from the eye on the forehead of the supreme god of light. You? What are you? The astonished true voice resonated and the other constellations hurriedly rushed towards me. You dare die? My magic power was at the bottom. I didn't have enough power to open bookmark again. Nevertheless, it wasn't necessary anymore. It had been 20 minutes since the game started. The fog of the gorge is thickening. There was a groan from somewhere in the gorge and the movements of the constellations stopped. The nervous constellations looked at the top of the gorge and a dark shadow fell towards this side. I nervously slid down a rocky wall. It had been a long time since I saw something like this. The length was 5 kilometers. The body with a circumference of over 10 meters was falling towards the ground along with the collapsed upper part of the gorge. The constellations let out warning signals, but the large ones were crushed under the scales of the giant monster. The helper mysterious bird of the Nile has been killed by the apocalypse emoji. The monster burst like a bug and coiled up in the gorge, crying towards the air. The apocalypse emoji. It was the name of the monster I had been waiting for. Damn. Don't back down. The constellations were overwhelmed by the sudden disaster and started attacking with their stigmas. The one who killed the monster could get a powerful team buff. However, there was no way I could knock it down. According to Ways of Survival, the red dragon of the apocalypse who appeared in Armageddon had the fearsome power to blow up a third of the stars in the sky with a single tail. Quackheck. Of course, this emoji wasn't at the level of the red dragon of the apocalypse, but there were no constellations who could deal with this monster at the beginning of the game. Quiak. The constellations screamed as they were torn apart by the teeth of the emoji, while those struck by the tail were blown away. The unstoppable system messages were signaling the devastation of the gorge. In a moment, 7 participants and helpers died in the gorge. The surviving constellations escaped from the gorge using the sacrifice of other constellations. Surya's cold voice echoed through the gorge. You have a wicked trick up your sleeve. However, you won't be able to make it. The apocalypse emoji struck the constellations and was now looking at me. A red sphere gathered at its mouth in order to dissolve the last insect. The red flames of the apocalypse. It was the fire of judgment that could melt everything on the ground. The plan was okay. Meladon and Burken suffered deadly damage and the disadvantage of the game was now balanced to an almost equal level. I would have liked to have a bit more strength left. My death here meant we would be deprived of our sentences. I felt regret and emptiness. If we went to the third game, was there a chance for us to win? My eyes slowly closed as dark red flames headed towards my head. The waves of heat enveloped my body and there was the sizzling sound of rocks melting. Still, I didn't die no matter how much time passed. A new helper has been summoned to the game. I opened my eyes and saw someone in front of me. He wore a neat commando uniform. The soldier with the Special Forces mark on his shoulder was blocking the flames with a huge shield. The Constellation Master of Steel is looking at you. He had endured even the hottest hell flames ignition. A captain of South Korea's Special Operations Command. I watched the trembling man swallowing and sighed. How or why? I wanted to ask but didn't say anything. Numerous voices were pouring towards me through Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint and all my words were pointless. Afterwards, a giant chimera dragon was seen falling from the sky. A new helper has been summoned to the game. I saw the little girl sitting on the head of the dragon and funnily enough, felt a bit tearful. A juicy. The helpers that Yu Jonghyuk called finally reached the battlefield. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 265 Episode 50 Dokji's Story 2. There were a total of 3 reinforcements that Yu Jonghyuk invited. Beast Master Shin Yusung, Steel Sword Lee Hyunsung and Hyen Sungsi. Please take Dokjasi out of here. Ariadne's web shot through the air and placed me on Lee Hyunsung's back. A woman in a catsuit was running through the sky with the Hermes walking method. It was the incarnation of Olympus, Yusanga. Yusung, fire the breath from a long distance. Continue until Hyen Sungsi leaves. The Chimera Dragon roared and fired a breath. The apocalypse emoji screamed like it was quite painful. The Constellation Master of Steel has given a great probability to his incarnation. The Constellation Abandoned Lover of the Labyrinth is supporting her incarnation. The Constellation Master of the Skywalk is supporting his incarnation. The constellations supporting Lee Hyunsung and Yusanga seem to be struggling. Thanks to Yusanga's commands, I was forcibly carried on Lee Hyunsung's shoulder. Lee Hyunsungsi. Stay still, Dokjasi. You don't have to do this. I can move now. Lee Hyunsung didn't loosen his hard arms at my words. The only thing he did was silently climb the gorge. Once the top of the gorge could be seen, Lee Hyunsung opened his mouth. Dokjasi, have you ever thrown a grenade? Grenade? To use a grenade, you have to go through 3 steps. Remove the safety clip, remove the safety pin and throw it. I know because I've thrown it in the training camp. Then you know how important the safety pin is for a grenade. I realized what Lee Hyunsung was trying to say. I lost the safety pin. Wasn't it the bullet shell last time? I thought that I shouldn't lose it again. Lee Hyunsung turned his head and looked back at me. Once the safety pin is inserted, it must be done well. Soon after, we reached the top of the gorge. At the bottom, Yusanga and Shin Yusung were riding the Chimera Dragon out of the gorge. I saw Shin Yusung's brightly smiling face and my heart felt complicated. Hien Sungsi. Yes. I knew what Lee Hyun-sung wanted to say. He had been a soldier all his life, so this was the only way he could express it. Thank you for coming. I heard a sniffling sound but pretended not to know anything. After a while, something rolled like an acorn and crashed into my leg. A juicy. She hugged my tattered leg like it was precious. It's been a while, Yusung. Shin Yusung nodded vigorously when her face against my coat. I patted Shin Yusung's back while Yusanga approached. It has been a long time, Doc Jassy. Yes. Have you been well? Well, it was a stupid question. Since the scenario started, no one could be well. You are the same, Doc Jassy. Yusanga's smile wasn't false. Before the destruction of the world and after the destruction, Yusanga was the only one who laughed at my jokes. The others? Only we came. Hee-Wansi and the kids wanted to come as well, but I tossed the coin with Lee Gil-young and won. Shin Yusung interrupted with a laugh. I see. My life was decided by throwing a coin. I stroked Shin Yusung's head and said, Thank you, Yusangasi. I was just thinking about going. There was a bad sign from Doc Jassy's good or bad luck, disaster or happiness fortune. Good or bad luck, disaster or happiness fortune. I knew the skill. There was only one constellation on the Korean peninsula who had it. Yes, it showed great misfortune. Soo-young and I were wondering about who should go when Yu Jong-hyuk contacted us. I roughly understood what was going on. I didn't think Han Soo-young and Yusanga would throw a coin, so Yusanga probably came because Han Soo-young had a problem. Han Soo-young seemed to be doing well with the job I entrusted to her. Soo-young-si also wanted to come. Ah yes, indeed. It was a lie. She disliked me. Then there was a rumbling sound from a bush. I was so excited to meet my companions again that I forgot the game wasn't over. I rushed through the forest area with the group and asked, Are you aware of the situation? Yusanga nodded. I heard the story from Bai-hyung. Yu Jong-hyuk might be playing in the tanker position with ruler of amusement, but by now, his health would have almost reached the bottom. The second game would be decided here. The Chimera Dragon let out a burst of wind and the nearby trees collapsed. The battlefield where the constellations was fighting was clearly revealed. Yu Jong-hyuk. Yu Jong-hyuk glanced this way from where he was surrounded by constellations. You're late. He was still arrogant, but the blood flowing from his body made him seem like he was dying. You. He has a sentence. Perhaps there was a special skill to determine this, as one constellation screamed. Apart from our team, the number of participants remaining was 6. Our side had only 5 people, including the new reinforcements. In addition, Yu Jong-hyuk was in a state where he almost couldn't fight anymore. Go. As the all-out combat began, the constellations set up a formation centered around the founder of humanity and general of Vanera. The first one to run towards them was Steel Sword Lee Hyun-sung. Won't. Lost. Again. Lee Hyun-sung flew forward and started to fight with the narrative-grade constellation. Manu. Manu frowned like he was displeased to exchange blows with an incarnation. His powerful status burned at Manus' fingertips and the steel shell was slightly softened. But Lee Hyun-sung didn't back down. The Constellation Master of Steel is looking at the founder of humanity. The founder of humanity was narrative-grade, but so was the Master of Steel. I looked at the thorns of steel transformation rising around Lee Hyun-sung's body, and I could only guess how harsh the personal scenarios that he completed were. It wasn't a position that more than 10 incarnations could reach. The current Lee Hyun-sung showed an overwhelming growth potential than the Lee Hyun-sung of any other rounds. Yusanga watched the scene and also ran forward. It'll take Olympus. This girl? Are you crazy? King Oedipus discovered Yusanga. The two of them both belonged to Olympus. However, based on what I heard from Dionysus, Olympus was currently in the middle of a civil war. Master of the Skywalk. You're making the wrong choice right now. I didn't know the exact situation, but it was obvious that a group led by Dionysus and Hermes was trying to be independent from the existing Olympus. Yusanga started fighting with King Oedipus while Shin Yusung moved the Chimera Dragon. The condensed breath covered the battlefield. The constellations who couldn't avoid it screamed. There are 10 minutes remaining. The second round was reaching its end. At this moment, the points of each team were almost equal. The constellations were desperate. Several constellations headed towards the Chimera Dragon, and the dragon and Shin Yusung were in a crisis. The dragon wasn't able to use its force because it consumed quite a lot of power when dealing with the Apocalypse Mugi. A hatchling. It is only big. It would be our side that was disadvantageous if this round ended in a draw. The game would flow into the third game, and if we didn't win, we would have to deal with the constellations on a stage where the penalty had disappeared. Yu Jong-hyuk knew this fact and pointed to Duke Burkan. Kill the Duke. He has the sentence. I nodded. I will create a path. Yu Jong-hyuk squeezed out his magic power and used breaking the sky swordsmanship. They are aiming for the sentence. Yu Jonghyuk slashed and slashed again to create a road. He used his last force to draw a huge semicircle on the ground and the constellations rushed at him. They'll leave it to you, Kim Dokcha. Yu Jonghyuk was pierced in the heart by Maina's spear. The helper Yu Jonghyuk has been killed. He stood upright even at the moment of death. The constellations turned to me after Yu Jonghyuk disappeared. The primitive spear and a ray of light headed my way. However, the bombardment didn't reach me. Dokjasi. Lee Hyun-sung activated steel transformation to block the attacks of the constellations. The hot heat and shock would be terribly painful, but Lee Hyun-sung seemed more energetic. Duke Burkan could be seen in the distance. There are 5 minutes remaining. Hyun-sung-si, throw me. It isn't possible. Doing that again. You have to throw the grenade after pulling out the safety pin. I stared into Lee Hyun-sung's shaky eyes. Even if I die here, I won't really die. The real death was losing this Demon King selection. Lee Hyun-sung watched for a while before closing and opening his eyes. Lee Hyun-sung's eyes returned to that of a soldier. I won't believe your lie again. No, now isn't the time to be stubborn. If you die, we will die together. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is greatly pleased. I must do this. Then Lee Hyun-sung started running with me on his back. Manu was hit by the rushing Lee Hyun-sung and rolled on the floor like a bowling pin. The cheeky incarnation. No one was able to stop the berserk Lee Hyun-sung. At least it looked like that. Proud child. As I said earlier, it is barely history. Lee Hyun-sung's movements were stopped by a powerful status. The supreme god of light Surya had recovered his strength and was blocking the way. His third eyes might not work properly, but he was still a Lokapala of Vedas. He had the power to stop us. His 4 arms moved and the entire ground shook as the running Lee Hyun-sung was pushed back. He tried running again, but the same thing repeated. The place where you are standing now is a place for humans. A human who keeps repeating the same mistakes. I triggered electrification from Lee Hyun-sung's back. My fist stretched out and struck Surya's torso. Even so, Surya didn't budge. The transparent shield created by the 4 arms smothered all my attacks. Only this much? Are you really trying to see the end of the scenario? It was the power to deny all the history I had accumulated. Electrification and the white pure star energy didn't work. The times have changed. Only this much history. There was such a gap despite only 30% of his power being available. What would happen if 100% of the power was opened? Then a new voice was heard. Don't ignore a juicy. Shin Yu-sung shouted from the head of the Chimera Dragon. The breath poured out at Shin Yu-sung's signal. Surya swung his arms and scattered the breath. Lee Hyun-sung leapt through this gap. His steel transformation body collided with Surya. Surya, who had been unmoved by countless attacks, shook for the first time. Yuea. Lee Hyun-sung swung his fists towards Surya like a madman. Lee Hyun-sung didn't stop despite the steel transformation around his fists cracking, blood splashing and bones breaking. The 73rd Demon Realm is responding to the will of you and your helpers. A new story about you is being made. The human's will to challenge a god was causing cracks in the defensive wall. A little break. It was a very small crack that human history created. Hyun-sung-si. Lee Hyun-sung and I didn't miss this gap. As if throwing a grenade, Lee Hyun-sung threw my body that had become small through miniaturization. I broke through the barrier created by Surya's arms and rushed to Duke Burkan. Duke Burkan turned his head with surprise while I activated and my side pierced his neck. The participant Demon King of Salvation has killed the participant Duke Burkan. I did it. Along with the triumphant victory, countless system messages flowed into my head. Before I could read the messages, a power squeezed at me. At the last moment, I saw Surya's face. You have died. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 266, Episode 50. Dokji's Story 3. My vision blackened before coming back. It felt like my consciousness had experienced a power outage. I blinked blankly, but only the dark ceiling was visible. What happened? I took deep breaths and moved my heavy head as I started thinking. I was participating in the second round of the Demon King selection. I killed Duke Burkan and at almost the same time I was killed by Surya. Then the system messages poured out. Did I win the second round? Or did I lose? I thought about it, but I wasn't sure. You have taken away the enemy's sentence and won the game. I seem to have heard this message. Your sentence was taken away, and you have lost the game. I also seem to have heard this message. Maybe it was both. Then which one was first? For now, I had no way of knowing. You have died. The only thing I was sure about was this message. I died in the game and awakened in this place. I slowly rose from my seat and the place where I was lying was seen more clearly. Numerous lamps were set up between niches, illuminating the vast darkness. It was an unfamiliar place I had never visited before. There was a sign stating 000-100 in the place where I stood and large bookshelves around the sign. There was the smell of books. It was reminiscent of a university library. Library? Why was I here? I pulled out a book on the closest shelf and turned a page. After Lee Sealwa's death, Yu Jong-hyuk thought he should die many times. He could never win against them with talent and skills alone. The end of the scenario wasn't visible and the power of the constellations was unbelievably strong. Revenge for Lee Jae-hai and Lee Sealwa couldn't be achieved. Yu Jong-hyuk thought in the midst of his despair. The sentences in the familiar style were lined up and I read the sentences as if they were being sucked in. What if I have a sponsor? It was a scene that didn't appear in detail in Ways of Survival. Even so, I knew the scene. It was because the scene was defeated dozens or hundreds of times in my imagination. And the constellation wants you to be his incarnation. This was the first time Yu Jong-hyuk received his sponsor. Yu Jong-hyuk in the zero-th regression repeatedly trained to his limit without a sponsor but had to kneel in front of the incarnation. A new attribute, regressor, will blossom. It was the story of when Yu Jong-hyuk first became a regressor. I reflexively closed the book and looked at the title. Yu Jong-hyuk, 56th record of the 0th round. I suddenly had an idea of what this place was. As my eyes became accustomed to the darkness, the surroundings looked better. This was the library where all the records of Ways of Survival were gathered. I muttered in a slightly weary manner. It seems to be more than 3,149. Ways of Survival was long but not to this extent. This huge space was filled with books. I wasn't sure if I could read half the books even if I devoted my whole life to it. Then I got a headache. The curled memories were breaking out like an eggshell cracking. This place that had just seemed unfamiliar now felt familiar. The lamps in the niches and the shelves of books. I slowly got goosebumps and an intense feeling struck my head. I had already come to this place once. When was it? When? Kim Dokja. The voice echoed through the library. I knew this tone. The fourth wall? Then the entire library shook faintly. Yo Uar Soul was in Dangur. Danger? I call Edu. The fourth wall called me here. It wasn't difficult to figure out what he meant. Perhaps, are you also in here? Correct. How do I get out of here? Where is the exit? Hey? I called out a few more times but the fourth wall didn't answer. He was a guy who slept when sleepy so he might fallen asleep again this time. I had to find a way out myself. You can't use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint in this location. You can't use Bookmark in this location. All my available skills were blocked. I couldn't see the end of the library no matter how far I walked. I couldn't see the exit as I looked to the north, south, east and west. I became convinced that I couldn't escape and felt a drug-like comfort. Heaven. Everywhere I looked was Ways of Survival. It was a world full of Ways of Survival. I might have been happy if I came here before the scenario started. It was a story that would never end no matter how much I read. I wouldn't go hungry because I was just a soul. There was no way for me to go out so I should read more books. I didn't know. There could be a way in the book. I pulled the books out of the shelves, stacked them next to each other and started reading them. I looked for a while and once again realized that Ways of Survival was Ways of Survival. There are too many explanations. The surroundings were quiet so the speed at which I read the book was faster than usual. However, I didn't read it roughly. Like a gourmet long starved of meat, I cut every sentence into pieces and relished them. That jerk, he was cute at this time. Damn, I should have killed him a bit more in the beginning. Some of the stories were already known and some weren't. This information was forgotten. What? There was something like this? There was no one in this place and I naturally spoke to myself. I wasn't conscious about any listeners. Thus, I read a few more books. There was a sense of pride in my heart and warmth rose. Suddenly, I felt weak. Why didn't I just give up and stay here? It wouldn't be too bad if I never woke up from here. There was no scenario here to kill me. I didn't need to see the constellations. After reading a number of books, I ran past some bookshelves, reading those in the middle. Yu Jong-hyuk sometimes thought this. If I hadn't met that guy on the bridge, what would have happened? Or if I had killed him there, what would have happened to my remaining life? I saw the familiar phrases and reflexively looked at the title of the book. Yu Jong-hyuk, 12th record of the third round. As expected, it was the third round. I opened a few more books, some of them were written about me. Damn Kim Dokja. Some books contained, Kim Dokja, wake up, Kim Dokja. Some good words were written. In some books, nothing was written. The sentences were filtered and couldn't be read. Some of the episodes had blank pages. It was as if the story hadn't been recorded yet. All books were organized in accordance to the order of the rounds. It was as if someone had arranged it so I could find it easily when needed. But who? I just had this thought when I saw something on the other side of the bookshelf. I reflexively put the book back and looked. It was a very short moment, but there seemed to be the shadow of a person. Who's there? The sound of footsteps started heading further away. I started chasing the sound. I almost stumbled over a few books on the floor but persistently followed the shadow. The signs of the bookshelves changed quickly. From 000 to 100 200. Then it was 200 300. Yu Jong-hyuk, 373rd record of the 24th round. Yu Jong-hyuk, 473rd record of the 31st round. Countless books passed by quickly. Yu Jong-hyuk, 573rd record of the 27th round. Yu Jong-hyuk, 681st record of the 12th round. I was a bit breathless and still couldn't see the end of the books. It was obviously a soul body, but I was breathless. I kept running. This was an opportunity. If I missed this person here, I wouldn't be able to catch it again. How far did I go? I was getting a bit closer. Wait, the moment I shouted, the floor in front of me suddenly disappeared. My body failed to overcome inertia and fell forward. I might fallen down if I hadn't reflexively grabbed the bookshelf next to me. Yu Jong-hyuk, 1863rd record of the 22nd round. Yu Jong-hyuk, 1863rd record of the 23rd round. Yu Jong-hyuk, 1863rd record of the 26th round. Books poured towards me head. It hurt as much as Yu Jong-hyuk's fists. I barely dug myself out of the pile of books and the shadow I was pursuing had already disappeared. Shit. Instead, there was a cliff in front of my eyes. I couldn't see the bottom. I stared down the cliff like I was possessed. This was the end of the library. It was the end of all the stories. I stared at it and felt the urge to throw myself in. I felt like I could know something I had long wondered about. If I could go inside there. The moment my body tilted towards the bottom of the cliff, someone tightly grabbed my shoulders. You will die if you fall. It is really beyond the wall. Slap, 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 slap. Wake up. Slap, 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 slap. Yu Jong-hyuk, stop it. Dokjasi's face is swollen. What the hell is happening? He is still breathing. I think there was a shock to the soul. Yu Jong-hyuk frowned at Yusanga's words and stood up. The swollen Kim Doksha was lying on the ground. The bear-like Lee Hyun-sung was holding on to him and crying out madly. Dokjasi, wake up. Please. The moment the second round was completed, the mythical battlefield suddenly disintegrated. All participants and helpers of the Yu Jong-hyuk Kim Doksha industrial complex were left in front of the wastes of the industrial complex. Yusanga stared at the people standing in the same camp. 2 dogs and 1 pretty boy. Also, Han Myung-go. You were alive, department headnam. Why Yusangasi? Han Myung-go started sweating and retreated. Yusanga stared at Jang Haeyoung. Are you on our side? Jang Haeyoung met Yusanga's eyes and stuttered in a confused manner. He didn't know how to introduce himself. Then Jang Haeyoung caught sight of Shin Yusung. Weren't you in that video? You know me? Jang Haeyoung recalled the scenes of the 73rd Demon King scenario thanks to Shin Yusung and figured out who they were. I'm a real fan. Wow, I can't believe I'm meeting the incarnations of Earth. Jang Haeyoung's eyes were glowing as he shook Yusanga's hand. Yusanga smiled lightly and stared into the air. By the way, did we win or lose? Only one unknown system message was floating in the air. We are currently determining the winning team of the second round. Jang Haeyoung said, I think Kim Doksha killed him first. Then shouldn't we win? But our sentence was stolen. Yu Jong-hyuk shook his head. Kim Doksha was faster. The words filled with strong conviction caused Jang Haeyoung and Yusanga to brighten. It was likely to be true if Yu Jong-hyuk said so. Then a cloud of dust appeared on the other side of the wilderness. It was a scene filled with a powerful status. There were no need to ask about the identity of the incoming beings. Yu Jong-hyuk stared at the sky and his expression hardened. We are currently determining the winning team of the second round. It was still the only sentence floating in the sky. It had been the same for 30 minutes. Be prepared. Something is wrong. In the main scenario, the fast-paced bureau would never spend 30 minutes to determine the winner. In other words, this situation was intended by someone. Someone didn't want the scenario to end this way. The present 73rd Demon Realm was filled with an enormous amount of probability due to the mythical battlefield. Yu Jong-hyuk pulled out his black demon sword and declared, this time it isn't a game. The terrible roar of the thunder-eating bird filled the sky. The constellations who no longer received penalties from the game were coming over here. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 267 Dokja's Story. 4. A strong hand grabbed my shoulders. I reflexively turned my body and punched out. There was a thud and my fist was caught in a big hand. Oh, did you come to fight? The darkness was lifted and a white face was revealed. I saved you once before. You must have already forgotten. It was a face I knew. Even it was someone I killed. Why are you here? Are you really asking because you don't know? It was an ambiguous face where it wasn't clear if the person was male or female. It gave me a feeling of incomprehensibility. This presence shouldn't be here. Nirvana Mobius. A long time ago he was eaten by the fourth wall. What happened to the beings who were eaten by the fourth wall? I had this question from the first moment the fourth wall ate something. It is as you can see. This is what happened. Nirvana laughed. We hadn't met for a while, but Nirvana was just the same as our first meeting. If there was one difference, the letters making up ways of survival was hanging on his body like a shackle. You've been alive here the whole time? It's hard to say this is living. Looking closer, Nirvana's voice didn't flow out of his mouth. I couldn't even say it was a voice. Nirvana stared up at the air. I'm living thanks to that damn parasitic wall. At this moment, the warning of the fourth wall echoed. Near va not talk ing too much. Nirvana laughed. His eyes were bitter, but there was a strange, uplifting sensation from him. I followed Nirvana's gaze and looked around the library. There were numerous types of letter forms that made up a world. In this place, everything was ways of survival. Now you know everything you've ever wanted. There is no entity that knows everything. Just like you. Nirvana really seemed like a mysterious sage. I felt strange. For the first time, a character learnt the secrets of this world. How do you feel? Now you know that you are a character in a novel. Nirvana's expression changed at my provocation. A novel? Is that what you really think? Nirvana looked at me with pitying eyes and his lips shook several times. However, no sound emerged. I was frustrated. What is it? Finish it to the end. Nirvana smiled quietly. I like your story. I was embarrassed by the unexpected words. To be precise, I like the story you have changed. The sentences that feel your will, the context that contains things you don't say. What are you saying now? I stepped back in an awkward manner. I looked at his bastard and remembered his words before his death. It isn't just me. All the beings here love your story. Who else is in this place? The air started shaking and a few dark shards fell from the ceiling. The vibrations were like something giant was burrowing this way. Nirvana picked up the fragments and frowned. There is no time, so you better move quickly. It isn't good to talk too much here. Something terrible will happen. Nirvana started walking before I could ask anything. I followed Nirvana while looking back at the cliff I had almost fallen off. The vibrations in the library were spreading from the cliff. Wait, where are you going? There is someone who wants to meet you the most. What? Who? It is the existence who organized the shelves from 000. Organized the shelves? We aren't just here to play. If we don't clean up properly, you won't remember it. Wait, what does that mean? You don't need to understand. I turned and saw new bookshelves appearing. The library was really spacious. Ways of survival increased the number of rounds that were skipped in the second half. Perhaps this library had arranged all those omissions. A signpost saying 000-100 appeared in front of me. It's here. Then have a good conversation. I turned the corner and saw a familiar creature. It was the minimum size compared to what I saw in the past, but it was definitely the existence I knew. 12 tentacles were being used to pick up books on the floor. There was a squid-like body controlling those tentacles. There was something like horn-rimmed spectacles placed on a small hole that was presumed to be the eye. You were here. The squid looked this way. The 12 tentacles nodded simultaneously. The poor truth-seeker came. It was the Eater of Dreams. In Dark Castle, I defeated it with the help of Chiak Jungyang and the fourth wall. He was swallowed up by the fourth wall and ended up in this space. Did you want to see me? I want to help you. Something that was presumed to be the squid's mouth looked pleased. I didn't know how to respond to this different species gesture. I don't know what you're saying all of a sudden. I need some time to figure out the situation. There isn't much time. Why are you trying to help me? With your help, I have reached the truth of the universe. Noble beings will pay back their debts. Noble beings. In fact, it wasn't strange for the Eater of Dreams to call itself that. This squid was strong enough to chew up the constellations making a fuss outside. Then I have one thing to ask. Go ahead. Who created this library? At this moment, huge sparks popped up and my body crashed into a bookshelf. 12 tentacles stretched out at the same time, holding my body to the bookcase. He looked at the falling books and the Eater of Dreams pushed up his glasses. It does not constitute a question. Ask another question. I bit my lips and thought about it. It was meaningless to ask a question related to ways of survival right now. It was possible to read the second revision and there was a way to come back to this space and read the related questions. In other words, I had to ask a question that wasn't recorded in Ways of Survival. It was also a question that the outer god had to answer. Finding the question wasn't difficult. Who is Secretive Plotter? Strong sparks once again sprung up. I was worried that my body would be thrown back again, but fortunately, The sparks were weaker this time. Are you curious about the great plotter? The tentacles moved very slowly. He is one of the oldest beings in this universe. I was hearing information about secretive plotter for the first time. The most solitary being in the universe. The one who fights against the oldest dream. How do I know if you were just saying this? Let me know the right modifier. A modifier is meaningless for him. However, he will help you if you want. Help? How? Make an otherworld covenant with him. The otherworld covenant. I knew what it was. In the fifth scenario, the absolute throne that I destroyed was a type of covenant. However, there was never a good end to a covenant in ways of survival. I can't do that. A few tentacles nodded like they were heads. I thought so. You hate higher level beings. I won't be able to create the story I want if I borrow your strength. You are now someone who can't be controlled. I felt strange. I didn't think an outer god would say this. You need to think again about your anger. In order to reach the end, it is necessary to properly consider the things you can use. Do. This world is heading towards. It hasn't been written yet, but it has already been written. The great plotter can help you, so that you can find the right way. I believe in the stories I have accumulated. Do. The gap in vibrations was gradually shortening. The Eater of Dreams spoke like he was resigned to my stubborn will. Unfortunately, there is no more time. Remember that the great plotter is always waiting for you. One of the tentacles wound around me. Meanwhile, the other tentacles moved quickly and started looking for something on the shelves. The book he found was Yu Jonghyuk, 38 RD record of the third round. The pages turned quickly. I realized what was going to happen and hurriedly opened my mouth. Wait a minute. I still have something to ask. Goodbye, S-Apostle. If the probability allows it, we will meet again. The pages of the book opened and sentences appeared on the blank pages in real time. Yu Jonghyuk had a thought. Wake up quickly, Kim Dokja. Otherwise, everyone will die. Damn it, this was why I was forced to leave. The next moment, I was sucked into the context of the sentences. The battlefield was a ruin. Yu Jonghyuk wiped his bloody lips while looking at the bodies of the incarnations on the ground and the approaching constellations. The combination of the transcendent dog breaking the Sky Master and the constellation OSU was amazing. They didn't mind their broken bodies and were biting at the rushing great constellations. Thanks to this, Cleopatra in the front was a mess while King Oedipus had nasty bite wounds all over his body. It was reasonably okay when dealing with great constellations. Disgusting. You dare to call yourselves constellations when you can't even deal with such bugs. However, the narrative grade constellations watching from the rear came out and the situation completely reversed. Shin Yusung's Chimera Dragon and the Thunder-Eating Bird crashed down. Lee Hyunsung had his steel transformation shattered by the General of Vinara's fist and he was rolling on the ground. Yusanga was somehow managing to fight despite coughing up blood several times. But this seemed to be her limit. OSU was stabbed by the founder of humanity's primitive spear and staggered to the ground. Osis' incarnation body was stabbed and the Breaking the Sky Master also staggered. They opened the limits allowed by the probability of the 25th scenario. It wasn't 100% power, but the powerful status that the parties present brought out filled the entire demon world with dazzling white sparks. This was the strength of the beings called constellations. They were beings who came from the highest place in this world. Yu Jonghyuk asked, "Why are you doing this?" The constellation Supreme God of Light is laughing quietly. It looks like you don't have to have the history of being defeated by bugs. Surya's cheeks subtly twitched at these words. The opening of the Locapolis status caused the expressions of the constellations to change. The opening of an excessive force caused sparks to appear around Surya's body. However, Surya looked confident like he could afford it. Kuang. He released his status and dealt one blow. However, the whole area became a terrible mess. The nearby structures were turned to ashes and the fleeing incarnations were destroyed. People collapsed while blood emerged from all orifices. Some constellations are dissatisfied with the progression of the scenario. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is greatly angry. The Demon King Overlord of the Great Demon Castle is pleased. The Demon King Maker of Discord is excited. Many constellations are excited about the great battle. Lee Hyunsung was defending in front and blood poured from his ears and mouth. Yu Jonghyuk grabbed Lee Hyunsung's shoulder. Back off, Lee Hyunsung. This is an opponent you can't go against. Lee Hyunsung reflexively tried to say something, but even that seemed hard. Yu Jonghyuk left the faltering Lee Hyunsung behind him and walked forward while wiping the blood off the black demon sword. It was a desperate situation. His sage's eyes was analyzing the battlefield in real time. The number of constellations visible at the moment was almost 20. Some of the great constellations were eliminated from the field, but it wasn't a number he could win against. Young disciple, no. You will die if you open that power. The Breaking the Sky Master instinctively realized what Yu Jonghyuk was going to do. However, Yu Jonghyuk's will was stubborn. Yu Jonghyuk slowly raised his power and huge sparks appeared. He knew he wasn't their opponent. However, it was always like this. Once you reach Transcendent Stage 3, you can gain the power to destroy constellations. The words left behind by his teacher were the only comfort that Yu Jonghyuk now believed in. This time, he was using a shortcut to raise his power. This didn't mean the power was a lie because he used a shortcut. A dazzling aura burst from Yu Jonghyuk's body. Soft hair poured down like a waterfall while his large size became a smaller and sleeker body. He took the form that allowed him to practice the ultimate breaking the sky swordsmanship. Yu Sanga stared at the scene from behind and couldn't help opening her mouth. Yu Jonghyuk? Yu Jonghyuk slowly turned back, his long hair cut off by the black demon sword. The finesse of the face had changed, but it was clearly Yu Jonghyuk. No, it was even more than before. Yu Jonghyuk's gaze stayed on Kim Dokcha's face for a moment. Take him away. Yu Jonghyuk turned his head and wiped the blade of the black demon sword. The constellations who were laughing at him were approaching. King Oedipus opened his mouth. Foolish Transcendent. This is the cost of going against the constellations. You will die here. Yu Jonghyuk replied while still wiping his blade. I guess so. However, some of you will die too. Haha, it is useless. The extinction of an incarnation body. Yu Jonghyuk didn't listen. Instead, he was reminded of Kim Dokcha's words. Don't give up on this life. Then in the next life, half of you will die. Yu Jonghyuk's voice rang out quietly through the battlefield. Yu Jonghyuk raised his head along with the black demon sword. The footsteps of the constellations stopped for the first time. The power of transcendence was threatening the surroundings. In the next life, all of you will die. The black demon sword's cry seemed to touch the sky. The expressions of the constellations stiffened as Yu Jonghyuk concluded his words. You will die forever. TL note. Work went longer than expected today. Second chapter will either come in a few hours or there will be 3 chapters tomorrow. In addition, made a small change to the last chapter by swapping around the numbers of the Yu Jonghyuk records. Chapter 268 Dokcha's Story 5. Arrogant Transcendent, what bullshit. At the beginning of the showdown, Yu Jonghyuk moved. The scorn of the constellations and the overwhelming disadvantage in power weren't important to the present Yu Jonghyuk. From the moment he entered the 3rd round, he had been focused on only killing the enemies in front of him. An aura spread from Yu Jonghyuk and some of the great constellations in front murmured to themselves. However, most of the constellations still looked down on Yu Jonghyuk. No matter how transcendent, he was just a human. The constellations had no reason to lose in a situation where they had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. This became the last thought of the General of Vanera. The exclusive skill Giant Body Transformation LV6 is activated. Giant Body Transformation was used and Yu Jonghyuk narrowed the distance to the constellations in an instant. Yu Jonghyuk shot forward like a meteor. By the time the General of Vanera realized the sword and hurriedly raised his huge double-edged sword, his head was already cut by the black demon sword and flying through the air. You dare. The General of Vanera's eyes widened and he spoke in his true voice, even with his cut neck. Yu Jonghyuk cut the flying head in half using the black demon sword. It was a ridiculous end. The excessively concentrated magic power was melting Yu Jonghyuk's blood. It was the result of invoking Transcendence Stage 3 to the limit. The maximum time he could stay in this state was 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, Yu Jonghyuk had to defeat everyone. Next, the death of the General of Vanera was a great shock to the constellations. The constellations didn't disappear with the death of their incarnation bodies. However, there was no one who wanted to lose their incarnation body in vain. A fatal death permanently damaged the constellations. All the constellations became stiff. Yu Jonghyuk utilized this short gap to attempt a second attack. The black demon sword left a dark trajectory as it moved and cut off the wings of a giant bird. The thunder-eating bird let out a loud cry. Then the constellations started to move. Yu, the founder of humanity's primitive spear, aimed at Yu Jonghyuk. It was a blow that would have turned any normal incarnation to powder. However, Yu Jonghyuk received this blow. The impact ruptured his right forearm muscle and the force pushed at his entire body. Blood poured from his mouth, but Yu Jonghyuk didn't lose focus. Excessive concentration has expanded the category of the attributes. The exclusive attribute Ruler of Amusement is activated. His concentration awakened the power of the character. All the incoming constellations became data and flowed into Yu Jonghyuk's mind. At this moment, the world was a game to Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk avoided the attacks of the constellations with restrained movements and fought back using magic power. Quackheck, the founder of humanity, screamed as his fingers were cut by the black demon sword. Yu Jonghyuk's black demon sword let out a deafening roar as it dug into the gap. Breaking the sky swordsmanship. Destruction skill. breaking the sky meteor. The sword rose from the ground to the heavens, stabbing the sky like a thunderbolt. The branches of the sword energy hid in the dark clouds and created thunder. The thunder poured from the night sky and struck the constellations like meteorites. Dozens of thunderbolts fell from the sky and the incarnation bodies of the constellations were pierced. It was a blow containing the power of Transcendence Stage 3. Kwa! Yu Jong-hyuk watched the constellations struggling with the pain and felt himself dying. The experiences of the third round went through his mind. It was a short round. Even so, many things happened. The story one who inherited the name of the king is crying out. As if responding to his feelings, the stories starting speaking. It was as if every story had its own will. Most of them weren't stories he had accumulated alone. The story person who opposes the miracle has begun. A story about returnees. The story paradise of despair has begun. A story earned by preserving the abandoned paradise. The story one who fought against an outer god has begun. The story where he confronted the outer god. The story ruler of the industrial complex has begun. It was a story that he would have normally never achieved. It was a story that was unrelated to the current situation, but it was a story related to someone else. It was a story that could never be achieved alone. The stories started talking at the same time. It was as if they didn't want to finish the story here. Along with the bitter pain, blood poured from Yu Jong-hyuk's chest. He didn't even know how he obtained these wounds. There were a few fallen incarnation bodies on the ground. The supreme god of light Surya saw it and spoke. Amazing. You already can't be called a human anymore, child. Yu Jong-hyuk's stories emitted a bright light like he was rebelling against the true voice. The story one who hunted the king of disasters is roaring. Yu Jong-hyuk was a transcendent. The stories were the unique parts making up the constellations. Just having stories didn't mean a person could be equal to the stars in the night sky. Even so, the current light pouring from Yu Jong-hyuk's body was brighter than any constellation in the place. Yu Jong-hyuk looked at the stories flowing from his body. Some were known and some were unfamiliar. There was a story that couldn't be obtained again. The story Life and Death Colleagues wants to continue. He couldn't help glancing at Yusanga and the other party members. He also saw Kim Daksha on Lee Hyun-sung's back. Yu Jong-hyuk gripped the black demon sword that was slipping from his hands. He couldn't die. He couldn't die in a place like this. He used the last of his strength to point the trembling sword at Surya. Surya laughed as if the sight was interesting. However, it is only a human story. Surya released a bright light as he used the stories he accumulated over thousands of years. It was a status that couldn't be resisted. Yu Jong-hyuk's short history was shaking in front of those formidable years. Foolish humans who don't know that a god's power is so high. The sunlight that melted everything poured towards Yu Jong-hyuk. The scene of the industrial complex being destroyed by the constellations. Incarnations died without being able to rebel. Some people who felt desperate at the sudden disaster appeared up close on the screen. The most horrifying thing was that a man who was covered in injuries and lost one arm was still fighting. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is furious. The constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring is sorry for the incarnation Yu Jong-hyuk. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is pointing a finger to the cowardly constellations. Many constellations are complaining about the constellations on the battlefield. There were countless indirect messages from the constellations and the Dakibi of the Bureau were listening to them. Among them was Bai-hyung, the Dakibi in charge of the Demon King selection. What the hell do you mean by this? He was rarely angry or agitated, but now he had the same mind as the constellations in his channel. The second game is the victory of the Yu Jong-hyuk Kim Daksha Industrial Complex. There was a time difference, but there is nothing to worry about. Then why not announce the winner? Shortly after the second game, Bai-hyung contacted the Bureau's approval team directly. However, the only answer he got in return was it is being prepared. In the end, the last connection Bai-hyung had was Baram, the next great Dakibi candidate. There was a crackling sound and Baram's face appeared on the screen. This is the decision of the Bureau. The decision of the Bureau. They were magic words. This is the Bureau's decision. This is the Bureau's decision. Baram. This is the main scenario. There were some things that even the Bureau couldn't touch. Since when did the Bureau interfere with the development of the main scenario? It is also a scenario where a giant story is involved. Baram, don't you know what will happen if you do this? Baram didn't answer. Please tell me. Who the hell did this? Is it one of your superiors? Bai-hyung glanced at Dokgak on the screen. It was clear that Dokgak was associated with this situation. However, this wasn't something that could be done by one or two senior Dakibis. The silent Baram opened his mouth. Are you doubting the great Dakibis right now? Is there any other streamer who can do this beside them? Bai-hyung, please wake up. Why would they do this? I don't know. Perhaps some bribes were received. Baram frowned. The great Dakibis aren't bound by such private understandings. Then why is this happening? Baram, you must know something. Bai Hyung. Bai Hyung instantly flinched. Baram's voice was furious. Bai Hyung thought there would be a strict scolding, but unexpectedly, Baram just relaxed. It was as if he understood Bai Hyung. Baram on the screen was also watching the scenes of the Demon King selection. Baram's lips slowly opened. Yes, maybe one of the great Dakibis created this delay, as you said. Then, however, even a great Dakibi can only do it up to there. It is impossible for a great Dakibi to endure the storm that will be created from intervening in a scenario of this magnitude. So who did it? At this moment, there was a loud noise and the ceiling of the bureau shook. It sounded like a huge dragon passing by. It was the sound of probability moving. Bai Hyung's expression hardened. Don't tell me. Something so ridiculous. Do you understand now? The existence that could move this probability. There was only one such existence in the star stream. He didn't even know if it should be called an existence. Baram drove in the wedge. The will of the star stream wanted this. This is ridiculous. There is no other way to explain it. Bai Hyung's words were taken away and he stared blankly at the screen. Kim Dokja's party was shown on the screen. Originally, they should be excited about winning. Now they looked terrible as they lay on the ground. It was a confrontation with constellations supported by the nebula. It was a ridiculous fight from the beginning, but the party fought well. They played a game against powerful constellations and finally won the competition that gave them a giant story. Now they were going to be losers just because there wasn't a winner announcement. It was just because the star stream wanted this. Resentment mixed with anger filled Bai Hyung's eyes. Then, why does a streamer exist? It was the first time Bai Hyung felt helplessness since becoming a Dakibi. His fingertips trembled as the parts of the scenario he touched fell. If we can't stop this nonsensical development, what are the streamers of this world worth? Bai Hyung. Baram saw Bai Hyung's sad eyes and slowly spoke. Steamers are also part of the story. The desperate Bai Hyung stared at the screen. Yu Jong-hyuk was gradually melting in the dazzling sunlight. Now the story was leaving the streamer's hand. Thus, there was only one thing to believe in. Many constellations are looking at one constellation. The man on Lee Hyun-sung's back was shaking. On the screen, the man was slowly opening his eyes. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 269 Dokja's Story. 6. Bat. My cheeks hurt. There was a bit more pain. I felt something violently shaking in my arms. I opened my eyes at the exact moment the earth let out a tremendous ringing sound. I reflexively raised my head and could see brilliant flashes of light. The sparks of probability in the sky were falling like lightning strikes all over the demon world. Dokjasi? I woke up the moment I heard Yusanga's voice. Like a disconnected current being reconnected. Thoughts started to flow through my head. There were broken incarnation bodies everywhere. No matter how I looked, this wasn't the mythical battlefield. All the fallen bodies were living human beings. The industrial complex being torn apart by the thunder-eating bird could be seen. Did the constellations come? Yusanga, who was about to say something, wiped her bloody cheeks and nodded. Yes. A system message was floating in the air while the party members were in tatters. The winner still hasn't been announced. It was a situation I expected thanks to the last message of Yu Jong-hyuk in the library. However, I didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Kook. Lee Hyun-sung suffered a serious injury on his side and staggered. I quickly got off Lee Hyun-sung's back and bought a few recovery items from the Dakibi bag. I gave the Great Return Pill to Lee Hyun-sung and Yusanga, who were the most seriously injured. Shin Yu-sung had no wounds, but her magic power was depleted. So I gave her an advanced magic power recovery medicine. Trauma medicine was given to Han Myung-go, breaking the Sky Master and Jang Haeyoung. It cost over 400,000 coins, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. A juicy. Shin Yu-sung drank the potion and looked up at me while leaning against the rock. I looked at Shin Yu-sung for a moment before saying, "You should rest here." By the way, in a distant place, the deafening roar of the constellations was shaking the earth. I could tell the number exceeded 12 just by the status. At this moment, I had an ominous feeling. The constellations were gathered, so how could the party members flee to here? Yu Jong-hyuk. None of the party members answered. I looked around the battlefield as an explosion occurred. Everyone except for Yu Jong-hyuk was here. In addition, someone was fighting the constellations. The fourth wall is shaking faintly. That stupid bastard. A juicy. No. Shin Yu-sung clung to my waist when I tried to run forward. A juicy will die. You'll die there. She was an always straightforward and brave child. Fear was deeply permeated in the child's eyes. Shin Yu-sung burst into tears as I pulled away from her. In the saturated battlefield, the tears scattered like dust. Perhaps this child had seen it. It was the fear of a giant story that humans could never overcome. Please take care of Yusung. I left Shin Yusung to Jang Haeyoung, who was in a good condition and activated Way of the Wind. I heard a voice calling out to me from behind but had no time to turn around. I moved forward and the pressure of the status bursting from the center of the battlefield became stronger. It was a fearsome storm of magic that I had never experienced before. The center definitely contained Yu Jonghyuk. Kim Dokja thought. Is there a way? The pages of ways of destruction flashed in my head. It isn't possible. That method is too unreasonable. I bit my lips. I predicted that this situation might happen. However, the time passed too quickly and I had been asleep for too long. I was late. Yu Jonghyuk was still far away and the wind wasn't on my side. I could buy a new skill from the Dakibi bag, but I can't guarantee its utilization. In the end, I made a decision. I will invest 3 million coins into my strength, physique, agility, and magic power. Your total stats have grown abnormally. The coins you invested have allowed you to cross the stats limit of the scenario. A fuller probability will release some of the stat constraints for this scenario. The growth of the stats value compared to the invested coins will be randomly adjusted. A tremendous amount of sparks jumped from my body. It felt like my muscles were tearing and growing bigger. There was the feeling of my bone density changing and a terrible pain came over me. Cough. I had put it off until now due to the poor cost-to-value ratio, but there was no other way. Your mind can't cope with your evolving incarnation body. The exclusive skill Fourth Wall is activated. Your incarnation body is evolving to a new level. Since the early scenarios, the overall stats didn't have a big influence on combat. It was because stories, stigmas, and skills had much more influence. In addition, since the number of coins per level after level 100 was exponentially larger, it was more advantageous to buy a skill using the same amount of coins. Now the situation was different. All your stats have exceeded 200. Your incarnation body can handle a bigger status. I needed a strong body, not a powerful skill. Your agility has reduced the air resistance. Magic power is opening up the blocked bloodstream. A huge amount of coins was transforming my incarnation body. Your strength is causing an explosive change. The frequency of my footsteps and the speed at which the landscape passed in my vision changed drastically. Yu Jonghyuk. Of course, it was impossible to surpass the constellations or transcendence. Still, it was enough to confront them for a while. Many constellations are envying your incarnation body. I crossed the wilderness at a tremendous speed and the center of the battlefield finally entered my eyes. At the center, I could see a dying person. You idiot. What are you doing? In front of Surya's radiant light, Yu Jonghyuk was dying. I didn't know where his left arm had gone and steam was rising from his charred body. Even so, Yu Jonghyuk was gripping the black demon sword without moving an inch. Yu Jonghyuk's head moved slowly towards me. His voice wasn't heard, as if he had no strength to open his lips. The fourth wall is greatly shaken. The words of the mass production maker came to mind. The constellations were also just part of this great story. They were also lonely and had to do these things. Bullshit. Get lost. The founder of humanity stood in front of me and wielded the primitive spear. The exclusive skill electrification LV 12+2 has been activated. White lightning exploded from my fist and the battlefield filled with a blue light. Quackhack. The confused constellations supported the thrown-back Manu and raised their status. The magic power poured towards me like a tsunami. My strengthened body withstood the mighty power of the constellations. The flesh of my fist cracked and blood flowed down, but it was still bearable. The constellations blinked as the dust settled down. They didn't know I had this much power and were shocked. Stop him. A blue-white energy flew towards the constellations. In an instant, there were abrasions on my back and thighs as well as a long stab in my side. Yu Jonghyuk. My cry didn't reach him properly. Yu Jonghyuk had fallen to his knees and his life was now flickering. No magic power could be felt from him. Yu Jonghyuk was dying. I held my breath and then shouted with the greatest true voice possible. Asmodeus. The true voice burst out and the constellations blocked their ears for a moment. The great grade constellations couldn't stop and tears poured from my eyes. I shouted again. If you are a demon king, keep your promise. The situation was so big that I didn't expect much. He was a shrewd guy and should know how dangerous it was to take my side right now. However, it was Asmodeus, as if waiting, one star in the sky flashed. There was a storm coming in and something was descending. The demon king of lust and fury has appeared in this world. A tremendous probability was flowing and a colossal presence was manifesting before my eyes as an incarnation body. A little girl surrounded by a dark aura raised her head. It was the king of the demon world who immediately subdued the transcendent Yu Jonghyuk. Later, he would join one of the worst organizations in the world, the Seekers of the End. The Demon King. The 32nd Demon King Asmodeus started running wild. Ahahaha! He laughed and a huge rake appeared at the fingers of the Demon King. Asmodeus' bloody grip scraped through the area and tore at the constellations. Quack! The mad Demon King! What the hell is this? The constellations turned their gaze towards me and I triggered Way of the Wind to snatch Yu Jonghyuk. Chase him! The constellations started running but my strengthened incarnation body was a bit faster than them. I ran with all my strength while carrying Yu Jonghyuk on my shoulder. Wake up please. Yu Jonghyuk was barely breathing. The weight of his body was lighter than usual. He had suffered such severe pain that even the skeleton of his body seemed changed. I listened to his gradually fading heartbeat and cried out, "Hey, don't mess around. You can recover. Do something." However, Yu Jonghyuk didn't move. I called out to Bayu and bought a few more Great Return pills. My left hand supported his body, while my right hand poured the pills into Yu Jonghyuk's mouth. No effect was visible. He didn't have the strength to swallow it. His breathing slowed and became distant. The tips of Yu Jonghyuk's toes were breaking and his body was disappearing. I used Way of the Wind to wrap around the debris and prevent them from escaping. Even so, I couldn't prevent the dim light from emerging from his heart. I was well aware of this phenomenon. I had read the scene a few hundred times and had to know what it was. Yu Jonghyuk had a thought. Don't think about it. This life ends here. Damn it. Don't think about it. Story fragments were falling from Yu Jonghyuk's cheeks. I was scared of the story and slapped his cheek before crying out to the air. Shit. Don't go back. You jerk. Leave him alone. The sponsor of Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk is looking at you. You can still survive. This round isn't over. You can fight back against this guy. I can save you. Yu Jonghyuk's sponsor was silent. This guy always did the same thing. He watched Yu Jonghyuk suffering from death. He placed the soul of a hopelessly broken man back into the world line of the past. The stigma regression LV3 has been activated. It was cruel. Was this really how it ended? How did I get here? Would Yu Jonghyuk really die here? Then a single line emerged. Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk is looking at his sponsor. Yu Jonghyuk? Yu Jonghyuk, who became so ragged that his shape couldn't be recognized, stared at his sponsor with a single bloody eye. Sparks appeared around his disappearing body. Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk is resisting his sponsor. All of the stories of Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk is resisting death. This was something I had never seen in any round. The Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk has refused to regress. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 270 Dokjia's Story. 7. Yu Jonghyuk's entire body was trembling. I can't die. I will never die here. Yu Jonghyuk's desperate will was being conveyed through Omniscient Reader's viewpoint. Hey you. This Yu Jonghyuk refused to regress. The sponsor of Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk is looking at his incarnation. Yu Jonghyuk's sponsor was silent as this situation occurred for the first time. It was a mysterious silence. It seemed to be both angry and sad. Or perhaps there was no response. Not long after that, the gaze on Yu Jonghyuk disappeared. The stigma regression LV3 has been cancelled. Crazy, something like this was possible. The light of the stigma disappeared and Yu Jonghyuk once again sagged down. His barely opened eyes closed and his mouth was mumbling something. I felt his desperate will to live. It was Yu Jonghyuk's unique commitment to somehow survive. Yu Jonghyuk's thoughts were heard in my head. Break it down, so I can eat. I pulled out another Great Return pill, turned it to powder and poured it into his mouth. The stories of the fallen man slowly stopped collapsing. It's fine. Yu Jonghyuk was betting everything into this round. He decided to forsake the premise that it was okay to fail a few times and to remain in this world. Perhaps he had lost consciousness, but Yu Jonghyuk didn't say anything else. Instead, the stories wrapped around Yu Jonghyuk's body shone brightly. The story Life and Death Companions wants to continue. Life and Death Companions. It was a story that didn't exist for Yu Jonghyuk in the original novel. What is your relationship with Yu Jonghyuk? We are life and death companions. It was at Chungmuro. It was clearly the conversation I had with Gong Pildu. I couldn't help laughing. Now we would really live together or die together. I ran while holding on tightly to Yu Jonghyuk. My party members shouting in the distance could be seen. I felt a hot heat behind me. Together with a fierce wind, fireballs narrowly brushed over my head. The chasing constellations were already right behind me. Did you call the Demon King? Do you know what you have done? The constellations roared as a formidable aura poured towards me. Stupid bastard. Now the 73rd demon realm will perish. I shouted at Lee Hyun-sung in front of me instead of replying to them. Lee Hyun-sung-si. Yu Jonghyuk's body flew through the air and Lee Hyun-sung caught him. At the same time, I turned around and reflexively punched out. A running constellation collided with me and screamed. Electrification struck the tail of the scorpion goddess, and then unbroken faith slashed at the thunder-eating bird. The blade of faith absorbed power and shone brightly. Blood splashed, and I unleashed with all the power of electrification. The number of constellations that followed me was 7. It was a number I couldn't afford by myself. The bigger problem was that the dark clouds in the air were thickening. Dark clouds flocked like a sinister omen, and the stars shining towards the 73rd demon realm disappeared one by one. In fact, this was why I didn't call Asmodeus until now. A series of dark lightning fell from the sky, and the frightened constellations jumped back. Sparks flew in the air, and the demon kings descended. Now that Asmodeus was here, nothing was holding back the other demon kings. Unfortunately, the demon kings weren't on my side. The demon king maker of discord has appeared in the demon world. The demon king monarch, who is a philosopher about corpses, has appeared in the demon world. The summoning of the incarnation bodies alone seemed to surpass the other constellations. Now there was no one who could help me. The 73rd demon realm is responding to your story. The only thing I could believe in was the stories I had built. Everybody step back. Maintain your strength as much as possible while I buy time. Then one of the party members went wild. There was a roaring sound from my side. Department Headnam? What? Han Myungo activated one-legged swift runner and started running somewhere at a tremendous speed. It was the direction I came from. It was the place that contained Demon King Asmodeus. Ahahaha! Demon King Asmodeus laughed cheerfully. Arrows of light struck all over his body and blood flowed from his torn arm. However, only feelings of pleasure and joy could be seen on the face of the little girl. I'm happy. This is fun. Many constellations lost their incarnation bodies due to the bloody grip. However, there were still many constellations remaining. The demon kings were basically existences equal to narrative-grade constellations. Normal constellations were unknown, but there was no chance for Asmodeus to win against one of the Locapula, Surya. Surya opened his mouth like he couldn't understand. I wonder why, demon king of lust and fury. There was the sound of a giant drum bursting in the distance. Perhaps the constellations chasing the demon king of salvation were having the final showdown. Surya couldn't understand it. Why were these humans still resisting? Why was a demon king taking sides with a human? Asmodeus smiled like he was slightly exhausted. Surya raised his left hand and the attacks of the constellations ceased. Asmodeus, why are you siding with trivial humans? Siding? I'm not siding with anyone. Asmodeus grinned while licking the blood on his hands. It just seems fun. Fun? You don't know. What is the story of the demon king of salvation? I also saw it. It is a common story. Asmodeus made a big fuss at the words. Ha 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 ha. Surya, you must have lost your eyes from all the light pouring out. I told you before. If you want to enjoy the stories for a long time, take good care of your eyesight. I admit that the child is a good one among the new stars. However, it is a normal level in the star stream. He doesn't yet have a myth-level story. Surya frowned as his status spread out. Asmodeus was still laughing. A myth-level story, you have lived for a long time, but you are still judging the stories by that. It is only human history. No evaluation is needed. All stories eventually depart from history. Asmodeus, you played around in the Gourmet Association and now you're saying this. Then do you want to keep going? You will eventually lose your incarnation body. Well, I suppose. But before that, the constellation was narrowing the distance one step at a time, and Asmodeus suddenly opened his mouth. By the way, Surya, why are you obsessed with the demon king of salvation? Obsessed? What do you mean? It isn't just you but the nebulae. Isn't that right? It seems you are the one who is blind. At best, it is human history, as you said. Yet you and Vedas keep trying to recruit the demon king of salvation. You failed and now you're trying to kill him. This isn't exactly like a giant nebula. At this point, I want to ask something. Why are you doing this? Surya had no words for a moment. There was a subtle emotion on his face. Surya hurriedly raised his right hand as if to hide his feelings. It was a sign for the constellations to attack. At this moment, Asmodeus said, Wait. Ahaha. Ha ha ha. I see. Surya. You. I heard about what happened at the Gourmet Association. Surya's raised hand stopped. The demon king of salvation is pursuing the last scenario. That's why you hate him, right? Surya's fingers trembled, showing his agitation. Asmodeus scoffed at the shaking. It is because you can't get the qualification of the end. A spear of light pierced Asmodeus' body. Asmodeus' lips held a deep ridicule as he was constantly pierced by spears of light. Blood dripped down. The urgently implemented incarnation body was much weaker than usual. Asmodeus held the intestines that were flowing from his torn skin. The human body is really uncomfortable. Asmodeus ignored the incoming constellations and looked up at the sky. Stars could be seen through the dark cloud. The light and darkness in the sky were competing against each other. The strong existences surrounding the 73rd demon realm were moving. Asmodeus had lived for a long time, but he hadn't seen something like this before. Today, something tremendous was happening in the demon world. Surya's spear of light moved and the constellations poured magic power towards Asmodeus. The moment that Asmodeus' incarnation body was going to die. Do-do-do-do-do. A cloud of dust obscured the view of the constellation. The astonished constellations paused for a moment and someone embraced Asmodeus' small body. Even Asmodeus was surprised this time. He had lived for many years but had never been saved by anyone. "Do you?" Han Myungo was running while carrying him. One arm and a part of Han Myungo's left arm had disappeared from the constellation's attacks. Asmodeus muttered with a bemused expression. Why? He knew the identity of this person, but Asmodeus couldn't understand why this person came here. Han Myungo might be a member of his household, but this loyalty. Han Myungo strongly hugged Asmodeus without answering. A blind and big heart could be felt. The emotions weren't directed at Asmodeus. Asmodeus smiled as he was held in Han Myungo's arms. Really? This scenario is truly interesting. I'm sorry, everyone. I think you have to come with me. The moment Kim Dokja said this, Lee Hyunsung was the first to stand up. I was waiting. Usanga and the Breaking the Sky Master followed while the frightened Shin Yusung clenched her fists. Osu, who was the size of a guinea pig, barked. It was a humbling power, but they were determined. Humans didn't back down in front of the status of the constellations. There was an explosion and the battle began. One blow broke bones. 2 blows caused a deep wound and 3 blows couldn't guarantee their life. The Demon Kings were making things more and more chaotic. The Demon Kings flew through the air like released strings. Kahik. It was Lee Hyunsung who flopped down first. The Chimera Dragon screamed as its wings were broken. Jang Haeyoung sat down and watched all of it. Jang Haeyoung was overcome by overwhelming helplessness and couldn't move. The Breaking the Sky swordsmanship that Jang Haeyoung learnt was too weak. The techniques he learnt through the wall weren't enough to deal with the constellations. Jang Haeyoung held the place that was hit by the Demon King and gazed at the fighting Kim Dokja. The Demon King of Salvation he had long wanted to meet was struggling. His ribs and right arm were broken. Jang Haeyoung wanted to fight together. Only the stars in the sky were shining without mercy. There were so many stars, so why wasn't anyone helping them? The exclusive skill Unidentified Wall is activated. In fact, he had done it many times already. He sent messages several times to the modifiers Kim Dokja mentioned, but there was no reply. Nevertheless, Jang Haeyoung kept sending unanswered prayers to the constellations. Please, please, just one person. The Unidentified Wall asks, do you really want to help? The wall was slightly vibrating. The Unidentified Wall asks, do you really want to help? He nodded. I want to help. I can accept any price. Please. The next moment, numerous messages appeared in front of Jang Haeyoung's eyes. Hello. Do you perhaps know Kim Dokja? He is looking for constellations. Hello, constellation. You don't know me, but I have to ask a favor. If Kim Dokja, constellation, please help me. Kim Dokja is in danger. Please help. Please. Jang Haeyoung read the hundreds of messages that surfaced in front of him with a blank expression. They were all messages from himself. There are currently 124 messages waiting to be sent. To be exact, they were messages he thought he had sent. Why? Goosebumps covered his entire body. It was the reason why a reply didn't come from numerous constellations. The Unidentified Wall said, I was told not to send it. Who? The Unidentified Wall says, it is an existence higher than me. He didn't know who it was. However, Jang Haeyoung could see what he had to do now. Send them. Right now. Send all of them. The Unidentified Wall was silent for a moment. The Unidentified Wall is sighing. Don't regret it. The next moment, his head was going to burst from the pain. 124 messages have been sent. Like water being discharged from a dam, numerous messages were released from Jang Haeyoung and flew through the sky. Time passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Jang Haeyoung stared up at the sky without releasing the string of hope. The constellation One-Eyed Maitreya has entered the channel. Then somebody answered. Similar to a meteor shower, the sound of people entering the channel didn't stop. The constellation Brash Swamp Predator has entered the channel. The constellation Coaeil Pill has entered the channel. The constellation First Spiritualist of Joseon has entered the channel. The constellation Gorios First Sword has entered the channel. The constellation of a small planet has entered the channel. The distorted balance of the sky changed and Jang Haeyoung listened to all the messages with joy and despair. The constellation Secretive Plotter has entered the channel. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 271, Dokja S Story. 8. TL. Hey guys. Sorry, but flu season has started in Melbourne and I have caught it. I've been feeling terrible the last few days, but it finally hit today. I'm gonna take the rest of the week off and start posting again on Monday, hopefully. I raised my head at the entrance of the constellations. The constellations who favor you are looking at you. All of them were constellations who had once sided with me. The constellation Coaeil Pill is looking at you. The constellation First Spiritualist of Josian is looking at you. Among them were constellations of Earth. The constellation Gorios First Sword is looking at you. There was also Chiak Jungyang, who I couldn't contact for a while. However, there was an even more welcome existence. The constellation Secretive Plotter is looking at you. Secretive Plotter. I didn't know his exact identity. All I knew was that he favored me and watched my scenarios. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is clasping both hands together gently. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is forming fists. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is grunting and looking at you. All 4 of my early constellations had now gathered. Your story is being created in the 73rd Demon Realm. All the gazes poured towards me and I felt like I had returned to the beginning of the story. Surya spoke. Child. I know your expectations, but they won't help you. The constellations are clever and won't make foolish choices like you humans. I saw my colleagues who were barely standing. My colleagues were centered around the fallen Yu Zhonghyuk. Surya laughed. None of them will want to be the enemy of a nebula. As soon as he spoke, an earthquake occurred between Surya and I. The ground quickly became damp and turned into a sticky swamp. In the swamp where I would be sucked in if I took a step, someone was waking up. I immediately noticed who it was. The constellation Brash Swamp Predator has appeared in the demon world. The Brash Swamp Predator. He was a constellation of the Gourmet Association. He had fallen into debt and was dragged away by the executive branch. It was a lizard that was over 30 meters. The ancient lizard that awakened from the swamp let out a resounding roar. The Breaking the Sky Master recognized the Brash Swamp Predator and growled. If I was right, this time he wasn't my enemy. I smiled and asked, have you come to pay off your debts? In the past, the mass production maker had advised me, don't make too many enemies. I could have paid them back if you hadn't helped me. The giant lizard turned his head and showed hostility towards the constellations. I don't like them very much. That's why I came. The giant lizard finished the short conversation and rushed to the constellations. The constellations shouted at the monster who was running towards them. The Brash Swamp Predator was a narrative-grade constellation. He was scary when he was an enemy, but I couldn't feel reassured now that he was on the same side. The angry Surya cried out, Lackey of the Gourmet Association? Aren't you afraid of the nebula? Nebula? Ha 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 ha. Since when has the Gourmet Association cared for such a thing? Many members of the Gourmet Association were heretics of the star stream. They were those who practiced their will, regardless of whether they belonged to a nebula or not. The Brash Swamp Predator wasn't part of a nebula and was one of the most free-spirited in the Gourmet Association. Quack! The giant lizard swung his tail and the surface of the ground split apart while fragments shot up. The thunder-eating bird and mysterious bird of the Nile rushed towards him. The huge monsters started to fight and the surroundings quickly became a mess. In the center of the mess, Surya rose to the sky and looked down at me. One garbage doesn't change the result. Surya's light flooded towards me. It wasn't easy to avoid even if I used Way of the Wind and electrification. I couldn't contend with a Locapula, but I didn't give up. My skin was torn and my bones were exposed. In the middle of this pain, I somehow tried to buy time. My nerves were focused on the system message in the air. The winner of the second game will soon be announced. The winner of the game was decided. No matter how strong the presence that delayed the scenario, there was a limit. In other words, I only needed to buy time and we would win this game. Child. It won't work out as you wish. I could feel a lot of probability moving. It was a probability originally not allowed for this scenario. The probability offered by Vedas was moving. The balance in the sky changed and the scales of probability were leaning. Vedas' will has come here. A bright sun shone behind Surya. Sweat flowed as my body felt like it was melting. 1, 2, 3, 4, the light sources burnt the ground. I was unable to look at Surya since I would be blinded, so I focused on his shadow. The story king of the 12 suns is shining. This was Surya of Vedas. He was a king who united the 12 sun gods. Do you see the difference in status now? My exhausted party members fell down and groaned. Yua. The Brash Swamp Predator struggled painfully, and the only constellations looked up at Surya with awe. Surya was powerful, but he became even more powerful when the destruction scenario of Vedas ended. Surya, the sun god who absorbed all the power of Vivasvat and Savager, became a monster who turned the earth of the 265th round of Ways of Survival into a hell of fire. Still, no matter how strong the enemy, I had to struggle. The stigma song of the sword LV3 has been used. Your sword is filled with the words left by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. In the night, a god appeared in his dream and said, "You will win big if you do this. Otherwise, you will lose." It was a verse I heard when dealing with the lesser dragon. It is the stigma of a great grade constellation. You are using a petty trick. Thanks to the effect of the skill, it was like I wore sunglasses and could see the light source in front of me. As I recalled, this verse had the effect of telling the enemy's weakness through color. The green showed the strong areas and the red showed the weak areas. I stared at Surya with my eyes wide open. I stared and stared again. Cold sweat flowed down my back. "Yes, what are you seeing?" The smiling Surya was slowly approaching me. "You can keep stealing stigmas. You might have risen to become a constellation, but you were born human." Surya's whole body was green. I couldn't see any weaknesses. A human history can't transcend a god. There is no such thing in the star stream. I couldn't deal with Surya alone. It was impossible even with the brash swamp predator's help. I threw my torn coat and spoke. "The balance of probability is tilted. This means I can put more weights on it. The balance won't tilt, no matter how comes. My story wasn't a myth. I wasn't a god or a hero. My story might be a common one in the star stream. The constellations in the night sky are making a decision. Even so, someone in this world was listening intently to my story. That remains to be seen." Come Goryo's first sword. There were explosive sparks and a meteor fell through the dark clouds. The constellation Goryo's first sword is responding to your call. A spectacular sword energy tore through the sky. It was the three-sword style I had previously seen. Who called me? Chiak Jungyang. The sword struck like a thunderbolt and deeply wounded one of Surya's sons. Along with the blinding explosion, Surya's voice was heard. "A trivial great-grade constellation dares." A hot flash flooded towards the ground and something thumped against the ground, sending me and my colleagues back. Once I came to my senses, I was in the arms of a man. In terms of size, he was no smaller than the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. "It has been a long time, descendant." The magnificent sight of Goryo's first sword was in front of me. "It's been a long time, old man. Your status has changed." The great grade Chiak Jungyang was now narrative grade. "It is all thanks to you. Several things happened. I had expected it." Chiak Jungyang had joined in the fight against the outer god. He would have gained a powerful story and risen to a higher level. The debt can finally be repaid. Chiak Jungyang stared up at the sky and the indirect messages of the constellations followed. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is murmuring to himself in anger. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is started gloomily. Perhaps the other constellations also wanted to come here. However, there were constraints on probability and they couldn't move in front of the nebula's eyes. In particular, Uriel belonged to Eden and the problem was more complicated. If she did something wrong, a great war between good and evil might occur. I wasn't disappointed despite not receiving help from Uriel. It's coming. Surya's beams of light were coming in waves. I knew that the gods on the Indian side don't play around, but they are truly monsters. Chiak Jungyang protected me and cut down the waves of light. However, Chiak Jungyang's blade was slightly corroded. I might be able to cut the great mountain and the sea, but I haven't cut the sun yet. If I knew there was such a monster, I would have brought Yi. Yi was probably the sun hunter in Chinese mythology. He seemed to be an acquaintance of Chiak Jungyang. Even so, Yi wouldn't be able to deal with Surya, a constellation with the constitution of an emperor. "He'll deal with you." The founder of humanity rushed towards Chiak Jungyang. The great men fought and the surrounding area was devastated by the sword energy. "The 73rd demon realm is snooping around your story." Then something flowed from my chest up towards the sky. They were the sentences I obtained from the last game. Surya shouted with a thunderous voice. "What are you doing? There is no time left. Kill them quickly." These sentences were materials that made up the giant story. Finally, the giant story of this world started to fluctuate. The Demon King, maker of discord, is showing hostility towards you. The passive Demon Kings finally started moving. The heat sent from the maker of discord blew me through the air and I felt the pain of my entire body tearing apart. I had 2 allies, but the battlefield was outrageously disadvantageous. The Demon Kings released their strength and the scales of probability once again creaked. I needed the help of more people, but who could deal with these powerful Demon Kings? I thought hard but couldn't figure out a constellation who would help. Suddenly, the approaching Demon Kings slowed down. Fire with full force. There was the sound of cannon fire along with a familiar girl's voice. "Ajusi, it's me. The constellation Maritime War God is looking at you. I'm sorry I'm late." On the moat in a distant part of the industrial complex, Li Jaihai's ghost fleet was firing towards this side. The indirect messages of the angry Demon Kings filled the air. Two demon kings turned towards Li Jai-hai. Jai-hai. It was good that she came to help, but it was unreasonable with only Li Jai-hai. Her opponents were two demon kings. If she did something reckless, she would be killed immediately. Run away. I quickly moved, but it wasn't easy due to all the injuries I had suffered. The demon kings were entering Li Jai-hai's vicinity. This couldn't continue. If I used Way of the Wind, then someone grabbed my shoulder. Doc Jassy, doing things alone again. I told you not to be like this. Was it because I had been burnt by Surya's light for too long? I couldn't see the woman's face properly. However, I knew who she was from her voice alone. I'm late because I lost the coin toss. Don't be too upset. The woman walked towards the demon kings. Wait a minute. Hee-won-si. Jung Hee-won was strong. She probably became stronger after doing the personal scenarios. Nevertheless, it was too unreasonable for her to deal with a demon king. Even if she used judgment time against the demon king. I know what you're thinking, but don't worry. Was I mistaken? Angelic wings seemed to overlap on her back. It is because I'm not fighting. It was a huge status I had never felt before. The demon king rushing towards Li Jai-hai looked over with an astonished expression. The power of the constellation descended towards Jung Hee-won, covering the entire demon world and turning it silver for a moment. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire has appeared in the 73rd Demon Realm. Chapter 272 Giant Story 1. Archangel Uriel had appeared in the 73rd Demon Realm. In the latter half of the original novel, Uriel had descended directly in an incarnation body. However, now it was only the 25th scenario. The confused mutters of the demon kings and constellations could be heard. What ridiculous! The transparent shape of Uriel appeared behind Jung Hee-won, who had closed her eyes. Along with a splendid aura, Uriel's long golden hair waved in the air. The balance of probability was leaning again. The completely out of equilibrium balance was gradually being restored with the appearance of Uriel. No, now it felt like this side was becoming heavier. The even more surprising thing wasn't Uriel's power. All fights on the battlefield ceased. Surya watched with tense eyes while all the fighting constellations stopped. The descent of an archangel was also a tremendous event for the constellations. The first one to speak with a demon king with an owl's face who was holding a burning sword. Archangel. You dare appear here? I knew who he was. Maker of discord. The demon king of the 63rd Demon Realm, Andras. He had cursed Han Suyang, who once killed his subordinate. Then the demon king beside him also opened his mouth. Do you want to be a corpse, Archangel? A skeleton wearing a crown and green armor. The monarch who is a philosopher about corpses. He was the demon king of the 54th Demon Realm, Murmur. They might be lower-ranked demon kings, but they were both stronger than me. Even so, there was a strange feeling in the expressions of these two strong existences. It was fear. After her descent, Uriel slowly opened her eyes. Her stunning emerald eyes took in the world, and the color of the world changed. I felt like my heart was frozen despite not even making eye contact with her. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is looking at the 73rd Demon Realm. The Archangel's gaze implied destruction. It was a gaze that looked at the last mountain of the world for the sake of purifying the world. The 73rd Demon Realm trembled at her gaze. Hasn't it been a while? The two demon kings took a few steps back. Jung Hee-won's mouth curved subtly. Didn't I previously tell you not to carry that blade before me? I'm annoyed because of the overlapping characteristics. At the words, Andras slightly lowered the burning sword. Andras' owl eyes blinked rapidly and Murmur's skeletal jaw shook violently. It was Murmur who stepped forward first. Foolish Archangel. Do you know what your action means? Or has Eden decided to intervene in the selection? I came on my own. I was reminded of Uriel's setting. I had forgotten due to Uriel's kindness towards me, but she was one of the most fearsome archangels of Eden. The demon-like Judge of Fire. She was crueler than any archangel and slaughtered the most demons. She raised her hand towards the air and a white flame sword appeared. In front of her sword, all flames extinguished like a tribute. It was the sword containing the flames of hell. This was Uriel's star relic. The moment she pulled out her sword, the demon kings made an urgent expression. Did you forget the agreement? Like you. What? The filtering. The archangels of Eden had their own filtering in order to preserve the dignity of their nebula. Then Uriel glanced at me. Kim Dokja. Did I look too nervous? Uriel smiled awkwardly at me. Hello? It was an embarrassing and awkward greeting compared to her former appearance. Many constellations are speechless. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is pointing out that it doesn't match. The demon kings, who had just been threatened, watched with an absurd expression. I regained my senses and bowed. It has been a while, Uriel. Yes, Uriel laughed. You are loved by an archangel. You have acquired a new story. The story person who is loved by an archangel has been acquired. Maybe she thought I was afraid and bombarded me with indirect messages filled with caring. Frankly, I was a bit impressed. There were a few constellations who favored me so far. Even so, there was no one who helped me as much as Uriel. I didn't do anything for her. I was always the one on the receiving end. Even so, Uriel came here today for me. Uriel raised Jung Hee-won's arms and exclaimed triumphantly. Don't worry, Kim Dokja. I'll kill them all for you. I knew this was a performance. This was the demon world. It was obvious that something would happen if an archangel exerted their power here. Nevertheless, for Uriel to say so, Uriel? Qua? Wait a minute. Uriel. Hell flames rose from Uriel's sword and continuously soared towards the sky. This was the true hell flames ignition. It was the real power of Uriel that could turn the world into a sea of flames with one blow. To the archangel is crazy. Run away. Completely crazy. The freaked-out constellations started to flee. I didn't think Uriel would exert her real power. The hiding Dokgak finally appeared. Wait a minute. Archangel. Please calm down. His cunning face was flushed. The scenario was delayed until the announcement of the winner, and now, Uriel spoke like she had read my mind. Why wise? Scenario. Dakibi CK. Guys. Uriel had a really angry expression. The sky of the demon world was howling from her rage. The moment that the archangel sword was going to touch the ground. The demon king, immeasurable austerity, is furious. The black magic power in the sky was raging wildly. The demon king, ruler of the East Hell, is staring at the archangel. The demon king, devil of principles, is raising his status. The demon king, black main lion, is heading towards Eden. The fearsome and highly ranked demon kings appeared one by one in the channel. Damn it, there was going to be a war in the demon world. However, the demon kings weren't the only ones who appeared. The constellation guardian of youths and travel has entered the channel. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius has entered the channel. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos has entered the channel. The highest level constellations who could make everyone nervous just by appearing. The major constellations of Eden entered the channel, and the volume of the channel grew drastically. Bayou trembled like it was painful. The constellation Scribe of Heaven is watching the demon-like Judge of Fire with severe eyes. Uriel's sword trembled. It felt like time had frozen. All the demon kings and archangels were concentrating on Uriel's sword. The future of the demon world and Eden depended on the direction of this sword. The demon kings of the demon world and the archangels of Eden have opened an emergency meeting. All this time, all demon kings and archangels in the scenario will be urgently summoned. There was the sound of a great probability moving, and Uriel's sword disappeared in the air. Jung Hee-won's body shook as the energy of the archangel left the demon world. Uriel glanced at me with a light smile. I wanted to help you until the end. In hindsight, I realized Uriel's intentions. This can't be. It wasn't just Uriel who disappeared. The demon kings who descended slowly disappeared in the sparks of probability. Uriel sacrificed herself to tie up the hands and feet of all the demon kings here. It is amazing. Chiak Jungyang muttered to himself with admiration. A majestic archangel making such a great sacrifice for you. I could easily predict the great punishment Uriel would face. An archangel who broke the convention of the good-evil war with her own will. She would probably receive harsh sanctions from Eden. Please win, Kim Dokja. I reached out to the disappearing Uriel, but she had already scattered into ashes. I quickly embraced the fallen Jung Hee-won. Jung Hee-won had just taken on Uriel's status and fell asleep with an exhausted face. I raised my head as I felt pressure from the sky and saw Surya watching everything. My judgment was wrong. I didn't think you were a constellation who could call an archangel here. Thanks to Uriel, there was no need to worry about the participation of the demon kings. However, there was something worse. A more serious light appeared in the eyes of the silent Surya. The same was true for King Oedipus and Manu, who were guarding the left and right of Surya. From now on, I will be sincere. Surya's new energy shot through the sky. The surrounding air changed and a huge wind pressure hit the area. After a while, what is that? My party members approached me one by one. The first one to speak was the weary Jang Haeyoung. When will this hell end? What the hell is that? Beyond the radiant sun, something was flying through the distant universe. Something was ripping through the air. It was like the sound of meteorites colliding. I looked closely, and a huge carriage was flying towards this place. Whenever the gigantic golden mare accelerated, the entire demon world shook like it was going to burst. A carriage? Could this thing be called a carriage? No, should it be called a locomotive? No words fit. The only thing certain was that the object that was a size that couldn't be understood with common sense was heading towards this direction. It would be a disaster for this world. Usanga opened her mouth. Surya's chariot. According to legend, it is over 130,000 kilometers in length. 130,000? Does that make sense? Jang Haeyoung asked, and Usanga shook her head. That's why it's a myth. The Indian myths claimed that giant turtles and elephants held up the earth. Thus, it wasn't strange if a locomotive of such a huge scale appeared. The problem was that we had to deal with that disaster. You have watched a part of the giant story, Vedas. Your story comprehension has increased. Was this the sincerity mentioned by Surya? I admired the status that caused chills to go through my body. I felt overwhelming despair just because it approached this side. I had only watched some of it, but this strength was different from an ordinary story. It was the reason why I had to get a giant story. Shit, run. Some constellations were already hiding from the rushing carriage. There were no constellations who would be safe after being hit by it. Chiak Jungyang muttered. Things are really difficult. He seems to truly want to destroy this world. Are you scared? No, it's interesting. Chiak Jungyang laughed like he was truly having fun. The moment I tried to say something to my party members, someone stood beside me. It wasn't Chiak Jungyang or a constellation. You woke up? I looked over and saw Yu Jonghyuk standing up with the black demon sword. The character Yu Jonghyuk has used recovery LV 10. Yu Jonghyuk's body had finally healed to the point where he could use recovery. The last of Yu Jonghyuk's vitality was burning on the dark sword. The mouth and vocal cords were still slow to recover, so Yu Jonghyuk didn't speak. Instead, I heard Yu Jonghyuk's thoughts through Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Kim Dokja. Yes, perhaps this would be the last fight in the demon world. The 73rd demon realm is focused on your choice. This time, I couldn't guarantee anything. Someone here could die. Maybe Yu Jonghyuk and I would die. Nevertheless, I declared, let's go. Usanga and Lee Hyun-sung nodded while Shin Yu-sung climbed onto the Chimera Dragon. Lee Jae-hai looked at the sky from the moat and also nodded. There were no longer any constellations to help us. Now there were only humans here. This didn't mean it was a fight with no chance of winning. It was because I had already bought enough time thanks to Uriel. The 73rd demon realm is responding to your choice. Perhaps it was a mistake for Surya to show his sincerity. In the face of the coming calamity, we wouldn't be the only ones who would come to an end. Just like First Murim in the destruction scenario, the 73rd demon realm approached the time of choice. The giant story of the 73rd demon realm is germinating. There was no world that wanted its master to be the one that destroyed itself. The 73rd demon realm has chosen its master. The perplexed Dakibis and constellations let out exclamations at this message. However, I didn't hear any of them. It was because now I wasn't listening to the story, I was talking to the story. Your giant story has started talking. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 273 Giant Story 2. Surya floated in the air and looked down at the ground with a complicated gaze. The 73rd demon realm was surrounded by a bright light as sentences were woven into one being. It was the sight of the world choosing its master before the enormous destruction flying from the universe. Surya muttered. It is only the 25th scenario, yet a giant story has been obtained. There is such a thing in the star stream. Surya had lived for a long time, but he couldn't come up with a name. There was Hercules of Olympus, but he was a half-god, not a pure human. King Oedipus exclaimed, Surya, it's fine. It is still germinating and you can crush it. The giant story was unlike any other story. It was the sum total of numerous tales and a story that guaranteed a tremendous probability by itself. However, it might be a giant story, but it was only beginning. The Demon King of Salvation was just a superficial being who fortunately rose to the status of a constellation. Nevertheless, why couldn't Surya easily feel confident? Surya, what's wrong with you? Let's finish it. All giant stories were the beginning of the end. The story that headed towards the end of this epic scenario. Even so, getting a giant story didn't mean that everyone would get the qualification of the end. Some giant stories were connected with, but others didn't go near the vicinity of before disappearing. Surya, it is because you can't get the qualification of the end. He didn't forget Asmodeus' words. In his tranquil rage, a message entered Surya's ears. A new scenario has been given to you. You will be the destruction of the 73rd demon realm. Surya frowned at the undesirable role assignment. The star stream. What do you want from this old body? He lost one of his 12 sons to Chiak Jungyang and wasted a great deal of energy against Asmodeus. In addition, he had exhausted most of the probability given to him. Surya, you don't have to go by the book. I have an idea. There is a way to subdue them without fighting. Surya frowned. Oedipus, are you going to use a despicable trick again? Against humans? That isn't it. I am the supreme god of light, Surya. The great sentences of Vedas were shining in Surya's halo. Even if I can't use my full strength, I will never lose to humans. Oedipus shut his mouth in front of the overwhelming status. Surya raised his hand and the paused carriage started the violent charge again. The locomotive made a deafening sound as it crashed through the atmosphere. Red and blue flames sparked from the head. The first one to speak was Yu Jonghyuk. It doesn't seem like 135,000 kilometers. If a train of that size really appeared, it would seem like a giant planet was falling. Chiak Jungyang told me. His words are correct. It is around 30 kilometers long. Still, that is enough to destroy this place. Demon King of Salvation, what happened to the giant story? It has just started talking. The sentences are slow to gather. The giant story of the 73rd Demon Realm was safely obtained, but things weren't over just by receiving it. It needs more time to work properly. We have to slow down the train. Perhaps this train was all that the present Surya could mobilize. There was a chance for us if we managed to block that train. I looked back and saw Chiak Jungyang already prepared to jump forward. Please, Goryo's first sword. Believe in me. Chiak Jungyang shot forward towards the sky. Yu Jonghyuk and I chased after him, and the rest of the group followed on Shin Yusung's Chimera Dragon. The thunder-eating bird and mysterious bird of the Nile flew to interfere with us, but the brash swamp predator bit at their wings. Leave these guys to me. The closer we got to the head of the train, the more I realized the enormous scale of Vedas. The width of the head of the train was a few hundreds meters, and it was at the level of an outer god. Hey up! Chiak Jungyang shouted and showed his 3-sword style. 2-sword style, 2-sword mountain chop. Chiak Jungyang's slash that cut through a mountain hit the train. The head of the train met Chiak Jungyang's status and let out a strange sound. It deviated from its course, but the speed of the train didn't slow. In the formidable heat, it was Chiak Jungyang's sword slash that was melted away. However, Chiak Jungyang didn't stop. 3-sword style, 3-sword ocean chop. A strike that cut the sea. It felt like there was a tsunami and the speed of the train was reduced to a slight degree. The biggest achievement was the explosion to the lead car, creating an internal access point. It will be easier to move inside. I will slow it down from outside. Chiak Jungyang emitted a strong magic power from the head of the train. Still, it was hard for Chiak Jungyang to deal with an object of this speed alone. It'll help you Ajushi. Shin Yusung's Chimera Dragon moved to the head of the train with Chiak Jungyang. The second-grade monster, the Chimera Dragon, created intense wind pressure and the speed of the train was further reduced. Chiak Jungyang cried out, I have somehow bought 20 minutes. Surya will be in the car at the end. Knock him down and this story will disappear. Go. We nodded and entered the interior of the train. The train looked like a subway built for a giant. We adapted to the inertia to a certain extent and pressed the button to go to the next compartment of the train. The door won't open. This train is only available to the constellations of Vedas. Yu Jonghyuk didn't hesitate to activate the breaking the sky swordsmanship and hit the door. There was a dent in the door, but it didn't open. Amazing. Unlike Chiak Jungyang's expectations, the train's internal strength was formidable. It wouldn't be hard to break if Yu Jonghyuk and I were in good shape, but the train was 30 kilometers long. In other words, we had to consider the distribution of power. Then the first sentence of the giant story was heard. The story started on the subway. Sparks surged and my stories were released into the air. I felt waves surging from a distant place. It was the sign of a very old story. I looked back and the party members seemed to be feeling something similar. The first story of your giant story has begun. Yu Jonghyuk, Lee Hyunsung and Yusanga looked at me. The sparks that flowed like the tide was transforming the scenery around us. Lee Hyunsung murmured with astonishment. To this, every giant story was a different story. Some involved the birth of a hero while others told the birth of a world. Our story wasn't a hero's biography or a creation story. This story was our survival record. The number 3807 was on the back door of the train. I looked around and sighed. It is the subway. All stories invoked stage transformation when the place or person involved in the story collided. The 3807 car of the 3434 Bulgwang train. It was where Yusanga and Lee Hyunsung became my colleagues and where I met Yu Jonghyuk. All of our stories started here. Lee Hyunsung's fists were clenched as he opened his mouth with a tense expression. I remember that time. It isn't a good memory, but Yusanga was watching me with a faint smile. Even so, I often think about it. It wasn't a memory I could happily recall. Someone's death and the hell of an absurd scenario. It wasn't a memory I could feel nostalgic about, but it was a history that we survived. Lee Hyunsung smiled and placed his hand on the door. I think I can do it somehow. There was a soldier who wanted to be righteous. Eventually, everything became a story. It was hard, sad, and even something I wanted to forget. After all, everything was a story. Hey up. I didn't expect it would be comforting for us now. There was only one thing we could know. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is watching your party. The constellation secretive plotter is listening to your story. In a world where sadness and joy were useless, we had to continue the story. The door, which didn't open to Yu Jonghyuk's breaking the sky swordsmanship, started to open at Lee Hyunsung's power. The giant story dwelling in Lee Hyunsung's body started exerting its strength. The character Lee Hyunsung has used the Stigma Great Mountain Push LV. 10. When I thought about it, Lee Hyunsung was the one who opened the door to escape. Go. Quickly. Lee Hyunsung opened the gap and our party ran. Nevertheless, it was only one door and the train was still long. This time, it was Yu Jonghyuk who came forward. I will break through next. I suddenly remembered a long time ago. The regressor who annihilated the other incarnations on the train and rushed forward like a tank was now in front of me. There was the strongest and loneliest man in the world. Yu Jonghyuk put away his sword and concentrated all his magic power on his fist. Then he slammed his bare fist into the door. The door of the car, which was unharmed before the sword, was torn apart by his bare hands. This was the effect of stage transformation. It was unfortunate for Surya that his main story was this train. Dokjasi, I don't think we need to break this car. Usanga figured something out and yelled. Just like when I found the opening device, Usanga found a way to open the car door without force. There was also a woman who hid herself for others. One car, another car. We kept moving forward. It was as if we were living history again. There was the sound of hammering from the outside of the train. Lee Jaihai was also struggling to reduce the speed of the train. The sword demon wounded after losing a relationship was met. The chimera dragon's roar was heard. In my arms, Bayu raised her head and looked at the head of the train. To be exact, it was in Shin Yusung's direction. A child born in the gap between past and future wept. The next moment, the chimera dragon let out a formidable roar. The train tilted and the speed of the train was further reduced. I didn't know, but I thought Bayu might have given something to Shin Yusung here. We aren't halfway yet. We have to hurry. As Yu Jonghyuk stated, we were still far away from the end of the train. More than 10 minutes had already passed. The speed might be reduced, but the industrial complex would be completely destroyed at this pace. To make matters worse, we faced a challenge when we reached the next car. A ray of light shot towards us. Lee Hyunsung blocked it for me and held his shoulder. You can't go any further. Founder of Humanity Manu and several other constellations were waiting there. Yu Jonghyuk directly used breaking the sky swordsmanship against them, but it wasn't enough to break through the constellations on the defense. They knew they had to drag out time here. I was going to use the magic power I had saved when the ceiling of the train started to be squeezed. Something was destroying the train with an immense magic power from outside. What's going on? It was at least a narrative-grade constellation. They couldn't destroy the shell of the train unless they had the power to match Chiak Jungyong. Move. Then Jang Haeyoung's voice was heard outside the train. Kim Dokja. They came. The next moment, the entire ceiling was torn off and two beings appeared with Jang Haeyoung. The constellation of a small planet is looking at you. It was a small person filled with a brilliant blue-white energy and a huge woman releasing a blue aura. Funnily enough, my vision seemed to blur for a moment. Where is my disciple? There was the strongest small person in the world as a teacher. It seems that we're a bit late. The world of the strongest giant was saved. They were existences with enough power as Chiak Jungyong who could help us. Transcendent. In front of Manu, the two transcendents of First Murim descended. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, Namgung Minyoung. The Paradox Baekshung, Kyrios Rodgrame. Namgung Minyoung glanced at us and said, "Do it properly until the end. Otherwise, it'll kick your ass." Kyrios stared at me and declared, "You will pay the price for lying to me. I won't allow your death until then." Kyrios and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint fired their skills at the door to the next car. The energy of breaking the sky swordsmanship and electrification combined and caused a formidable wind pressure to rise. The constellations shrank back at their momentum. The fearsome waves of magic power advanced and crushed the doors blocking our way. It was a straight road prepared for a short period of time. Yu Jonghyuk met my gaze and we started running. The exclusive skill Way of the Wind LV 11+1 is activated. Way of the Wind and Red Phoenix Shuanpa assisted each other as we ran. We soon reached the last car of the train. Finally, there was a man who knew the ending of all these worlds. This story didn't exist in Ways of Survival. It was a story that never existed before. It was a story that would lead me to the ending I wanted. I opened the last door of the train. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 274, Giant Story. 3. Surya was beyond the last door. Yu Jonghyuk's fist struck the door and broke it down, revealing a pierced skyline with strong winds. The last train car with Surya was cut apart, as if it had been ripped out by something. You came sooner than expected. Surya stared at the sky and spoke with his back to us. A square space was visible beyond the cut train, the light of the divine being stretched out into the darkness. It was like a palm gathering sand on a vast beach. I deliberately spoke in a polite tone, Surya, let's stop here. The divine light that couldn't touch the providence of the universe looked at me. Surya's eyes stared at me. They seemed to be saying that even if they didn't understand the star stream, there was no way they couldn't read everything about me. A man who knows the ending of all the worlds. It is a really wild story. Perhaps Surya had heard the sentence of my giant story. Before I could answer, King Oedipus stood by Surya's side and replied, "It is just a metaphor. A pun." It was rather fortunate if he thought so. I felt a bit uncomfortable since the story contents came directly from me. The constellation mass production maker is questioning your sentences. The constellation god of wine and ecstasy is wondering about your giant story. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is telling him to be nervous. The constellation maritime war god is forming clenched fists. The constellation secretive plotter is looking at you. Surya's gaze towards me was changing. I realized that no matter what I said, I couldn't stop him. Come on, child. The time given to you is 10 minutes. Surya's forearms were raised in a fighting posture. His size gradually became bigger as he opened up his status. He didn't use any weapons. Surya intended to exclude me simply using the pure power of stories. 10 minutes later, this carriage will collide with the demon world. There was no more need to delay, and Yu Jonghyuk rushed in first. A blue aura reminiscent of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint emerged from Yu Jonghyuk's body. The Breaking the Sky swordsmanship was spreading its light. I wasn't the only one affected by the giant story. Yu Jonghyuk also had a stake in this story. Despite his injured body, Yu Jonghyuk was now able to exert a power equivalent to a constellation. There was the sound of a blade and a pole colliding. It wasn't Surya who received Yu Jonghyuk's attack. Ku. King Oedipus let out a pained groan as he confronted Yu Jonghyuk. Quackhack. Oedipus squeezed out power from an overheated incarnation body, but he seemed to be having a hard time dealing with Yu Jonghyuk. Kim Dokja. Along with Yu Jonghyuk's cry, I leapt through Oedipus' defenses and headed to Surya. In the air of the train, the several times larger Surya greeted me. The exclusive skill electrification LV 12+2 has been activated. I was surrounded with the light of electrification, and a blue-white energy struck Surya's chest. The other time, Surya stopped my electrification with one fist. However, this time was different. Surya's skin was touched by the blue-white energy and started burning. This was from a slight blow. Surya's eyebrows twitched with surprise. I flew through the air and collided with Surya's fists. The shock shook my heart, but I endured it. The power of the giant story is working for you. The world's sentences were swirling around me. The power allowed me to compete with the mighty narrative grade constellation. This was a great story, but Surya was still alive. I said it before. You can't win with the skills you have stolen. Maybe it was as Surya stated. I always struggled with the skills of others. This isn't something that I stole from others. I read it. Read. As Persephone told me, an existence was a story. Memories of sentences that had been read for many years. Everything that I had read and seen now became me. The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is strongly activated. On the fourth wall, the sentences of the giant story emerged. This is the story of a reader. I ran towards Surya. In the trail of my run was the countless hours I spent alone reading. It was an ordinary life. I sat alone in a dark room and read Ways of Survival. On the bus after my part-time job was over, in the army, in the classroom, on the subway home from work. At the same time, it is the story of Dokja. I lived in that world alone. I entered the mind of countless characters and became different beings again and again. Only this story. Therefore, I was a regressor who had never regressed. The exclusive skill Way of the Wind LV 11+1 is activated. A returnee who had never returned. The number 3 bookmark has been activated. The exclusive skill Beast King's Sensitivity LV 10+1 has been activated. Maybe I was a reincarnator. Surya's face slightly distorted as he was confronted with my status. Every time our statuses clashes, I could feel our bodies being destroyed. Surya was also pulling out all the power he could. This is too much. It is ridiculously insufficient to get the qualification of the end. I shook my head. It seems like you are mistaken about something. It isn't only the giant stories that can reach the end. Maybe Surya wouldn't understand. I had only received enlightenment after learning from Yu Jonghyuk's myriad failures. Surya's face hardened and he concentrated his strength into his forearms. Perhaps this would be Surya's last attack. I didn't back down and stood up to him using the power of electrification. The glare of the sun that melted everything was fired towards me. The blue-white light couldn't overcome the high temperature and was pushed little by little. I had just taken a step or two back when a rough and solitary story wrapped around me from behind. It wasn't necessary to see whose story it was. The sparks between Surya and I became more intense. Slowly, the pushing stopped. The Constellation Master of Steel is looking at you. The Constellation Master of the Skywalk is looking at you. Lee Hyun-sung and Yu Sanga. There was also Jung Hee-won's story. The history of all those who struggled to survive was nestled inside me. The woman who woke up from a long crouch and laughed while holding a sword to destroy evil. They weren't here, but there were others who shared our history. The boy who lost his mother and held the insect in his hand cried. The man who built the castle roared for the family that wouldn't come back. Lee Gil-young and Gong Pil-do. The woman who built up the truth by lying gladly became his shadow. There was also Han Soo-young. The exclusive attribute scenario interpreter is activated. Everything I lived made their way into the story. Surya's incarnation body was right in front of me. Surya's weakness was something that couldn't be read with the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare stigma. Yet strangely, at this moment I knew where to stab Surya. The exclusive skill reading comprehension is activated. Unbroken faith shone brightly and an intense white light pierced Surya's chest. There was the sound of something breaking as I poured out all my magic power before flying through the sky. Among the fragments of the story that poured through the air like a fountain, the collapsed Surya could be seen. Surya, the supreme god of light. Oedipus shouted and the situation started falling apart. Meteorites were oxidized in the atmosphere and Surya's train collapsed. I was falling towards the ground. Kim Dokja. Yu Jong-hyuk flew like the wind and grabbed me, while the Chimera Dragon picked up my falling companions. It was truly a narrow escape. A few fragments of the last car left a long trail as they fell towards the ground. The shattered debris wept. Fortunately, the industrial complex wasn't going to be hit. Shin Yu-sung was watching me from the head of the Chimera Dragon. A juicy joy could clearly be seen on the child's expression. The next moment, a voice was heard from the cloud of dust on the ground. Not yet. Not yet. It was King Oedipus. The miserable-looking existence shouted at us from among the fallen constellations. The demon king of salvation. I know that the succession of the giant story hasn't ended yet. If you give us the story, we will leave here. The game was already over, but he still hadn't given up. It was Yu Jong-hyuk who replied on my behalf. Why should we? Yu Jong-hyuk landed on the ground, dropped me down and took out the black demon sword. Then King Oedipus spoke. Otherwise, your precious world will disappear. Do you want to talk about fate again? I know you don't have enough probability left in the demon world. What if it isn't the demon world? He flicked his fingers and a huge panel appeared in the air. It showed a blue planet that we knew well. Yu Jong-hyuk frowned. It seems you've sold your pride as a constellation. Is this your last hurrah? At this point, it was impossible to destroy Earth even if all of Olympus probability was used. Yu Jong-hyuk was aware of this and wasn't panicked at all. King Oedipus laughed. It's impossible to destroy Earth. But what about this? He flicked his fingers again and the screen changed. At this moment, the faces of Yu Jong-hyuk and the party members hardened. The Korean peninsula was engulfed in flames. If I knew this, I would have gone to the demon world. Han Soo-young frowned as she gazed at Gyeonggi-do burning with red and blue flames. In fact, there was a reason why Han Soo-young didn't go to the demon world. You are currently cursed by the demon king Andras. Han Soo-young had been caught in Kim Dokja's plot and cursed by the demon king. Thanks to this, she would become the meal of the demon king as soon as she visited the area. Lee Gil-young stomped his feet beside her and shouted, "Won't everyone be with Dokja Hyung by now? I wish I was Shin Yu-sung. I guess so. However, that place will be harder than here." Han Soo-young felt the disaster coming through the flames and gulped. After Kim Dokja's group left for the personal scenario, the disaster scenario had come to the Korean peninsula. The time limit for the disaster scenario is 30 minutes. The problem was the disaster that came this time were constellations. Damn Olympus. She didn't know what type of backdoor dealings they made with the Dakibis of the Bureau, but the constellations of Olympus had come as the disasters of this scenario. Due to the difficulty, the scenario would end after 30 minutes. In these 30 minutes, the Korean peninsula was likely to disappear from Earth. What are you going to do now? Gong Pil-do asked while blowing out cigarette smoke. The reason the Gyeonggi-do area had lasted so far was thanks to Gong Pil-do's armed fortress. Han Soo-young replied, "Just hold on a bit longer. There is a way. The opponents are the incarnation bodies of constellations. There are more than 5 of them. How are you going to win? You aren't Kim Dokja. Their auras showed they were great constellations. Perhaps they were ancient heroes or lesser gods of Olympus. There are only small people on this little land." Her head hurt from all the noise. Han Soo-young calmly pulled out a dark stone. Abyss stone. It was an item Kim Daksha told her to collect before they separated. Thanks to this item, she could send the other party members to the demon world despite lacking probability. She had used 3 so far and there were 6 remaining. The number was a bit lacking, but this was the only way. I didn't know I would use them catching bugs. As Lee Gil-young's insects protected the fortress and Gong Pilda's fortress continued firing, Han Soo-young started the descent ceremony by offering the Abyss Stone. It was just for a short time, but she could call an existence to balance this twisted scale. Sparks flew and the Abyss Stones started to disappear one by one as an offering. It was a fearsome presence who could only use a portion of their power through the 6 Abyss Stones. The sky of Gyeonggi-do turned dark and filled with thunder. A huge shadow was revealing itself behind Han Soo-young. Han Soo-young sighed lightly and slowly opened her eyes. Black Dragon. You can do whatever you like. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is grinning and revealing white teeth. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 275 Giant Story. 4. The Olympians swept away Songnam in an instant and slowly narrowed the siege around Gong Pilda's fortress. Isn't this stage too small for us to come forward? The constellations thought it was disgraceful. It was natural. There were no constellations who could build up anything from this scenario. Amidst these unmotivated constellations, a constellation wearing a crown and holding an ancient spear and shield spoke. Stop complaining. Once this is over, Father says he will suggest our promotion to the 12 gods. Oedipus? Really? The expressions of the constellations changed due to the words of the blind king's heir. Promotion in the nebula meant their stakes in the giant stories were increased. Haha. Can we reach 1 decimal place? The stakes in a giant story were one of the measures of a constellation's strength. More stakes meant more probability, which was a source of escaping from the constraints of many scenarios. Let's finish it and go back. The constellations finally started to advance to the armed fortress. It happened the moment their star relics were shining. The sky was covered by a dark dome and light disappeared from it. The great grade constellations approaching the armed fortress stopped at the appalling darkness. What? The lights in the area were turned off by the clouds that came. It wasn't just this area. The darkness covered the entire Korean peninsula. Even the sparks of probability were covered by the deep darkness. The blind king's heir stared up at the sky with bewildered eyes. Is it the queen of the underworld? The only nebula that could descend to the Korean peninsula today was Olympus. In addition, there were few constellations of Olympus who could use such a large amount of probability. One of the constellations emitted a faint light to reveal the surroundings, but it quickly disappeared. It was like a black hole that sucked out all the light. The anxious constellations shouted, "Your Majesty, if you have come then please say it." One of the constellations suddenly gave a warning. Something is coming. A dark object was fired from the sky and pierced the chest of one constellation. Kiak. It was an object like a dragon's claw. The confused constellation coughed up blood and tried to pull out the claw, but the claw grew increasingly larger and soon burst through the constellation's body. The constellation let out a sound before becoming part of the darkness. The frightened constellations screamed. Yua. They heard the sound but couldn't avoid it. It meant this existence had a completely different status from them. The queen of the underworld wasn't this much. Run away. The blind king's heir discovered the situation and ordered a retreat. Then an enormous amount of sparks burst from the armed fortress. The intense light that the darkness couldn't swallow revealed the open door of the fortress leading to the dark city. There was a woman with a small body. The first one to discover her was the blind king's heir, who trembled. Why are you? The shadows of black flames were swirling around her body. The face of a little boy with red eyes underneath black hair flashed. The boy with one arm bandaged raised his hand and the shadow of a dragon covered the sky. White fangs were bared. As the boy laughed, the darkness of the world breathed. Then the massacre began. King Oedipus couldn't hide his astonishment as he stared at the scene on the screen. The constellation Blind King's heir has been removed from the scenario. The constellation Thebes Gatekeeper has been removed from the scenario. The shadow of a dragon was tearing up the fleeing constellations on the screen. Fortunately, Han Soo-young wasn't too late. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is letting out wild laughter. Ahahaha. Han Soo-young had a bandage around one arm and half covered her face as she burst out laughing. She was really a match for the Black Dragon. She acted so well that I didn't know why she hated it so far. King Oedipus stared at me and exclaimed, "How come? Why is a candidate of the apocalypse?" Candidate of the apocalypse? Well, King Oedipus would have that type of information. The Abyssal Black Flame Dragon was one of the candidates of the apocalypse. Many constellations are astonished by your scheme. The constellation dragon lying down is nodding. The constellation Secretive Plotter is feeling pure admiration. You have acquired a new story. The story kill with a borrowed knife has been acquired. I watched Jiangjido covered in darkness and licked my lips. Attracting the abyssal black flame dragon was a last resort. Could have brought about a bigger disaster. However, there was Han Suyang and the promise made with the black dragon. Thus, he wouldn't destroy the Korean peninsula. Ku? Ak. King Oedipus bowed his head and let out an unknown groan. We saw the unusual appearance and Yu Jonghyuk and I raised our swords at the same time. You? King Oedipus' son was among the constellations who suffered under the black dragon. There was the possibility that the enraged Oedipus wouldn't be able to control his emotions. I will kill you. As expected, the constellations who survived with Oedipus released their status at the same time. I had a giant story, but it wasn't enough power. The moment I was about to trigger electrification, something rose from the ground and caught Oedipus' neck. Cough. The huge Surya moved one of his forearms and held onto Oedipus' neck. King Oedipus stared at Surya with surprise. Why? Stop it. Surya's heavy status pressed down on the other constellation. Don't look so ugly anymore. I won't listen to the words of a dog who lost the fight. It can't end like this. The next moment, King Oedipus' body exploded. The brutally exploded body scattered into ashes in front of Surya's eyes. The movements of the constellations stiffened and they nervously stepped back. Despite the severe injuries, Surya still had the power to stand up alone. It was a phenomenal vitality. I quickly calculated the power of my remaining companions. If we hit Surya right now, it is our defeat. For a moment, I thought I heard wrong. However, the words had definitely emerged from Surya's mouth. I bit my lips as joy boiled from deep inside my heart. The great Locapula had admitted defeat. The winner of the Demon King selection has been determined. There were screams from afar as the ensuing system messages came. They were the screams of the dukes defeated in the Demon King selection. One by one, the bodies of the constellations staring at us scattered. The scenario ended and the star stream started to recall the probability that they were allowed. Surya's body was also disappearing. I opened my mouth before Surya's body completely disappeared. I wanted to ask, why did he suddenly change his mind? The Demon King of Salvation. However, I shut my mouth the moment I saw Surya's eyes. In retrospect, Surya wasn't an ordinary constellation. He was one of the great Locapula. It was rather strange that such a constellation would use cowardly tricks against us. Perhaps this selection had dealt a significant blow to his reputation and pride. Surya slowly blinked and asked, "Did you get the qualification of the end? They'll probably get it. And you also." Surya's eyes shone terribly, as if he was dismissing the trivial comfort. "I will watch your story." Surya would also get the qualification of the end one day. Then the day would come when we meet again. It wasn't here but in the later scenarios of the star stream. And, in a short moment, Surya's gaze turned towards the fragments of the destroyed train. They were fragments of the car where Surya and I faced each other. However, the appearance of some fragments was a bit strange. They weren't broken from the battle with me. They were scars carved on the train from before. I know. That's right. You understand. Surya finally disappeared with these words. The pressure on the surroundings vanished and a curious silence took its place. I didn't feel it was real. I calmly practiced what I had planned and was lucky with several things. Then I came all this way. The 25th main scenario has ended. I turned my head and saw Yu Jonghyuk watching Surya's disappearance. The main scenario Demon King selection has been cleared. The rewards for the selection are being prepared. A new Demon King has appeared in the demon world. You have become the master of the 73rd demon realm. There was the explosive system message and Yu Jonghyuk and I simultaneously looked up at the sky. The gazes of countless beings poured towards me from the sky. The Demon King ruler of the East Hell is looking at you. The Demon King Devil of Principles is curious about you. The Demon King Black Mane Lion is inviting you to his demon realm. The Constellation Mass Production Maker is sending his congratulations. The Constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring has sent you a gift. The Constellation God of Wine and Ecstasy is proposing a toast. The Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is greatly pleased. The Constellation Commander of the Red Cosmos is wary of you. It was an incomparable amount of attention. There were strong people similar to me to distant beings who I couldn't even look at their toes. There was a pause and then Jang Haeyoung's voice was heard. "It's over." I nodded and looked around. Lee Hyun-sung carried Young Hee-won while watching the sky. Lee Jae-hai supported the injured Yusanga and waved at me while Shin Yu-sung held onto my sleeve and looked up at me. The Breaking the Sky Master held the small OSU in her mouth and barked lightly. Han Myung-go held Asmodeus' incarnation body in his arms and let out a weary breath. On the rocky hill not far away, I could see the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and Kyrios. The injured brash swamp predator was curled up and Chiak Jung-yong was sitting on his back. It was an ordeal that couldn't be overcome without any of them. Your nebula is well known in the star stream. A large number of constellations remember the nebula Kim Dokja's company. Temporary. Yu Jong-hyuk heard the message and frowned. The name needs to be changed. I smiled at the guy who had his pride in a strange place. It wouldn't be bad to brainstorm names for the nebula sooner or later. I felt that the darkness was retreating from the sky. I could breathe for a moment from the seemingly endless trials. Your first giant story is fully blooming. The giant story Demon World Spring has been acquired. Citizens started emerging from the ruined industrial complex. People were intoxicated by the unbelievable victory. Some people shouted while others called out mine and Yu Jong-hyuk's names. I could also see Aileen and Mark. The star stream is satisfied with your giant story. You have earned the qualification of the end. Finally, there were the messages I had been waiting for. The hidden scenario, a single story has begun. Your legendary stories has formed an opening act. The initial portion of your first giant story has been completed. After a long period of enduring, the first footstep towards the final scenario was taken. You have been given the authority of. The filtering is turned off. It was the moment when the information of the last chapter, which had long been covered with a veil, finally appeared in front of my eyes. TL, Rainbow Turtle.